This man was the best prodigy of Demon King Academy, but in the end he was killed by the heroes. Because the standards followed by Demon Kings always led to their downfall, he decided not to follow those standards anymore. When he got new chance, he sought revenge against the heroes for their own medicine, and even planned to test the other hot chicks. Let's find out how it all started. The Demon King Burje stood frozen, unable to comprehend the sight before him. His pitch-black flames, the very power he had boasted of for centuries, failed to leave even a scratch on the hero. The hero's sword had pierced straight through his supposedly indestructible scales and lodged deep within his chest. The Demon King stared in disbelief, unable to process what had happened. To him, superiority was a fact of existence. He was the prodigy who entered the Demon King Academy at the highest rank, graduated as a model student, and devoted his life to mastering the Demon King standard, the sacred doctrine crafted by the first emperor. He followed every rule with absolute precision. He constructed a tower, kidnapped princesses, and raised heroes exactly as the standard instructed. He genuinely believed that feeding on the anguish and fury of trained heroes would elevate him to unimaginable heights. Killing them too early was wasteful. Heroes needed time to ripen. The stronger the hero, the richer the feast. And so he adhered faithfully to the doctrine, convinced that world domination was inevitable. After absorbing hatred and sorrow from countless victims, he had risen to unmatched power. Yet now, sprawled in the dirt and drenched in his own blood, he screamed in confusion, unable to understand why his end had come in such a humiliating way. His eyes trembled with shock at the senseless defeat. The hero gazed down at him with contempt. He ridiculed the Demon King and all demons as identical fools, beings who created their own downfall, yet acted surprised when it arrived. When the Demon King roared in protest, the hero revealed a truth sharper than any blade. Kidnapping a famous princess was nothing more than a widely accepted signal that the Demon King had begun his activities. It was practically an invitation for heroes to mobilize. Mocking him, the hero explained how absurd it would be to kidnap the human king instead. Such an act would plunge the kingdom into civil war, turning humans against one another rather than the demons. Their rage would scatter, their hatred would fade, and the Demon King would gain no power from it. That approach completely contradicted the very standard the Demon King worshipped. Then came another blow, wrapped in sarcastic gratitude. If heroes did not challenge demons first, the demons themselves conveniently sent monsters to villages, providing heroes with the training they needed. The tower's first floor was always filled with weaklings, perfect for easy experience and skill polishing. The Demon King recalled with bitter regret how he had let heroes survive halfway through the tower, believing he was honoring the sacred teachings by allowing them to grow stronger. He had never realized he was simply raising them for their own benefit. The hero yanked his blade free, tearing another scream from the Demon King's throat. Then came the final revelation. When a tower became outdated, when the challenge grew stale, the heroes simply killed the Demon King, a new tower, and the cycle began again. The entire structure had been nothing more than a hunting ground crafted for heroes. Laughter erupted from the other heroes as they mocked him. They thanked him for raising them, calling him not a Demon King, but their godfather, the one who had nurtured them into greatness. Standing over their defeated enemy, they bragged openly about the loot they would collect and the levels they had gained, treating his tower as nothing more than a training field. The Demon King murmured the word godfather, stunned beyond reason. His life's work, his grand tower, had been reduced to a beginner's farm for adventurers. Though the hero acknowledged that many challengers had perished inside, he dismissed their deaths as trivial sacrifices, stepping stones that added to his own fame. As the hero prepared to finish him, the Demon King's fury erupted. Humiliation burned hotter than any flame he could wield. He refused to accept this end. With a desperate roar, he unleashed his final power, declaring himself the true Demon King, as immense energy swirled violently around him. But before that power could reach its peak, the hero severed his head in one clean strike. Even so, in his final fading consciousness, the Demon King glared at the heroes, vowing revenge with an intensity that chilled the air. The hero, shamelessly greedy, warned his comrades not to damage the head. He wanted the horns intact. Then he noticed it, the strange flickering sparks rising from the Demon King's corpse. Realization struck too late. The Demon King was pouring the final remnants of his life into one last act. The hero shouted for everyone to run. A monstrous surge of energy detonated from the body, shaking the world as the heroes screamed in terror. Everything vanished in a blinding explosion. In those final moments, the Demon King understood the bitter truth. The standard he had worshipped was a lie, a tool the heroes had used to manipulate and mock the demons. With his last breath, he wished for one more chance, a chance to tear apart that standard and feed it to goblins as revenge. Then, through the darkness, a voice echoed a name, Burja Deus. His eyes snapped open. Confusion flooded his mind as voices echoed through a grand hall, urging him to step forward, urging him to realize that the name being called belonged to him. Burja Deus stood frozen, stunned by the surreal moment unfolding before his eyes. Another student nudged him to hurry to the stage, but before he could move, the academy principal sharply rebuked him for daydreaming on the most important day of his life. After all, Deus was hailed as the academy's brightest prodigy. His gaze fell upon the crimson badge awaiting him, the emblem of graduation from the Demon King Academy. In that instant, he understood the impossible truth. He had returned 15 years into the past, to the day of his own graduation ceremony. As the graduates were summoned one by one, Deus did not yet understand why he had been sent back, but instinctively he recognized the value of this second chance. A professor approached and informed him that as the top-ranking student, he was expected to recite the sacred oath on behalf of all newly appointed Demon Kings. Before him stood the glowing commandments of the Demon King standard, ancient laws that dictated the duties of every Demon King. Construct a tower, kidnap royalty, orchestrate chaos while scattering clues, nurture heroes until their emotions were ripe for harvest, fill the lower floors with weaklings to gradually raise difficulty. Deus stared at those commandments with pure disgust. These were the same rules he had once memorized until he could recite them half asleep, the same doctrines he had followed with religious precision, and yet, in truth, they were nothing more than chains that had led him straight to ruin. They had shaped him into a puppet for heroes, a disposable tool in their endless cycle. Standing amidst the graduation ceremony, Deus questioned the meaning of swearing obedience to laws he now knew would only end in humiliation and death. Rage surged within him at the thought of repeating the same fate. When the official summoned him forward to recite the sacred oath, Deus shattered every expectation. He refused, publicly. A wave of confusion swept through the hall. Students and instructors alike stared at him as though he had lost his sanity. Yet Deus did not stop there. He openly declared that he would never swear loyalty to such foolish rules. He denounced the Demon King standard as idiotic, outdated, and fundamentally flawed. Gasps erupted across the chamber. Terror and shock painted every face. In that instant, the Academy's celebrated genius transformed into the greatest madman of the era in their eyes. The Archduke of the Demon Realm, Arcane Blarimph, slammed his fist down in fury. Enraged by such blasphemy against the sacred standards, the Archduke threatened immediate execution, yet he hesitated, forced to acknowledge Deus's exceptional talent. Instead of death, he offered a final choice. Deus could withdraw his words and apologize publicly, or accept punishment through deployment to Erain, the graveyard of Demon Kings. Fearful murmurs rippled through the hall. Achan was infamous, a dimension where Demon Kings perished in droves. Some demons hissed in outrage, demanding execution instead of mercy. The Archduke warned again, emphasizing that Achan had claimed countless lives. Deus cut him off without hesitation. He demanded immediate deployment. He declared that he would prove to the world that the so-called sacred standards were nothing but nonsense. The Archduke stared at him in disbelief. Losing all patience, Arcane Blarimph roared his command. Deus was to be transferred at once. Every privilege granted to top-ranked Demon Kings was revoked. No escorts, no servants, no protection. A portal opened. Deus was banished with a single decree. He was forbidden to return until his conquest was complete. As he fell through the swirling darkness, Deus accepted the chaos he had invited. He had expected nothing less. During those tumbling moments, a crucial truth resurfaced. Erain was the same place where the heroes who killed him in his previous life resided. In that former life, he himself had chosen Erain, blinded by pride, believing the strongest Demon King must conquer the harshest dimension. That arrogance had led to his death. The heroes there had exploited his rigid obedience to the standard, and crushed him mercilessly. This time would be different. When he landed upon the frozen wastelands of the Urgus Mountains on the northern continent, icy winds tearing at his unfurled wings, Deus swore silently that history would not repeat itself. This time, he would be the one exploiting the heroes' rules. Meanwhile, before the ceremony had concluded, Gordon Dirick was preparing meticulously. As the Academy's top-ranked demon and first in his class, Gordon Dirick had earned the rare honor of serving the strongest Demon King of the year. Tradition dictated that the highest-ranked demons served the highest-ranked king. That privilege fueled envy among the rest. To Gordon Dirick, Demon Kings were fearsome existences, yet none compared to Deus. He believed him to be a miracle, a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, a descendant of demonic dragons whose deeds would reshape history. Graduating in the same year felt like destiny. He envisioned conquering dimensions at Deus's side, statues built in their honor, Deus the Great King, and Gordon Dirick his loyal right hand. Those dreams shattered instantly when Deus denounced the sacred standards. Gordon Dirick had nearly stopped breathing from shock. His idol despised the very foundation of demon society. His beliefs collapsed. His world turned upside down. The scene shifted to the remote depths of the Urgus Mountains. Gordon Dirick trudged through the snow, burdened by heavy supplies, his expression filled with confusion and despair. He struggled to comprehend how everything had fallen apart so quickly. Berger Dizza noticed his arrival with brief surprise. He had been explicitly informed that no assistant would be assigned to him, yet Gordon Dyrek still stood before him. Recognizing the young demon, Berger Dizza greeted him calmly. Gordon Dyrek, overwhelmed, demanded an explanation. He questioned why Berger Dizza had acted so recklessly at the graduation ceremony. He reminded himself that the public defiance had resulted in their exile to Erin. He believed his life was now in danger because of that single moment. Berger Dizza responded with deliberate calm, feigning ignorance. Gordon Dyrek's frustration erupted. Panic overtook him as he realized the severity of their situation. Berger Dizza observed his reaction silently. Before the regression, Gordon Dyrek had been composed, confident, and unwavering. He had once claimed that together they could overcome anything, even Erin itself. Berger Dizza acknowledged that Gordon's panic was understandable. The circumstances were vastly different this time. Revealing the truth of time reversal would only make Gordon view him as delusional. Eventually, Gordon Dyrek regained control and apologized for his outburst. Accepting reality, he returned to the only foundation he trusted, the Demon King standard. He reminded himself of the first rule. A Demon King must construct a tower. However, the standards emphasized accessibility. Towers were meant to be built in locations easily reached by heroes, not hidden in perilous mountain ranges filled with deadly beasts. From Gordon Dyrek's perspective, relocation was necessary. Berger Dizza rejected the idea immediately. His resolve was absolute. The tower would be built here. He removed the tower seed from its case and pressed it firmly into the frozen ground. The moment he did, Gordon Dyrek felt panic surge through him once again. To Gordon, Berger Dizza's actions were nothing short of heresy. Rejecting demon pride, trampling upon everything a demon king was meant to uphold. The sacred Demon King standard was not merely a doctrine to demons. It was instinct, tradition, and identity carved into their very existence. Berger, however, remained cold and unmoved. Internally, he reminded himself that he had never sworn loyalty to those obsolete laws. Deep down, he understood Gordon's reaction. For demons, denying the standard felt unnatural. Rejecting it outright was almost impossible, unless one had already experienced something as absolute as death itself. Berger drew a blade and slashed his palm. Dark blood spilled onto the tower seed. Without words, he commanded Gordon to observe closely. Through his actions alone, Berger conveyed his conviction. The Demon King's standards were nothing more than useless debris, especially here in Erin. The seed absorbed the blood and erupted with a brilliant crimson beam. A massive magic circle ignited beneath the snow, spreading outward in intricate patterns. As the tower began its identification process, it recognized its master, Berger Dizza of the Black Flame Demonic Dragon Clan. While the summoning continued, Berger silently revealed the truth Gordon had never been meant to know. Across history, humans had destroyed countless Demon King towers. Through those conquests, they had unraveled the inner mechanics of the standards themselves. Humanity had twisted the doctrine into a system that manipulated Demon Kings, turning them into caretakers of hero growth. That was the reason Demon Kings perished endlessly in Arene. Inwardly, Berger mocked the doctrine. In his mind, it deserved a new name. Not the Demon King standard, the hero standard. The summoning completed. A colossal tower erupted from the frozen earth, rising high into the storm-filled sky. Snow and ice scattered as the structure stabilized. Both demons stood in silence, staring at it. When they entered, the truth became even clearer. The first floor was completely empty. Gordon felt disbelief tighten his chest. Ordinary towers were filled with traps, monsters, and structured layouts. This one was stripped bare as if it had been issued to a demon king who had been deprived of all privileges. The emptiness persisted. Second floor. Third. Fourth. When they reached the fifth floor, the level meant to house the Demon King's chamber, it too was barren. The tower was already complete. Gordon forced himself to refocus. Even if the first rule had been violated, the second could not be ignored. The standard demanded the capture of royalty, ideally someone close to the throne to harvest the strongest emotional energy. Once permitted to advise, Gordon spread out a map. The closest kingdom to the Urgus Mountains was Khorasan, and abducting its royal heir would have been the most efficient strategy. Berger acknowledged the suggestion without resistance. However, internally, he already had a very specific princess in mind. Gordon's enthusiasm reignited. He imagined accompanying his king on the mission, but Burstus instructed him to remain behind. Through his tone and composure, Berger made it clear. A Demon King's residence should never be left unattended. Gordon accepted the reasoning with visible relief. In his mind, this proved that Berger had regained his senses and that the chaos at the graduation ceremony had merely been stress. Still, Gordon wondered who the target princess would be. Berger delivered the answer through action alone. He departed for the Hilderin Kingdom, the southernmost nation of the continent, located nearly on the opposite side of the world from their tower. Berger flew through the frozen night until a massive royal castle appeared beneath him. Inside one of the highest windows stood a young woman, alone. Her long blonde hair shimmered softly beneath lantern light. From a single glance, Berger identified her. Princess Elena, the 13th princess of Hilderin, the least influential, the most overlooked. Berger shattered the window lock and stepped into her chamber. The princess stared at him, astonished but strangely composed, as if unsure whether the figure before her was real. Through cold presence alone, Berger made his purpose clear. Instead of screaming or collapsing in fear, Princess laughed faintly. She questioned whether he was truly capable of handling her. The boldness of her reaction surprised him. For a brief moment, Berger wondered whether demon kings had become nothing more than jokes to humans. Internally, he reaffirmed the truth. A demon king could easily handle someone of her status. Unexpectedly, Princess offered her surrender without resistance. Her calm unsettled him. Berger examined her carefully, searching for deception. Yet she dismissed the idea herself, reasoning that a princess was always at risk of abduction, and that she could not possibly have prepared for an event she had no forewarning of. Her logic was sound. Still, unease lingered. Without further hesitation, she extended her hand in silent agreement. Berger lifted her effortlessly and took flight, carrying her through the freezing night back toward the tower in the Urgist Mountains. Upon landing, Gordon rushed out, excitement and anxiety clashing across his expression. Berger ordered that the princess be placed on the 4th floor, not imprisoned. Internally, he reasoned that her complete lack of resistance warranted leniency. Gordon complied, though his confusion deepened. Later, Princess sat alone in the empty chamber. Stone walls, no luxuries, no servants. She acknowledged silently that she had indeed been kidnapped. Yet a subtle smile formed. She admitted to herself that the situation was not entirely unpleasant. On the other floor, Gordon presented a sealed letter. It was an invitation from the Tower of Beasts, welcoming Berger as the newest Demon King. Berger dismissed it internally as a shallow attempt at intimidation. Demon Kings are fundamentally too proud to join hands with anyone else. However, Achan is the unexpected factor that made the Demon Kings to go against their pride and work together. In the past, Berger had considered other Demon Kings weak and unworthy of attention, but his second life had taught him something far more valuable. Information and alliances were never useless. Next day, Berger Deus traveled to the Tower of Beasts, a colossal structure rising from the heart of a dense, untamed forest. Inside, the beast demon king Draxon sat upon a throne of bone and iron, tearing into raw flesh with feral intensity. Draxon observed Berger with open disdain. To him, this newcomer was nothing more than a reckless upstart, a demon king who dared to ridicule traditions that had endured for ages. Berger stood calmly before the throne, his expression cold and unreadable, silently demanding to know the purpose of this summons. Draxon laughed cruelly and revealed the reason soon enough. Archduke Arcane Blarimph had issued an order. Berger's actions were to be monitored closely. At the mention of the Archduke, contempt surfaced within Berger. Internally, he dismissed Arcane as a tiresome ancient parasite, one whose satisfaction could never be earned. The shift in Berger's demeanor enraged Draxon. To humiliate him, the Beast King flung a bloody chunk of meat onto the stone floor and demanded that Berger lick it clean as an apology. He claimed that such an act might earn forgiveness. Berger did not move. Instead, he questioned whether Draxon truly understood why this meeting had taken place. Draxon responded arrogantly, declaring that Berger had committed blasphemy by mocking the sacred Demon King customs. Before Draxon could continue, Berger reminded him of an inconvenient truth. Those same traditions strictly forbade Demon Kings from killing one another. With a single step, Berger struck the floor. The impact cracked solid stone, sending a shockwave through the hall. The display caused Draxon to recoil instinctively. A suffocating pressure flooded the chamber. Only then did Draxon realize his mistake. He had severely underestimated the new Demon King. Scrambling to regain control, Draxon invoked the name of the Archduke once more. He reminded Berger that he was required to submit proof of a successful royal abduction. Failure to do so would result in the loss of his status as Demon King. Berger dismissed the threat with chilling calm. He revealed that he had already abducted a princess and that she suited his preferences remarkably well. The ambiguous statement left Draxon speechless. Unable to determine whether Berger was bluffing or stating a terrifying truth, Berger returned to his tower in the Urgist Mountains. Gordon Dyrek praised his master for displaying the dignity of a true demon king, convinced that Berger had asserted dominance flawlessly. Berger, however, downplayed the encounter. He reasoned that Draxon would not dare escalate the conflict so soon, though caution remained necessary. Other demon kings posed a threat, especially if they united. Berger ordered Gordon to check on the princess and evaluate how she could be used moving forward. Despite his confidence, unease lingered. Rejecting tradition carried consequences greater than he had anticipated. Yet even so, Berger knew he would make the same choice again. He would rather die than submit to the rules that had destroyed his previous life. This time, he would rebuild from the ground up. with caution, not arrogance. He had chosen to abduct a low-ranking princess deliberately, expecting only a modest gain in demonic energy. It was the safer path. Then he checked his accumulated points. Berja froze. The total had surpassed 30. The number made no sense. Before he could process the anomaly, a magical notification echoed through the tower. A transmission formed in the air originating from the Tower of Beasts. Draxon appeared on the screen. This time, his tone carried an unsettling blend of mockery and courtesy. He congratulated Berja on becoming a demon king and claimed he wished to offer a goodwill gift. He even acknowledged that surviving in Erine was no small feat. Berja immediately sensed something was wrong. At that moment, Gordon burst into the chamber, his face drained of color. Something had occurred on the 4th floor. They hurried upward. What awaited them defied all expectation. The once barren, frozen chamber had transformed into a lush garden. Flowers bloomed across the stone floor. Warm light filtered through the air. Butterflies drifted lazily among the vines. The tower was undergoing naturalization, an event so rare it bordered on myth. At the center of the garden stood the princess, surrounded by elemental spirits of wind, earth, flame, and water. Berja understood instantly. Only someone who had mastered all 4 elements could create such a phenomenon. And only one such individual existed on the continent. Berja confronted her with the truth. She was not the 13th princess. The woman smiled, amused, and noted that she had expected him to mistake her for someone insignificant. When pressed, she revealed her true identity. She was Princess Ernan, the first princess of the Hilderan kingdom. News of the abduction spread across Hilderan like wildfire. The king's fury shook the palace. He ordered every hero, every elite knight, and the entire national army to mobilize. The demon king responsible was to be annihilated. Back in the tower, Princess Ernan reminded Berja of the question she had posed earlier, whether he was truly capable of handling someone like her. She explained that her overwhelming elemental affinity had been the reason for her test. Berja acknowledged inwardly that he had sensed her power, but not its full magnitude. He wondered how such energy had been concealed. Ernan revealed the answer: an ancient royal ring, an heirloom capable of suppressing vast amounts of mana. She then asked whether Berja intended to return her now that her identity was known. Berja rejected the idea immediately. Releasing her would turn him into a laughingstock. No kingdom feared a demon king who surrendered his hostage. Without fear, demonic energy could not be harvested. At that instant, the system detected a massive surge of rage directed at him from afar. His demonic energy skyrocketed beyond 19,000 points. Berja understood at once. The Hilderan kingdom had identified him. Whether she was the 13th princess or the first no longer mattered. Princess Ernan would remain his hostage. Within the throne room of Hilderan, panic and rage erupted simultaneously. The king demanded immediate action, his fury shaking the hall. Yet his advisors hesitated. No one could identify which demon king was responsible, nor where the tower was located. As reports trickled in, the king's anger reached its peak. He berated his advisors for their incompetence, accusing them of allowing history to repeat itself. One trembling advisor recalled the fate of the demon king of lust, who had been executed by heroes after abducting a neighboring prince. The advisor could not comprehend why another demon king would dare commit the same provocation. The room fell into uneasy silence. Something about this abduction felt different. This had to be the work of a newly risen demon king, one unfamiliar with precedent or consequences. Moments later, a soldier arrived with urgent intelligence. Traces of large-scale teleportation magic had been detected moving northward toward the Urgus Mountains. Shock rippled through the council. Within the Demon King's tower, Gordon Dyrick expressed deep concern. He feared that once the Hilderan army mobilized, the tower would be overwhelmed. Berja, however, remained composed. He had calculated everything. The road to the Urgus Mountains passed through dangerous lands crawling with monsters. Dozens of sovereign nations lay between Hilderan and the tower. None would allow a foreign army to cross their borders without igniting continental war. That left Hilderan with only one option: heroes. The king reluctantly accepted reality and ordered immediate contact with the Hero Guild, but panic erupted there as well. The moment the destination was revealed, rejection followed instantly. The Aryan region was infamous, a death zone saturated with catastrophic monsters. No hero valued gold more than survival. Berja had predicted this outcome perfectly. Heroes motivated by profit would never step into Aryan. That was precisely why he had built his tower there. Gordon stood in silent astonishment. His master's understanding of Achon, his rejection of Demon King traditions, and his flawless predictions made it feel as though Berja had lived through this future before. Back in Hilderan, the king roared in disbelief when he learned that not a single hero accepted the mission. He questioned how they could call themselves heroes while refusing to save a princess. Heroes operating near Arran were fundamentally different. They were driven purely by profit, not ideals, and refused missions that threatened survival. Inside the tower, Berja calmly examined the system store. The available options were disappointing. Low-tier soldiers such as skeletal warriors required enormous demonic energy. Tower enhancements offered only weakened effects at staggering costs. Building a reliable army would demand time and an overwhelming amount of points. Berja leaned back on his throne. Although his demonic energy continued rising due to the chaos in Helderan, it remained insufficient to withstand a full-scale hero assault. The dread of his previous life resurfaced. He remembered how easily demon kings were overwhelmed when relying solely on outdated traditions. This time, he would not repeat that mistake. Berja issued a decisive order. Gordon was instructed to contact Draxon immediately. Berja intended to exchange demonic energy for human currency. Gordon froze in disbelief. Demonic energy was the lifeblood of demonkind. It strengthened towers, expanded armies, and elevated kings beyond mortality. Trading it for human gold felt like absolute sacrilege. Berja remained unmoved. He understood reality. With his current demonic energy, he could not stop heroes. But with human money, he could manipulate humans themselves. The scene shifted to Holton, a fortress city near the Urgest Mountains. Disguised as a wandering mercenary, Berja approached the gates alone. The guards halted him immediately, stunned that anyone would dare approach the Urgest region solo. Berja offered no explanation. He tossed a single gold coin forward. The guards froze, greed flashing in their eyes. A subtle gesture implied sharing the reward. The gates opened instantly. Inside the city, Berja surveyed the unfamiliar streets. Lacking regional knowledge, he decided a local guide was necessary. His destination became clear. At the Crimson Falcon Mercenary Guild, mercenaries lounged lazily, drinking and boasting about past exploits. They described the region as a paradise where monsters fought each other while mercenaries collected spoils afterward. Their conversation drifted to rumors. They mocked claims of a new demon king in the mountains, dismissing them as nonsense. Demon kings, they argued, always built towers in accessible lands, not monster-ridden wastelands. They also scoffed at the story of the Hilderan princess's kidnapping, insisting no demon king would cross the entire continent for such recklessness. The group eventually concluded the entire situation was a fabricated scam designed to drain money from frightened kingdoms. At that moment, Berja Defa appeared silently behind them. Understanding dawned instantly. These mercenaries were exactly what he needed. He demanded that only one guide remain while the rest leave. Steele answered instead. Weapons were drawn. Berja was labeled an intruder, and the guild erupted into violence. The battle ended almost immediately. Berja moved with inhuman precision. Attacks were deflected effortlessly. A mercenary attempted a surprise strike with a massive hammer, only for Berja to stop it bare-handed. The weapon trembled. So did its wielder. Crossbows surrounded him. Berja seized the hammer wielder and hurled him into the others, scattering bodies across the floor. Cries of pain echoed as mercenaries collapsed one after another. Outside the guild hall, civilians watched in silence, unable to comprehend how they fight all day, without even showing fatigue. Inside the guild hall, bodies lay scattered across the floor. Only the leader remained standing, trembling as he watched his comrades fall one after another like leaves caught in a violent storm. Berja approached him slowly, his presence alone crushing the air. The leader understood instantly. Cooperation was the only path to survival. Without resistance, he revealed the location of the city's slave market. Berja followed him to a grand estate protected by reinforced iron gates. Inside, rows of chained humans stood under flickering torchlight, iron restraints clinking softly with every movement. The leader nervously gauged Berja's reaction, unsure whether the selection displeased him. Berja dismissed the concern and tossed the man a heavy pouch of gold. Fear vanished instantly, devoured by greed. Eager to please, the leader guided Berja deeper underground, into restricted corridors where light barely reached. As they descended, Berja observed how easily the man regained composure after witnessing his entire guild's destruction. The reason became clear. Humans and demons were no different. One chased money, the other chased energy. Both were slaves to desire. They reached the deepest chamber, where captives of rare races were imprisoned. This was where the most valuable slaves were kept. Berja had already decided. He did not seek humans. He sought someone intelligent, loyal, and capable of infiltration. Someone who could move among heroes unnoticed and poison them with misinformation. His gaze settled on a silent elf chained among the captives. Dignity stripped yet unbroken. Elsewhere, in the Hilderan royal palace, the famed hero Hillen Cargill arrived at last. His presence restored hope to the court. The king welcomed him desperately, believing salvation had finally come. Hillen pledged himself to the rescue of Princess Ernan, and to the destruction of the demon king responsible. Morale surged throughout the kingdom. Far to the north, Berja finalized his choice. He claimed the elf and forced the mercenary leader to pay the price himself. Any protest died the moment Berja's gaze locked onto him. Only the slave merchant was allowed to remain. The merchant warned that elves often became feral under bondage, But Berge dismissed the concern without hesitation. He approached the elf, observing the humiliation carved into his posture, a proud race reduced to merchandise. The elf sensed the demonic aura instantly and reacted with hostility. Berge offered him something far greater than freedom: revenge. The elf hesitated. He distrusted demons as deeply as humans, yet Berge proposed a contract: 50 years of service in exchange for freedom and protection. To an elf, 50 years was little more than a fleeting chapter. Still, the elf refused. As a guardian of the world tree, he could not align himself with demons without risking the balance of the world itself. Trust was impossible, Berge understood. So he made a decision that shocked even himself. He swore upon the Demon King standards that he would never harm the world tree. For demons, such an oath carried absolute weight. It was equal to an elf swearing upon the world tree itself. In return, Berge demanded loyalty. The elf, Granada of the Maple tribe, agreed on one condition. He demanded to meet the Demon King, who supposedly commanded Berge. Berge revealed the truth. He was the Demon King. Granada reacted with disbelief and mockery. A Demon King personally purchasing a slave defied all logic. He challenged Berge's claim, declaring he would offer 100 years of loyalty if proven wrong. The proof came instantly. Granada was transported directly to the 5th floor of Berge's tower. The reality struck him like lightning. The tower lacked traps. The lower floors were empty. Even the 4th floor contained only a natural ecosystem rather than defensive monsters. To Granada, it looked like a fortress destined for annihilation. Then Berge released his presence. But demonic pressure flooded the space, suffocating and absolute. Granada nearly collapsed as the truth dawned on him. This was no ordinary demon. This was a true king. The Urgus Mountains were infested with catastrophe-class beasts, yet none had attacked Berge. Their silence meant fear. Granada accepted reality and swore a century of service beneath the sacred name of the World Tree. Hidden within his oath, however, remained a quiet hope that he might one day take vengeance upon humanity. That hope was shattered immediately. Berge's first command was simple. Granada was ordered to prepare dinner. The elf stood frozen in disbelief, reduced from guardian of the World Tree to cutting vegetables in a Demon King's kitchen. His confusion only deepened when Princess Ernan joined him cheerfully, offering her help as though this bizarre tower were a home rather than a prison. Granada could not comprehend what kind of Demon King Berge Deas truly was. Later they gathered in the dining hall, around a long stone table filled with freshly prepared dishes. Granada hesitated before finally asking about the girl's identity. Berge Deas calmly explained that she was Ernan Hilderin, the first princess of the southern kingdom of Hilderin. The words struck Granada like lightning. A demon king abducting the crown princess of a powerful nation was not provocation, it was suicide. His face drained of color as he repeated his earlier warnings, insisting that the tower, in its current state, could never withstand the heroes that would inevitably come. Berge dismissed the concern without hesitation and ordered him to sit. He added casually that Granada's primary role in the tower was cooking, and that he was exceptionally good at it. Ernan smiled gently at the elf's stunned expression. Granada, however, felt his thoughts spiraling. Nothing about this tower followed logic. Nothing about this Demon King followed the standards. Eventually, Granada asked whether Berge intended for him to fight the heroes directly. Berge replied calmly that if heroes ever reached the 4th floor, the battle would already be lost. Crossing the Urgus Mountains alone required strength far beyond that of ordinary heroes. Then Berge revealed Granada's true purpose. He intended to use him as a spy to sow disorder within the human world. Before that, however, Berge insisted on testing Granada's combat ability. Granada was stunned. He could not comprehend how an elf was expected to fight a Demon King inside his own tower. Berge laid out the conditions. He would fight with one hand, and without using demonic energy. If Granada managed to defeat him, the contract would be shortened by 50 years. Granada accepted immediately, his eyes burning with determination. He resolved to unleash everything he had. The duel began the instant Berge signaled. Granada moved like a streak of green light, swift, fluid, and precise. Berge observed him with genuine interest. Years of enslavement had barely dulled the elf's reflexes. His footwork was unmistakably elven, balanced, elegant, deeply attuned to mana. Berge wondered whether Granada had absorbed ambient mana from the naturalized 4th floor, or whether his innate physical gifts had survived captivity. Elemental bolts lashed through the air as Granada attacked relentlessly, his movements declaring that he was no ordinary elf. Enchanted roots erupted from the ground, coiling around Berge's ankle. Granada saw his chance. He surged forward, aiming to reclaim 50 years of freedom in a single strike. Then the air changed. A crushing presence erupted. Not demonic energy, but raw physical power. Granada froze mid-motion. Only then did he truly remember who stood before him. Berge reassured him calmly that he would not break his promise. He would not use demonic energy. He would not kill him. But the match would end. Granada tried to stop, panic flooding his mind, but it was too late. With a single controlled punch, Berger shattered the roots and sent Granada flying across the chamber, ending the duel instantly. The scene shifted to Holton Walk, home of the Crimson Falcon Mercenary Guild. This time, the mercenaries welcomed Berger with nervous enthusiasm, treating him like a visiting noble rather than an intruder. Their leader bowed deeply and offered the guild's services for an entire year. Berger tossed a heavy pouch of gold onto the table. Coins clinked loudly. Cheers erupted as the mercenaries swore loyalty without hesitation, though their leader quietly considered replacing them with a more competent unit in the future. Berger then ordered them to accept Granada as part of their group, stating that from now on commands would be relayed through him. The mercenaries hesitated, until Granada stepped forward, his face still bruised from the duel. Their hesitation vanished instantly. Seeing his battered state, they welcomed him with sympathetic camaraderie. Sensing a shared suffering, Berger observed silently. Though unimpressive at first glance, these mercenaries were seasoned survivors of the Urgus Mountains, people not easily replaced. One fact remained critical. Only one hero had accepted Hildurin's desperate commission, Hillen Cargill, the hero who had slain the Demon King of Lust. A formidable opponent, Berger issued their first order. They were to investigate Hillen Cargill thoroughly. The mercenaries saluted with surprising discipline. Back in the tower, Berger turned his attention inward. He had gambled everything by selling nearly all of his demonic energy for human currency, a choice no sane demon king would make. Now the only way to grow stronger lay elsewhere. He recalled the existence of spirit blossom flowers, rare monocrystals formed in untouched ancient lands where monostorms raged and humanity feared to tread. The Urgus Mountains were such a place. Though weaker than demonic energy, soul flowers could enhance both physical and magical power. To Berger, they were hidden treasures waiting to be claimed. Gordon immediately voiced concern. Searching for spirit blossoms in the Urgus Mountains was like hunting a needle in a living, murderous wilderness. Berger acknowledged the danger calmly. Finding them would be difficult without a powerful mana detector. The search could take years. For him, monsters alone were not a concern. Before Berger could continue his discussion with Gordon, a gentle knock echoed through the chamber. Princess Ernan Hildurin peeked inside with a bright, carefree face. Perched atop her head was a small blue slime, wobbling happily like gelatin. Both Berger and Gordon posed for a brief moment, as an idea struck them hard. Without hesitation, she darted back into the hallway with Bursa, laughing as wind spirits swirled playfully around her. For someone who had been kidnapped, she appeared to be enjoying herself far too much. She admitted that she had been bored lately and reminded Berger of the promise he had made earlier to let her decorate the 4th floor however she wished. Berger blinked in surprise. She had already done exactly that. What had once been a barren stone level had transformed into a lush natural sanctuary, overflowing with greenery, flowing mana and elemental harmony. It felt less like a Demon King's tower, and more like a secluded paradise. Berger found himself wondering how far her enthusiasm would go, and how strange it was that a princess was joyfully reshaping a Demon King's domain, as if it were her personal garden. Ernan smiled shyly, and admitted she had not expected to be allowed such freedom. She claimed she had simply wanted to check on him. Before she could say anything more, Berger suddenly lifted her into his arms. She gasped in surprise. Without warning, he launched himself into the sky. Her startled cry quickly turned into laughter as the clouds rushed past them. Her eyes widened in awe. She admitted softly that she had not seen any of this on the night of her abduction. Now floating above the world, she could finally see how breathtaking it truly was. As the sun rose, painting the sky in gold and crimson, she whispered in wonder at the sheer vastness of the world. A quiet ache stirred in her chest. Memories of palace life surfaced, endless etiquette lessons, rigid political lectures, relentless magical training. Day after day, her life had repeated in perfect monotony. She had believed she would spend her entire existence watching the world from afar, never touching it. She confessed that she might be the only person in her kingdom who had ever flown above the Urgus Mountains. Berger paid little attention to her sentiment. His focus returned to the task at hand. He reminded her of the mission she had been assigned. Ernan pouted briefly and asked that he at least call her by her name if they were to remain together for a long time. Berger agreed, but not without reminding her of her position. He warned that he could always throw her into the underground prison if she refused to cooperate. Startled, Ernan apologized immediately and summoned her wind and water spirits. The spirits scattered across the mountain range, searching for traces of mana. Berger trusted their senses far more than his own. Suddenly, Ernan cried out. She had sensed something. Berger descended instantly toward the location. Upon landing, he saw several hulking monsters gathered around a rare glowing flower. They had reached it first. He muttered that it seemed they had unexpected guests. Berger explained calmly that these were not ordinary monsters, but creatures of demonic origin, descendants of demons who had abandoned the demon realm centuries ago. He commanded them to obey the authority of a demon king and leave the flower untouched. The monsters erupted in laughter. They declared that they obeyed no demon, and recognized no king. Berja chuckled darkly. Gordon had been right. Expecting reason from monsters had been foolish. He resolved to incinerate them all. The beasts charged with savage howls, claws, and fangs gleaming with murderous intent. Flames roared as Berja answered their assault. Screams of burning flesh echoed through the frozen air. One monster spotted Ernan and shouted for the others to strike the weakest target first. The entire horde surged toward her like an avalanche. Before any could reach her, a blazing inferno erupted from Berja's hands, reducing them to ash instantly. The battlefield fell silent. Charred and frozen corpses littered the snow. Berja alone remained standing. Amid the destruction, Ernan spotted a radiant crimson blossom buried beneath the ice. Its aura shimmered with pure water and ice mana, captivating her instantly. Berja warned her not to grow greedy. He promised she would receive one, if she managed to find more. Her eyes sparkled with renewed enthusiasm. But despite searching relentlessly with her spirits until exhaustion overtook her, no second flower appeared. They returned to the tower. As Berja rested, he reflected on Ernan's true value. As the first princess of Hilderin, she possessed far more potential than he had initially realized. He had once thought kidnapping her was a mistake. Now, he saw opportunity. At that moment, Gordon rushed in with urgent news. Granada had sent a rapid transmission. Hilan Cargill, accompanied by 32 additional heroes, had departed the capital. However, instead of heading directly toward the Urgus Mountains, they had chosen the traditional hero route, forming a party, completing village quests, and steadily strengthening themselves. Gordon presented several counter-strategies. Berja did not even look at them. He tossed the documents aside. He declared that no monsters or traps would be sent to obstruct the heroes. Gordon was stunned. Berja explained that half measures only made heroes stronger. Weak obstacles were nothing but training tools. Instead, he ordered Gordon to instruct Granada and the mercenary squad to accompany the heroes, establishing trust rather than hostility. Gordon could only stare in disbelief. Berja then announced his next move. He would reinforce the tower, but not through monsters. He would require a dwarf. Gordon protested immediately. An elf, a human princess, and now a dwarf inside a demon king's tower would turn them into a joke within the demon realm. Berja dismissed the concern. He did not need the dwarf himself, only what dwarves created. His strategy was simple. Heroes always expected the first floor to be weak, filled with low-level monsters. They would never expect heavy cannons. Dozens of them. As Gordon processed the absurdity of the plan, he blinked. Suddenly the Berja's throne was empty. He gone. Gordon shouted in disbelief, convinced the Demon King had gone off to kidnap someone else. After a long journey, Berja Deus finally arrived at the great dwarven city of Wulfner. Massive stone buildings carved directly into the mountain walls loomed overhead. The moment Berja stepped inside, fragments of distant memories stirred within him. He had fought dwarves countless times in his previous life, yet this was his first time setting foot in their homeland. Without hesitation, he entered a nearby shop and placed several gold coins on the counter. Calmly, he asked the dwarf merchant where the most renowned blacksmith in Wulfner could be found. The merchant's eyes lit up at the sight of the gold. With an amused grin, he remarked that for a human, Berja clearly understood the language of business. Berja replied indifferently that he had simply heard dwarves loved money just as much as heroes. The merchant burst into laughter and gave him clear directions. Deeper within the city lay a massive central shaft. According to the merchant, Wulfner operated a two-step security system, identification checks followed by transport to designated underground levels. Berja ignored all of it. Instead of waiting, he leapt straight down into the shaft, landing effortlessly on the lowest level. He remembered the final instruction clearly: when you reach the deepest floor, look for the innermost chamber. Berja pushed open a heavy iron door. Inside, a dwarf with a powerful build worked rhythmically at a forge, hammer striking molten metal with flawless precision. This was Logar Friedrich, the legendary blacksmith of Wulfner. Even at a glance, Berja could tell that Logar's craftsmanship was exceptional. Every movement flowed naturally, each strike infused with refined technique. Berja extended his hand, prepared to seize the dwarf instantly. At that exact moment, Logar's hammer struck the metal again, and an explosion of fire erupted outward, flooding the room. Logar had sensed Berja's demonic aura. In the same breath, the dwarf leapt high, swinging his massive hammer down with full force. The weapon stopped against Berja's bare hand. With a cold gaze, Berja asked whether Logar was a hero. Logar introduced himself proudly as Logar Friedrich, a blacksmith who had inherited heroic power. Enraged, he demanded to know how a demon had entered dwarven territory, and swore that Berja would not leave Wulfner alive. Berja smiled faintly, and remarked that someone so weak spoke far too much. Grabbing Logar by the neck, he corrected him calmly. He was not merely a demon, he was the Demon King. Logar's hammer slipped from his grasp and crashed onto the floor. At that moment, two dwarven guards burst into the workshop, apologizing for the disturbance and asking about the explosion. But the room was empty. Lager Friedrich had vanished. High above Wolfner, Bergie sat casually atop a rooftop, gripping Loger by the collar. Below them, alarm bells rang violently as the entire city erupted into chaos. News spread rapidly that Loger Friedrich had been abducted. Bergia warned him calmly that if he made too much noise, he would be killed. Trembling, Loger asked if Bergia had come to abduct the dwarven princess. Bergia dismissed the idea and instead questioned him about something else. Wolfner's hidden underground escape tunnels, constructed for emergencies. Lager's face went pale. He became convinced the Demon King truly intended to target the princess. Fear overwhelmed him as he realized how far things had escalated. Dangling helplessly from Bergia's grip, he trembled as the Demon King made his threat clear. If Loger refused to cooperate, then the dwarven princess would be taken in his place. Tears welled in Lager's eyes. He cursed Bergia as a vile creature, yet inside he knew he was cornered. Bergia leaned closer and whispered that if Lager cooperated, his safety would be guaranteed. Sworn upon the Demon King's standard, Lager froze. Such an oath was absolute. No Demon King would dare violate it. When Loger opened his eyes again, his expression had changed. Forcing an awkward smile, he agreed to guide Bergia through the dwarves' secret underground passages. Back inside the abandoned workshop, heavily armed dwarven soldiers gathered in fury. Behind them stood Princess Louise Werft. She had arrived expecting her weapon to be completed, only to find her blacksmith gone. A soldier reported cautiously that all evidence pointed to Loger Friedrich being kidnapped. Princess Louise snapped, demanding how a hero could possibly be abducted. Another soldier muttered that while Loger was technically a hero, he was still primarily a blacksmith. She silenced them instantly with a glare. Princess Louise ordered an immediate search, threatening severe punishment if they returned empty-handed. The soldiers saluted and rushed out as the city of Wolfner descended further into chaos. Deep beneath Wolfner, Loger Friedrich guided Bergia through a cramped underground tunnel carved by his hands many ages ago. The passage was so narrow that Loger had to crawl ahead, while Bergia followed directly behind. The confined space and the unavoidable view ahead steadily worsened the Demon King's mood. Bergia voiced his irritation coldly, questioning how long he was expected to endure such an undignified situation. Lager apologized repeatedly, explaining that dwarven escape tunnels were intentionally designed this way to prevent intruders from advancing quickly. He reassured Bergia that they were close to the exit. At last, they emerged beyond the fortified city of Wolfner. As soon as they reached open ground, Loger straightened up and nervously announced that his role was finished. Before Loger could turn away, Bergia's presence shifted. A dense, oppressive aura spread outward. Loger froze in place. Bergia remarked calmly that the dwarf was being far too loud for someone in his position. Panic flooded Lager's face as he reminded Bergia of the oath sworn earlier upon the Demon King's standard, the promise of safety in exchange for cooperation. Bergia responded with a faint smile and questioned what meaningless standard Loger was referring to. He claimed indifference toward such rules. Tears welled in Loger's eyes as disbelief overtook him. He cried out internally at what kind of Demon King could disregard even a sacred oath. Bergia extended a hand crackling with power, and calmly considered what to do with him. Loger collapsed to his knees, trembling. Desperation took over. He begged for mercy, insisting that he was extremely valuable. He claimed no dwarf could rival his metallurgy, and swore he could forge any weapon the Demon King desired. Bergia questioned him again, asking whether a hero like him was truly willing to serve a Demon King. Loger nodded frantically. He offered himself as a secret subordinate, even as a spy within Wolfner. He insisted he could act as a hidden blade whenever Bergia required it. When Bergia asked whether he was willing to swear allegiance, Loger immediately praised the Demon King and pledged loyalty, though deep inside he cursed him. In truth, Loger had no intention of genuine submission. His plan was to survive, escape, and assemble a dwarven pursuit force to hunt Bergia down. He believed sparing him would become Bergia's greatest mistake. Before that thought could fully form, the world twisted. In an instant, Loger found himself standing inside a vast natural park, the fourth floor of Bergia's tower. Shock left him frozen. He could not comprehend how he had been transported from the outskirts of Wolfner so effortlessly. Nearby, Gordon Dyrek panicked at the sight of the dwarf, whispering that even a dwarven blacksmith counted as a hero. A communication crystal activated moments later, projecting Granada, who froze in disbelief upon seeing Loger present. Bergia dismissed the report casually and ordered it postponed. Soon after, Princess Hilderin approached Loger, asking whether he had come to rescue her. One glance at his terrified expression told her otherwise. Loger finally erupted in confusion, demanding why he was still here when he had been promised mercy. Bergia corrected him calmly. No promise of release had ever been made. He explained that after Loger swore allegiance, he had simply been rendered unconscious and brought to the tower. Allowing a panicked dwarf to wander free would have been irresponsible. Realization dawned on Loger. His forced smile collapsed into helpless outrage, but his protests ended when Bergia asked whether he was pleased to serve as his subordinate. Logar, eyes watering and face contorted, forced a cheerful response and claimed he was delighted. Burji then issued Logar's first command. Logar asked fearfully what task awaited him. Burji stated that Logar was to install a large number of cannons on the first floor of the tower, weapons designed specifically to annihilate approaching heroes. Elsewhere, Granada reported through a holographic link that rumors were spreading rapidly among hero parties. The new Demon King was believed to wield black flames, prompting heroes to equip fire-resistant gear. Another rumor claimed the Demon King had not deployed demonic beasts because he was afraid, and his silence was being interpreted as weakness. Burji reacted without visible emotion. He remarked that the heroes had not yet lost their killing intent. Whether driven by glory or profit, none of them would gain anything from this journey. Before ending the transmission, he ordered Granada to continue monitoring the heroes closely. Back inside the tower, Burji instructed Logar Friedrich to construct fire cannons on the first floor, but imposed one strict rule: mana stones were forbidden. Logar panicked, arguing that such weapons would be ineffective without mana stones. Burji cut him off sharply, stating that solving the problem was Logar's responsibility. Heroes possessed extraordinary mana perception, and any mana-based trap would be detected instantly. That was precisely why mana stones could not be used. When Logar attempted to protest again, Burji calmly formed a sphere of black magic in his hand. He reminded Logar that he had been brought here because he was considered the greatest blacksmith. Failure would simply result in replacement. Terrified, Logar revealed an alternative. He claimed to have invented a device capable of completely concealing mana traces. Developing it had taken 3 years, and the prototype remained in his workshop in Wolfner. Burji questioned whether this was another lie. Logar swore desperately that it was true. After a brief silence, Burji chose to believe him, but only with insurance. A purple runed collar was fastened around Logar's neck. Burji explained calmly that the device could sever his head instantly if activated and also distorted perception, preventing others from clearly seeing Logar's face. Any attempt to remove it would be treated as a choice of death. Understanding the situation fully, Logar collapsed in terror and swore he would never touch the collar. After issuing his orders, Burji Deus departed alongside Logar Friedrich, traveling across several kingdoms to procure rare supplies and mana-compatible materials. The journey lasted nearly a full month. During that time, Burji stored everything they acquired within his spatial pocket, carefully preserving the components needed for his preparations. Once their task was complete, they returned to Wolfner, the dwarven underground city. Inside the city, a massive boulder suddenly crashed down near a group of dwarves. At the center of the commotion stood Princess Louise Werft, her fury unmistakable. She shouted that a month and a half had already passed, yet the dwarves had still failed to locate Logar. She berated them mercilessly, demanding to know how much longer she was expected to remain patient. An elderly dwarf stepped forward nervously and explained that Logar had excavated countless underground tunnels over the years. Their forces were investigating every passage, but it was highly likely that he had already escaped the city. Louise snapped back immediately, declaring that of course he would flee. It would have been idiotic for him to remain behind. She stated with absolute certainty that Logar had been kidnapped. In a sudden outburst, she grabbed the old dwarf by the face and lifted him off the ground, coldly announcing that she would grant them 2 weeks. If the kidnapper was not found by then, every one of them would die. Terrified, the old dwarf swore they would succeed. Louise released him and barked orders at the soldiers, commanding them to collapse every tunnel Logar had ever created. The dwarves scrambled to obey. As the soldiers rushed off, attention returned to Princess Louise. Her physique was anything but ordinary. Her body radiated overwhelming physical power, far beyond what a normal dwarf should possess. Before her rested an unfinished sword, still unshaped. She stared at it bitterly, thinking that the weapon should already have been hers if Logar had not disappeared. Clenching the blade tightly, she muttered that Logar was not allowed to die, not before completing her weapon. At that moment, one of Logar's secret tunnels opened quietly behind her. Louise sensed movement instantly and spun around. Due to the face distortion interference, she could not recognize the figure who emerged, but she immediately identified the tunnel itself. Only Logar knew of such passages. She demanded to know whether the man standing before her was Logar. Logar froze. Panic overtook him as he barely managed to address her by title in a trembling voice. Louise cracked her knuckles, rage surging, and barked that the bastard had dared to return alive. Golden vines of aura flared violently around her body as she accused him of hiding because he did not want to forge her weapon. Through tears, Logar denied the accusation, insisting she had misunderstood. That only enraged her further. She reminded him sharply that she was a princess, and accused him of insulting her by claiming she was mistaken. She declared that from that moment onward, he would be her slave, bound to forge weapons for her for the rest of his life. Golden aura surged around her fist as she prepared to strike, stating that she would punish him first for running away. Before her punch could land, a violent blast erupted between them. Princess Louise was sent flying backward, crashing into the ground. She recovered instantly, planting one hand down and regaining her balance with ease. As the dust settled, Berger Deos stepped forward calmly and ordered Logar to retrieve the equipment immediately. Louise glared at the newcomer, unable to discern his identity due to the interference effect. She demanded to know who he was and why he was helping a dwarf. Berger replied in a flat, emotionless tone, introducing himself simply as the master of the blacksmith she had been extorting. Louise launched herself into the air, rage blazing across her face. She shouted that the blacksmith was her slave and would forge her weapon for the rest of his life. The two clashed mid-air, exchanging blows at terrifying speed as shockwaves tore through the chamber. During the barrage, Berger spotted an opening and swung his leg toward her neck. To his surprise, Louise caught the strike mid-air with one hand. The sheer strength behind her grip made his eyes narrow. Before he could recover, she countered with a brutal punch, sending him crashing upward into the ceiling. She turned her head slightly and informed Logar that it was now his turn. That was when Berger reappeared, seizing Louise by the head and slamming her downward. The two exchanged blows at monstrous speed, golden and violet energies colliding as debris filled the air. Their clash resembled a battle between Calamity-class beings rather than mortals. Berger recognized her clearly. She was Princess Louise Werft, a monster among dwarves. Though not officially a hero, her strength was exceptional. Even before his regression, she had been among the strongest individuals he knew, far stronger than she currently was. He calculated quickly. If allowed to grow further, she would become a serious threat. Killing her now would be the logical choice, but doing so would require unleashing his full demonic power. In his weakened state, that was a dangerous gamble. If her soldiers witnessed his true strength, his identity as the Demon King would be exposed. Meanwhile, Logar worked frantically in the background, dismantling a massive structure. During a brief opening, Berger demanded to know whether everything was ready. Logar replied in panic that he was still dismantling the device, a massive mana phantom machine designed to erase and conceal mana traces. The mechanism was far larger than expected. Berger snarled that if Logar valued his life, he had 1 minute to finish. From the opposite side, Louise's aura flared violently as she demanded to know who had given them permission to interfere. Berger glanced toward Logar and stated coldly that if the situation deteriorated further, he would abandon him without hesitation. Pale with terror, Logar swore that he was nearly done. Berger clenched his jaw. He had no idea how much longer he could continue fighting without drawing upon his full demonic reserves. Every passing second pushed him closer to exposure. As both combatants' mana collapsed at a terrifying rate, Princess Louise shouted that she did not care where Berger had come from. He would not leave this place alive. She then turned her fury toward Logar Friedrich, threatening to break his legs so he could never escape again. Berger laughed darkly, remarking that she sounded more like a demon king than he did. He told her to give up, declaring that he was taking both her blacksmith and all the equipment with him. At that moment, Logar shouted that the dismantling was complete. The instant the machine was disabled, the flow of mana shifted violently. Louise snarled that she would no longer hold back if Logar believed he could simply return and steal what belonged to her. Berger seized the opening. He drove his foot straight into Louise's chest, sending her crashing downward as a violent explosion tore through the chamber. Without hesitation, Berger opened his subspace pocket and ordered Logar to move immediately. Louise rose from the dust, declaring that such attacks were meaningless against her. Her words faltered when she realized that Berger, Logar, and the machine were all gone. Moments later, her soldiers arrived and demanded an explanation. Louise scoffed at them, calling them slow and asking whether they intended to arrive only after she was dead. She ordered them to pursue Logar through the tunnels at once, then stopped. The tunnels had already been collapsed. Grinding her teeth, Louise understood the truth. Logar never intended to return and forge her weapon. A cold smile spread across her face as winds swept through the ruined chamber. She declared the situation far more interesting than she had expected and swore that she would personally hunt him down, even if she had to scour the entire continent. When she found him, Logar Friedrich would regret everything he had done. After escaping Wolfner, Berger and Logar transported the mana phantom machine to Berger's tower. The moment the massive device was brought inside, Gordon frowned deeply. He had been in the middle of cleaning and immediately complained, asking what that enormous object was. Princess Ernan, standing nearby, was equally stunned by its size. Berger answered calmly that it was a magical tool essential for stopping the heroes. Soon after, Logar announced that the installation of the mana phantom machine was complete. Berger was visibly surprised. It had been finished far faster than expected. He ordered Logar to activate it, warning him that after all the effort required to acquire and transport the machine, it had better be worth it. Panicking slightly, Logar assured him that it would work, and immediately activated the device. At once, the mana phantom machine began drawing mana from the surrounding area. Blue energy surged upward, filling the tower with an overwhelming presence. Gordon and Princess Ernan stared in shock as the air itself trembled. Suddenly, Berger's system activated. It announced that the tower had recognized the mana phantom machine, and that synchronization required 10,000 points. Burja was startled to learn that the tower possessed a synchronization system, but without hesitation, he chose to pay the cost himself. The system immediately announced that 11,182 points had been consumed, and that the mana phantom machine had now recognized Demon King Burja Dayas as its master. At that moment, the machine's power source was completely converted from mana to demonic energy. Before Burja could even comment, Logar burst out in excitement. He shouted that he had never imagined merging the machine with the tower was possible, let alone changing its power source. He declared it the discovery of the century. Burja was stunned. Even the creator of the machine had not known this outcome was possible. Soon after, Burja stepped aside and instructed Princess Ernan to use her magic. Delighted, she asked whether she could cast any spell she wished. Burja gave his permission without restriction. Princess Ernan immediately summoned all 4 elements: fire, water, wind, and earth. The elements swirled violently above the tower. Gordon panicked, yelling that he had just finished cleaning the place. Yet Burja noticed something strange. Normally, a spell of that magnitude would be detectable from afar. Now he could neither see nor sense anything happening inside the tower. There was no mana fluctuation, no presence at all. Burja realized that this was the effect of the tower synchronized with the mana phantom machine. Testing it further, he poured demonic energy into the tower itself. In an instant, the tower vanished. Startled, Burja activated his demonic energy again, and the tower reappeared. He understood then that he could hide the entire tower at will in exchange for demonic energy, though the cost made it impractical for constant use. A faint smile crossed his face. This power would be extremely useful in the future. Inside the tower, Logar shouted joyfully, barely containing his excitement. Hugging the massive device like a priceless treasure, he begged for permission to examine both the tower and the mana phantom machine in detail, declaring it a historic discovery, unlike anything ever recorded. Burja granted permission on one condition. If Logar's traps failed to wipe out the heroes on the first floor, that permission would be revoked. Logar swore fervently that he would sweep away the heroes without fail and plunged into his work with renewed fervor. While Logar busied himself, Burja moved to a quieter corner of the tower with Princess Ernan. He explained that he wanted her to confront the heroes who managed to reach the 4th floor. Princess Ernan blinked in surprise, then tilted her head, asking whether he truly intended for her to fight the heroes. She reminded him that she was a princess. Burja replied calmly that she was also a genius spiritist, and someone who had no intention of returning to her royal home. Inwardly, Burja wondered whether assigning her such a role was unreasonable. She was still an innocent princess, someone who did not fully understand how cruel the world could be. But Princess Ernan was already lost in thought, considering how she should fight, her 4 elements swirling faintly around her. Seeing her enthusiasm, Burja adjusted his plan. He told her that she would not need to fight seriously. Her role was to filter the heroes, reveal herself as an enemy, and delay them. If things went well, he would grant her whatever she desired. Princess Ernan's eyes lit up. She agreed, but added one condition of her own. She asked Burja to introduce her as a subordinate of the Demon King, not as a human princess. Burja was momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, he agreed. It was a small demand. Hearing his answer, Ernan smiled brightly and teased whether she should seduce the heroes using her looks. Burja shut the idea down immediately, instructing her to do only what he had ordered, nothing more. Later, Burja reviewed the information spread across multiple system windows. With all preparations complete, he calmly evaluated their chances. The mass cannons installed on the 1st floor would drastically thin the hero ranks. On the 4th floor, Princess Ernan Hilderon would serve as bait to finish off those who survived. Even so, Burja knew it still was not enough. The invading heroes numbered more than 200. As things stood, even he could not personally slaughter half of them. With a quiet sigh, Burja summoned the Spirit Blossom Flower, now completely tainted by demonic energy. He stared at it in silence. Spirit blossoms corrupted by demonic energy were especially effective against both demons and heroes alike. If this war was to be won, he would need to grow stronger himself, and that meant acquiring more of them. Burja informed Princess Ernan that they would search the surrounding area. She reacted with visible excitement and followed him eagerly across the snowfields. After a long search, Princess Ernan finally admitted that she could not sense a single spirit blossom nearby. Burja frowned inwardly. This was already their 3rd attempt. He concluded that perhaps their earlier success had simply been luck. Princess Ernan, however, felt uneasy. It was far too strange that not even one spirit blossom could be found in a region where they should naturally grow. At that moment, a figure stepped into their path. An orc emerged from the snow. Seeing the familiar pale-skinned orc, Burja's demonic energy surged instinctively. He muttered that he was already tired of dealing with orcs. Yet instead of attacking, the orc suddenly dropped to one knee, planting his fist against the frozen ground. In a deep, resonant voice, the orc introduced himself as Krutu, chieftain of the Blue Frost tribe. He bowed his head and formally greeted the Demon King, declaring that his tribe wished to be accepted as Burja's kin. Behind him, his tribesmen followed suit, kneeling one by one and repeating the same pledge. Burja was caught off guard. He demanded to know why they wished to become his kin. Still kneeling, Krutu explained that his tribe's ancestors had once been demons who betrayed the demon realm. Because of that ancient sin, they carried the burden of corruption. To atone, he begged Burja to grant them the honor of serving him. Burja cut him off sharply, dismissing the flattering words. He stated bluntly that they simply wished to grow stronger by becoming kin of the Demon King. After all, orcs were far better suited to demonic energy than spirit blossoms ever could be. Krutu did not deny it. Instead, he signaled to one of his warriors. The orc stepped forward carrying a sealed box. When it was opened, 3 spirit blossom flowers were revealed inside. Burja was genuinely shocked. He immediately understood why none could be found in the wild. Krutu had come fully prepared, not only with a rehearsed explanation, but with a calculated offering. For a pale orc, this level of foresight was unusual. Krutu explained that in order to survive the brutal snowfields, the Blue Frost tribe had learned to value wisdom over brute strength. Burja observed that they had come not merely seeking power, but because they understood the meaning of strength. Lowering his head even further, Krutu silently accepted that judgment. After a brief pause, Burja smiled faintly. Summoning his demonic energy, he declared that he would accept only Krutu as his kin. A red mist gathered around Krutu, enveloping his body. A demonic mark burned itself into his chest as the contract was sealed. When the transformation ended, Krutu had fully evolved into one of the Demon King's kin. Burja ordered him to roam the snowfields, expand his tribe, and act according to his will. If they remained loyal, Burja promised rewards far greater than mere strength. Krutan knelt once more, and vowed absolute loyalty. Behind him, the Blue Frost tribe echoed his oath in unison. Sometime later, Burja was seated upon his throne, silently observing the system interface. Everything was laid out clearly. Outside, the Orc Legion formed the first defensive line. On the first floor, Loger Friedrich had completed the installation of 60 mounted cannons, all primed for activation. On the 4th floor, Princess Ernan waited as the final trap. Every piece was now in place. Burja leaned back slightly, his expression darkening. Inwardly, he welcomed their arrival. The heroes who had humiliated him in his previous life would finally pay for it. The scene shifted. At the foot of Ergust Mountain, Hero Hillen Cargill stood beside Granada and announced that they had finally arrived. Before them stretched the gathered hero army, ranks upon ranks assembled in full force. That night, at the Holton Outpost, the main staging ground near Mount Ergust, a grand celebration was underway. Long banquet tables filled the hall, piled high with food and drink. At the center of the hall, seated on an elevated platform, was Hero Hillen Cargill. Beside him sat Granada and the Fortress Master of Holton. Raising his glass, the Fortress Master thanked Hillen for leading the heroes this far, and declared it an honor to stand on the same page of history as the man destined to slay the Demon King. Hillen responded politely, expressing his gratitude for the banquet and Holton's support. The Fortress Master rose again and asked Hillen to address the heroes before the final ascent. The hall fell silent as all eyes turned toward him. Hillen slowly stood, with a sharp, resolute expression. He declared that the long-awaited expedition had reached its final stage. The Demon King, perhaps frightened by the united march of heroes, had not sent a single monster to intercept them, but that, he warned, only meant they must not lower their guard. Raising his wine glass high, Hillen proclaimed that the day had finally come, the day they would punish the foolish Demon King for daring to kidnap Princess Ernan of the Kingdom of Hildurin. He demanded to know who they were, and who truly ruled this world. The hall erupted. Heroes raised their fists and voices together, shouting for justice, shouting for victory. Seated beside Hero Hillen, Granada observed the celebration in silence. Inwardly, he acknowledged that everything was unfolding exactly as the Demon King had predicted. The number of heroes had neither increased nor decreased, yet their confidence had grown dangerously high. Granada glanced toward Hillen. Hillen's popularity alone had carried the expedition this far. He had secured merchant sponsorships, stabilized supply routes, and prevented deserters from abandoning the march when fear took hold. Without him, the expedition would have collapsed long ago. Granada then recalled the last time he had seen the Demon King's tower. It had been completely empty. If it remained that way, the Demon King would fall. The thought unsettled him. For a fleeting moment, a ridiculous idea crossed his mind, whether he should strike the heroes down himself from behind. He immediately rejected it. If the subjugation succeeded, he would finally be free. Excusing himself, Granada left the hall and stepped onto the balcony for fresh air. Beneath the night sky, he activated his communication device and reported quietly that the heroes had arrived at Holton. After a brief resupply, they would begin climbing Mount Ergust the next day. The Demon King's response was calm. Once the heroes left Holton, Granada was no longer required to maintain contact. Instead, he was instructed to observe carefully. He was warned not to lower his guard at night, and was given one final, cryptic order. When the heroes opened the tower, he was to stay far away from it. The connection ended. Granada stared at the device, confusion and unease tightening in his chest. Before he could process the warning, Hillen appeared, smiling warmly, and asked why Granada was standing alone. Startled, Granada replied that he merely needed fresh air. Hillen handed him a drink, explaining that it was fruit wine favored by elves. Granada accepted it with thanks. Hillen studied him briefly and remarked that Granada seemed troubled. After a moment's hesitation, Granada asked quietly whether Hillen truly believed they would succeed in subduing the Demon King. Hillen admitted honestly that he did not know. Subjugating a Demon King's tower had never been easy. Not once in history had it gone smoothly. Granada pressed further, mentioning that Hillen had once defeated the Demon King of Lust and absorbed his power. Compared to that, a newly risen Demon King should be easier. Almost casually, he asked how Hillen had truly killed the Demon King of Lust. Hillen's expression froze. After a brief pause, he smiled and replied that it had only been possible because of brave comrades, people like Granada who always stood at the front, shielding others from monsters. Placing a firm hand on Granada's shoulder, Hillen stated confidently that he would lead the way tomorrow, and Granada would protect his flank. Together, victory was assured. Granada nodded and agreed to follow the plan. As they returned to the hall, Hillen mentioned that the fortress master wished to hear stories of his past exploits. Granada walked ahead. Behind him, Hillen stopped. His expression shifted completely. With a faint, unsettling smile, Hillen murmured to himself that it was true. He had always relied on brave comrades. The next morning, the hero's long-awaited departure began. As the massive force marched toward the Urgest Mountains, crowds gathered along the roads leading out of Holton. People shouted blessings and encouragement, urging the heroes to remain strong and return alive. Their voices carried hope, desperation, and the weight of countless lives placed upon the heroes' shoulders. Before long, the army reached the Urgest Mountain Gorge. Two enormous ice cliffs towered on either side, forming a narrow passage leading deeper into the mountains. Frost coated the stone walls, yet the air remained strangely calm, nothing matching the region's terrifying reputation. Some heroes whispered their surprise. Others admitted they had expected far harsher conditions. From their perspective, it seemed possible they might reach the Demon King's tower without facing major resistance. Confidence spread. Another joked that the rumors of disaster-class monsters had been exaggerated. Someone remarked that with Hillen leading them, even monsters would hesitate to appear. That confidence shattered instantly. A thick, unfamiliar liquid dripped onto one hero's head. Confused, he touched it and stared at the purple viscous substance coating his fingers. Unease crept over him as he slowly looked upward. Dozens of ghoul monsters clung to the icy cliffs above. Their grotesque bodies crawled along the stone walls. Panic surged through the formation. Before chaos could erupt, Hillen stepped forward and asserted control. He ordered the heroes not to panic and instructed them to protect the comrades beside them. His calm authority cut through the fear. Under his command, shields were raised, ranks tightened, and mages repositioned toward the rear. At the front of the gorge, a frost giant emerged. The colossal creature advanced slowly, its towering body dwarfing the surrounding cliffs. With every step, the ground trembled, and an oppressive pressure bore down upon the heroes. The sheer presence of the monster made breathing difficult. Hero Hillen Cargill recognized the danger instantly. Without hesitation, he ordered a full retreat from the gorge. Some heroes faltered, confused, wondering whether Hillen intended to face such a monster alone. His actions answered them before any words could. Hillen surged forward. The frost giant reacted immediately, swinging its massive arm downward in an attempt to crush him. At the last possible moment, Hillen leapt, landing atop the giant's wrist just as its hands smashed into the cliff wall. Ice and stone exploded outward in a violent shockwave. Using the giant's arm as a foothold, Hillen sprinted upward toward its head. In a single blink, his blade flashed. With terrifying speed and precision, he carved through the frost giant's body. The monster was torn apart before it could even recover. Hillen wasted no time. He urged the heroes to move immediately. They fled the gorge, gasping for breath as they regrouped outside. Behind them, the frost giant's frozen remains stood like a wall, preventing the ghoul monsters from pursuing any further. As the heroes steadied themselves, disbelief rippled through the ranks. Some reflected on the absurdity of surviving dozens of ghouls and a frost giant, taller than the cliffs themselves. Others muttered that humans were never meant to tread such a land. Even the Demon King's tower, they admitted, had not felt this oppressive. Yet their casualties were minimal. Many silently acknowledged the truth. Without Hillen's intervention, the outcome would have been catastrophic. Whispers spread as the heroes looked toward him. They recalled the legend that Hillen had once slain the Demon King of Lust and absorbed its power. If those stories were true, then perhaps he truly stood on a level comparable to a Demon King. Trust in Hillen solidified. As long as they followed him, they believed they would survive. Nearby, Granada stood silently, still catching his breath. Watching Hillen, a single thought settled heavily in his mind. If it was him, then maybe the Demon King could truly be defeated. As the heroes pressed deeper along the icy cliffs, the brief relief vanished almost immediately. Figures appeared along the ridge ahead, orcs. One of them raised a crude horn-like instrument and blew into it with tremendous force. The sound rolled across the mountains like thunder, echoing endlessly through the cliffs. Unease spread through the heroes. Some realized grimly that they had not been given even a moment to rest after the previous battle. Granada identified them at once. These were not ordinary orcs. They were polar orcs, creatures adapted to extreme cold and far more dangerous than their common kin. Hillen sensed something else entirely. From the orcs' bodies, he felt the unmistakable presence of demonic energy. That realization confirmed it. These were not mere monsters. They were subordinates of the Demon King. At the forefront stood their leader Krutu, newly sworn kin of Demon King Burjadeus. Krutu watched the heroes from above with cold, unwavering eyes. The heroes were being welcomed into the Urgest Mountains in the cruelest way possible. Hillen judged the orcs as manageable opponents and prepared to cut through them swiftly, but Granada felt something deeply wrong. The horn had not been blown merely as a signal. It was a trigger. A memory struck him like lightning. Burja's earlier words, "Watch the show." Only now did the meaning become clear. High above, Krutu remained motionless, observing the unfolding chaos with absolute certainty. None of them, he believed, would reach the tower. Before anyone could react, a deep rumble shook the mountains. A massive wall of snow and ice tore down the mountain slopes, devouring everything in its path. An avalanche. Granada's mind raced in panic. There was no tactical response to something like this. With desperation flooding his thoughts, he urged the heroes to flee. Formation shattered instantly. Heroes screamed as they ran for their lives. Some slipped on the ice. Others were nearly swallowed as the rushing snow closed in behind them. Far away, inside the Demon King's tower, Burjay observed everything through his system interface. On the floating windows before him, the heroes were reduced to scattered figures fleeing in blind terror. Panic, disorder, and despair filled the display. Burjay smiled faintly. He welcomed them to his domain. This time, however, he had no intention of merely repelling them. He intended to hunt them down. Inwardly, he reflected that he had already warned Granada of 3 crucial things. The first had been simple: watch the snow while climbing the mountain. When the avalanche finally ceased, snow blanketed the gorge, burying bodies, equipment, and shattered hopes alike. Survivors struggled to regroup, their voices trembling with fear and disbelief. A grim realization spread among them. The polar orcs had caused the avalanche deliberately. After hastily establishing a temporary camp, Hillen ordered the survivors to search for comrades swept away by the snow. Though his voice remained firm, the strain was unmistakable. Within the tower, Burjay observed calmly. The second warning soon followed: never let your guard down at night. As darkness fell, monsters emerged. Ghouls crawled from the shadows. Orcs advanced in coordinated groups. Fear spread as the heroes understood the truth. This was not chaos. It was a pattern. An avalanche by day, a monster horde by night. Granada clenched his teeth in silent fury, inwardly cursing the Demon King. Burjay smiled. If this cycle continued, exhaustion would take root. Despair would follow, and eventually, the heroes would break. 3 days passed after the heroes entered the Urgest Mountains. Their numbers fell at an alarming rate. From 511, only 256 remained. When the survivors finally reached the highest summit, confusion and anger erupted. The peak was completely empty. There was no tower. Hero Hillen Cargill stood at the front, barely restraining his frustration. A Demon King's tower not being placed somewhere visible defied every rule he had ever known. Such an obvious dominant location should never have been avoided. From behind him, a familiar voice spoke. Wharton, one of Hillen's most trusted subordinates, stepped forward. His expression was grim as he declared that they should retreat. He admitted his regret but stated plainly that the expedition had already failed. Preserving the remaining lives, he said, mattered more than pride or ambition. Hillen clenched his jaw. Anger and doubt surged within him. 6 days after entering the Urgest Mountains, they finally found it. The Demon King's tower. It was hidden deep within a massive basin, completely concealed from all vantage points above. By the time the heroes reached it, their numbers had fallen once more. Only 52 remained. Driven by rage, 2 heroes rushed forward and forced open the tower's gate, convinced that whatever lay inside would be crushed immediately. The first floor appeared to contain nothing but weak monsters. From his throne, Burjadias calmly reflected on his final warning to Granada. He had told him to keep his distance when the heroes opened the tower. The moment the gate fully opened, massive structures revealed themselves. Cannons, dozens of them. The heroes froze in shock as overwhelming energy gathered within the barrels, power sufficient to erase everything standing before them in a single volley. The explosion swallowed the battlefield. When the smoke finally cleared, Berger observed the scene through his system windows, and noted inwardly that even such overwhelming firepower had failed to finish Hillen Cargill. On the first floor, Hillen stood alone. Every one of his subordinates was dead. Their shattered bodies lay scattered near the tower entrance, torn apart by the cannon barrage. Hillen himself remained standing. Rage boiled within him. Nothing about this tower, the Demon King, or the journey itself felt normal. Every expectation he had carried into this battle had been shattered one by one. At that moment, Granada emerged from outside the tower, calling out urgently. Hillen turned sharply, asking whether Granada was alive and unharmed. Granada explained that he had barely avoided the blast. Hillen studied his breathing, and confirmed that he was fine. Without hesitation, he declared that they would continue upward. Granada expressed concern, questioning whether the two of them alone could truly face what awaited above. In response, Hillen tightened his grip on his sword as it began to glow with power. With absolute conviction, he declared that he was the hero who had slain the Demon King of Lust and absorbed its power. To him, a newly born Demon King was nothing more than an inferior enemy. With Granada at his side, he claimed they were more than sufficient. Granada agreed outwardly, masking his true thoughts, and said they would proceed together. The second floor was empty. No monsters, no traps, no resistance. The third floor was the same. Only silence. Hillen clenched his teeth. A Demon King's tower should have been overflowing with monsters. This emptiness felt deeply wrong. Beside him, Granada's expression darkened. If both the second and third floors were empty, then the true threat had to be waiting above. When they reached the fourth floor, everything changed. Instead of stone corridors, a vast landscape unfolded before them. A forest filled with flowers, cliffs, and open terrain stretched endlessly in all directions. Hillen froze in disbelief. This did not feel like the inside of a tower at all. He questioned how such an environment could exist within a Demon King's domain, and whether they were truly still inside the tower. Granada admitted that it no longer felt like a tower either. Then a voice echoed through the forest. The heroes had finally arrived. Hillen froze. A figure stepped forward with exaggerated flair. It was Princess Ernan. She wore a revealing, flashy outfit and struck an overly dramatic pose, clearly attempting to conceal her identity. She introduced herself as one of the 4 heavenly kings who protected the Demon King, claiming to be a dark spirit and the hero's opponent. Despite the absurdity of the situation, her appearance was undeniably charming. Granada stood stunned. Hillen, however, narrowed his eyes. He questioned her identity directly, wondering aloud why the supposedly kidnapped princess would appear in such a form. Granada's tension spiked. He realized Hillen had recognized her and chose to remain silent, watching carefully. Princess Ernan denied being a princess, insisting that she was a dark spirit. As she spoke, all 4 elements, fire, water, wind, and earth, rose and hovered ominously around her body. She declared that this was the power of darkness. Hillen immediately understood the implication. This was the highest tier of spirit magic power that only Princess Ernan herself could wield. Such magic could not be used if she were under control. His thoughts spiraled. First the polorks, then the avalanche, then the night ambushes, the tower hidden in a basin, cannons on the first floor, empty second and third floors, and now Princess Ernan standing freely before him on the fourth. Hillen laughed bitterly, clenching his teeth. He no longer understood what was happening. His fury finally erupted. He demanded to know why the princess was attacking the heroes who had come to save her. If this was how things were going to be, he declared, then he would destroy everything in his path. At that moment, a presence manifested behind him. Black flames condensed in the Demon King's hand, forming a sphere of pure destruction. Before hero Hillen Cargill could react, the attack was released. The explosion erupted instantly. Black flames swallowed Hillen completely, devouring him in a torrent of demonic fire. When the flames slowly dispersed, the Demon King finally revealed himself. Stepping calmly into view, Berger Deus regarded the scene with quiet satisfaction. At last he could see hero Hillen Cargill's face clearly. Hillen was kneeling on the ground, one knee pressed into the earth. His breathing was heavy, ragged, yet his eyes still burned with defiance. Inwardly, he acknowledged that the Demon King had finally shown himself, and cursed the fact that Berger had managed to approach him so effortlessly. The realization cut deeply into his pride. He concluded bitterly that he still lacked strength. As his vision sharpened, Hillen noticed Granada standing behind the Demon King. In a sudden burst of speed, Hillen vanished from his position and reappeared behind Granada. Without hesitation, he placed a hand on Granada's shoulder. He declared that this was necessary, that combining their strength would solve everything. Granada did not understand what was happening. In the next instant, a horrifying sensation overtook him. His energy was violently drained from his body. Strength vanished from his limbs. His legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground like an empty shell. At the same time, Hillen rose to his feet. Power surged through him. With renewed vigor, Hillen reflected bitterly that he had already warned Granada. As long as Granada remained by his side, there would be no problem. This, he believed, was the inevitable outcome. Berja understood immediately. Hillen revealed it himself, emboldened by his stolen power. With twisted pride, he explained that the ring he wore was a forbidden artifact known as Elf Eater, a device capable of converting an elf's near-infinite vitality directly into mana. As Hillen placed one foot atop Granada's head, he justified his actions inwardly as a necessary sacrifice for the greater good. Granada, barely conscious and completely drained, could only mutter weakly, condemning Hillen as a swindler and a hypocrite. Berger smiled. He found the hypocrisy almost admirable. With quiet amusement, the Demon King thought that he liked how wild, ugly, and lowly Hillen Cargill truly was. Almost casually, Berger wondered whether removing the ring would be enough to reduce Hillen back to his former weakness. Hillen reacted with disbelief. He laughed arrogantly, convinced that Berger could never do such a thing. He believed that even the Demon King of Lust had failed to remove the ring, and that Berger would fare no better. Before Hillen could finish laughing, his arm was severed. There was no warning, no sensation, only a sudden, weightless absence. Hillen stared in shock as his severed hand still wearing the ring fell to the ground. Blood sprayed outward as pain finally caught up with him. He screamed, desperately trying to comprehend where his hand had gone. Then a figure appeared behind him. With cold indifference, Gordon remarked that Hillen was still alive, adding that he was rude and excessively nosy for a human. Stepping back, Gordon gave him space. Hillen staggered, instinctively dropping to one knee. For the first time, terror seeped into his thoughts. Even with a forbidden artifact, even after draining an elf dry, he had been dismantled with terrifying ease. What he now realized was far worse. This was not merely a high-ranking demon. Without warning, a hand settled firmly on Hillen's shoulder. Hillen froze. Berger leaned close, his presence overwhelming, and calmly conveyed that Hillen was not going anywhere. Hillen turned his head, his expression hollow as realization struck too late. There was no escape. Behind him loomed something monstrous, like a massive wolf poised to devour its prey. Black flames erupted. Berger unleashed his full demonic power. His smile widened as the flames expanded, swallowing the space around them. Hillen's thoughts spiraled into disbelief as he wondered what kind of demon king Berger truly was. With quiet finality, Berger decided that it was time for Hillen to receive a proper beating. The blow descended. A colossal explosion of black and violet energy erupted from the fourth floor of the tower, visible even from outside. The mountain itself shook violently. When the explosion finally subsided, Hero Hillen Cargill lay unconscious at the center of the devastated battlefield. His body was scorched, broken, and unmoving. Berger looked down at him calmly, almost impressed. Hillen was still alive. Berger issued his orders immediately. Hillen was to be restrained and thrown into the tower's prison. The remaining heroes who had collapsed outside the gate were to be captured and locked away as well. Nearby, Granada lay completely drained, his body trembling from exhaustion. Berger approached him and used a spirit blossom flower, restoring Granada's vitality instantly. As Granada regained consciousness, he noticed Berger offering another spirit blossom to Princess Ernan as well. A bitter realization crossed Granada's mind. The Demon King had used those precious spirit blossoms on him without hesitation. Moments later, Loger Friedrich's projection appeared. Berger acknowledged him with a brief nod and praised his work. He granted Loger permission to dismantle the tower mechanisms that were no longer necessary. Loger responded cheerfully, clearly delighted. Berger then issued his final instructions, ordering each subordinate to restore and maintain their assigned floors. Without another word, he turned and left. Granada watched him go, stunned. After such a fierce battle, the Demon King appeared completely unharmed, calm, composed, and unshaken. It was exactly what one would expect of a Demon King. Beside him, Princess Ernan remained silent, her gaze lingering thoughtfully. Granada asked whether something was wrong. She hesitated before answering that it was nothing, only that the Demon King seemed tired. Inside his private chamber, Berger Dace finally allowed himself to collapse. He slammed his hand against the floor and lay back, breathing heavily. A Demon King could never afford to show weakness in front of others. Only here alone could he release the strain. His thoughts drifted to Hero Hillen Cargill. So this was the strength of a 10-star hero. The 10 stars were known as the 10 strongest heroes on the continent. Even though Hillen Cargill was considered the weakest among them, his strength was still terrifying. Berger reflected calmly that he had barely used any demonic energy points to enhance himself in this life. If Hillen had faced him in perfect condition, the outcome of the battle would not have been so certain. The victory had not been achieved through brute force alone. Berger had exhausted Hillen first, dragging him through avalanches, night assaults, frost giants, ghouls, and relentless psychological pressure. His rhythm had been shattered, his confidence eroded, panic had replaced clarity. When Hillen's focus finally broke and his vision narrowed, that single opening was all Berger needed. Berger had struck with everything he had. Lying there in silence, Berger smiled faintly. This was a perfect victory, one achieved without relying on the overwhelming standards of a demon king's raw power. It was something he had never accomplished in his previous life. For the first time, he felt certain. Fate had changed. The future could be rewritten. And one day, he would take revenge on every hero who had killed him in his past life. The scene shifted to a press conference hall. Voices overlapped as questions were hurled toward the podium. Reporters demanded to know whether it was true that the heroes had given up after failing to locate the Demon King's tower. Others asked who would be held responsible for the apparent failure of the hero expedition. Standing firm, Hero Wharton addressed them. He stated clearly that the heroes had not failed yet. There was still hope. Hero Hillen Cargill, along with several other great heroes, had not abandoned the mission. They were still actively searching for the Demon King's tower. His words were delivered with conviction. News of the new Demon King spread rapidly across the continent. In a distant royal palace, Princess Ernan's father received the report. Upon reading it, he slammed his fist down in fury, shouting that Hillen Cargill had spoken with such confidence, yet still failed to rescue his daughter. Elsewhere, the dwarven princess Louise Werft received a similar letter. Her reaction was equally furious, but her anger was directed less at the heroes and more at the situation itself. Her concern lay not with the human princess, but with Loger Friedrich, whose fate remained unknown. Across cities, kingdoms, and guilds, rumors spread, the truth twisted, stories exaggerated. The Demon King became a monster beyond imagination. Hillen Cargill was alternately praised as a savior or condemned as a failure. The world fell into unease and sorrow. As fear and despair spread, Berger's demonic energy points surged, piling up until they reached 290,000. The scene shifted again, this time to the Heroes Guild headquarters. Hero Wharton stood before a projection of the assembled heroes. Their expressions were grave. They asked him directly whether there was even the slightest falsehood in what he had told the press. Hero Wharton swore on his name that every word he had spoken was the truth. The heroes discussed the situation among themselves. This was serious. The identity of the new Demon King was still unknown, and reckless action could lead to catastrophe. One hero muttered angrily that Hillen Cargill was one of the 10 stars, someone who could not be defeated easily. If Hillen had not yet returned, then something was truly wrong. A decision was made. They would wait 10 more days. If no news of Hillen Cargill arrived by then, all 4,728 registered heroes on the continent would launch a full-scale assault to eliminate the Demon King. The scene shifted once more. Deep within the underground prison of Berger's tower, chains bound hero Hillen Cargill, restraining both his body and his power. Berger approached calmly and asked whether he was awake. He remarked that Hillen's recovery speed was exceptional, far faster than expected. Hillen opened his eyes and asked why he had been kept alive. If Berger had spared him, then the Demon King must want something. Hillen demanded that Berger stop wasting time and speak plainly. Berger smiled. He remarked that it was refreshing to see Hillen so willing to talk. Then, without hesitation, Berger ordered him to become his vessel. Hillen froze. Shock flooded his expression as he questioned whether he had heard correctly. Berger casually dropped a heavy bag onto the stone floor. He explained calmly that the hero's journey was never fueled by ideals alone. It consumed vast amounts of money, food for thousands, weapons, logistics, mercenaries, repairs, and bribes. Normally, merchant conglomerates and noble houses covered those costs, investing heavily in heroes with the expectation of immense returns once the Demon King was defeated. If the heroes succeeded, their lives transformed overnight. If they failed, they were buried in debt. Berger remarked almost amusedly that this time all investments had been concentrated on a single hero. That hero was Hillen Cargill. The realization struck Hillen like a blade. Even if he escaped the tower alive, he would be branded a failed hero. Sponsors would hunt him relentlessly. Debt collectors, nobles, and mercenary assassins would pursue him for the rest of his life. He would be forced into hiding, stripped of glory, forever running from death. Hillen demanded to know how Berger could possibly know this. At that moment, Granada stepped forward and stated plainly that he had told him. Hillen erupted in rage, shouting that Granada had betrayed him. Granada shouted back just as fiercely, accusing Hillen of hypocrisy, and reminding him that Hillen had scammed him first. He revealed that he had been on Berger's side from the very beginning. Berger intervened calmly. He stated that Hillen's failure had nothing to do with weakness. It was simply because there had never been a Demon King like Berger Diaz before. He added that just as Hillen had broken the traditional standards of heroism, humans would eventually adapt and find ways to clear Demon King towers if they were allowed to try. Then Berger revealed a purple orb. He explained that if one of humanity's strongest heroes secretly interfered with humanity's plans, then humans would never succeed. Hillen demanded to know what the orb was. Berger explained calmly that it was a magical surveillance tool. Once inside a body, it latched onto the brain instantly. Through it, Berger could sense intentions, loyalty, and betrayal. With a single gesture, he could destroy the user's brain without warning. To demonstrate, Berger gestured toward an unconscious hero lying nearby. Berger added that if the orb failed to assimilate into Hillen's body, it would be treated as rejection. In that case, Hillen would be killed immediately. Hillen roared in defiance. He declared that a hero of his level was immune to mental interference. The moment the orb entered his body, it would dissolve, and such a failure would not be his fault. Granada corrected him coldly. A hero, he explained, could lower their mental defenses by their own will. Berger smiled in agreement. Hillen turned on Granada, screaming, demanding to know whether he felt no shame at all. Granada replied without hesitation that Hillen was the one who should feel ashamed. Hillen spat back that Berger was wasting a precious magical tool, insisting that he would never submit to a demon king. Berger did not argue. Without hesitation, he forced the orb into Hillen's mouth and ordered him to swallow. As the orb vanished into his body, Granada remarked calmly that Hillen was surprisingly tenacious. He asked Berger what he would have done if Hillen had chosen death instead. Berger replied evenly that a greedy human who treated comrades as disposable tools for money would never choose self-sacrifice. Such people always clung to life. And so, in that moment, hero Hillen Cargill became the Demon King's vessel. Sometime later, Gordon arrived before the throne. He reported that the process was complete. Hero Hillen Cargill had fully become Berger's vessel. Gordon explained that Hillen was now burdened with an overwhelming debt, 100,000 gold. With such a financial obligation hanging over him, Hillen's actions would be severely restricted. Any movement outside Berger's control would be nearly impossible. However, Gordon raised another concern. He reported that the gold Berger had previously exchanged for demonic energy points amounted to only around 2,000 gold. Even that sum was comparable to the annual budget of a small nation. Carefully, Gordon asked how Berger planned to acquire more. Berger merely smiled. He remarked that the timing was perfect, adding that he would soon be receiving a message. Gordon did not understand. Berger clarified that he was referring to an annual gathering held among demon kings, the Unison of Towers. It was a summit where demon kings convened once a year. Berger reflected inwardly that in his previous life, he had never attended such an event. At the time, he had found the idea of demon kings banding together repulsive and pointless. Now his perspective had changed. The other demon kings had survived in Aureen for countless years. Over that time, they must have accumulated enormous reserves of gold, relics, and treasures, wealth far beyond imagination. Gordon stiffened. He realized what Berger was planning. Berger intended to convert demonic energy into money and then extract that money from the other demon kings themselves. Outwardly, Gordon remained calm. In the past, he would have objected, but after confronting the heroes head-on, Gordon finally understood the truth. If Berger had followed the traditional demon king standard, they would never have survived. At that moment, a transmission arrived. Gordon straightened and reported that an official investigation related to the Unison of Towers had arrived. Berger's smile widened. He rose from his throne and spoke calmly. It was time. Time to swindle his senior demon kings. Next day, the scene shifted to the Tower of the Demon King of Lies. On the 13th floor, the Unison of Towers was underway. As all demon kings of Aureen had gathered, Berger Deus, demon king of the flame race, a demonic dragon, entered the chamber with a faint grin. He remarked lightly that he hoped he was not late, and observed that everyone had arrived rather early. He wondered aloud whether there had truly been so much to discuss without him. Among those present stood Draxon, the demon king of the Beastman race, a werewolf, watching Berger with undisguised hostility. Nearby, Reyna Soldain, the demon king of winter, a frost demon, spoke calmly, noting that Berger was the one everyone had been talking about. A heavy presence stirred. Ugur Belvek, the demon king of indestructibility from the Titan race, snorted in disdain. He remarked that the arrogant one who had insulted the demon king's standards had finally arrived. At the center of the chamber sat Jason Cockmund, known as the Demon King of Lies, a being of unknown race. With an amused smile, he warmly welcomed Berger. Berger returned the greeting with a mocking smile, labeling the gathering pathetic. He commented sarcastically on their so-called harmony, and questioned whether demon kings truly felt no shame in forming alliances. Inwardly, however, Berger acknowledged the truth. This was the correct path for Aureen. Ugar suddenly erupted in fury. He cursed Berger openly, demanding to know what a newcomer like him could possibly understand about Aureen. Berger reflected calmly that provoking someone even slightly made it easy to read their thoughts. This one, at least, harbored no intention other than killing him. Ugar leaned forward, his rage intensifying as he threatened to kill Berger outright if that was what he desired. Berger met his authority without flinching and calmly told him to try if he could. As the two demon kings locked eyes, killing intent flooding the chamber, Jason intervened. With a single clap of his hands, both their murderous auras vanished as if they had never existed. Jason reminded them gently that the purpose of this gathering was cooperation, not pointless conflict, and insisted that no one waste the precious time of others. Berger noticed something immediately. The killing intent had disappeared instantly. It was not magic. He wondered whether it was Jason's innate ability or the power of the tower itself. The sensation reminded him faintly of the mana phantom machine within his own tower. Berger agreed to proceed. Jason thanked him for his cooperation. Still, Berger reminded himself not to jump to conclusions without evidence. He resolved not to lower his guard. With a pleased smile, Jason announced the official start of the Unison of Towers, declaring that everyone was free to speak openly. Berger remarked casually that the meeting itself was not particularly impressive. Silence followed. Then Draxon leaned forward. His rage finally boiled over, as he demanded to know where hero Hillen Cargill was. Berger fell silent for a brief moment. Then, at last, he began to speak. He started telling them about hero Hillen Cargill. The scene then abruptly shifted to the lower floors of the Tower of Lies. The aides of the Demon Kings had gathered, surrounding Gordon. One of the aides belonging to Jason asked quietly whether Hillen Cargill was already dead. Gordon, visibly overwhelmed, answered carefully. He stated that Hillen Cargill had never even entered Berger's tower and was most likely still wandering somewhere around the Urgist Mountains. The aide of Ugar immediately rejected that explanation. From his perspective, Hillen Cargill should have been supported the tower from afar at the very least. Gordon calmly replied that this was not the case here. Another aide pressed further, questioning whether the rumors surrounding Demon King Berger were truly real. As question after question poured in, Gordon recalled Berger's earlier instructions. Berger had told him that if the other aides asked about Hillen Cargill, he was to claim ignorance. Since the Demon Kings might attempt to use Hillen as a spy, secrecy was paramount. Now Gordon realized that Berger had been right. Fully committing to his role, Gordon raised his voice and complained loudly. He claimed that Demon King Berger was nothing more than a stubborn brat who never listened to anyone. He added that if he looked away for even a moment, Berger would surely get himself into trouble again. Strangely, Gordon felt an unexpected sense of satisfaction saying those words. As the other aides reacted with knowing expressions, Gordon came to an unexpected realization. He understood that what he truly needed was not strategy or power, but emotional support. Back on the 13th floor, Ugar still did not believe Berger's explanation. With barely restrained fury, the Titan Demon King demanded to know whether Berger was truly saying that Hillen Cargill never even reached his tower, simply because Berger had not placed it at the mountain's peak. He accused Berger of mocking him outright. Internally, Berger thought that he was free to construct his tower wherever he pleased. Jason stepped in smoothly, his tone deceptively calm. He remarked that if Berger's claim was true, then the heroes were still aiming for Berger's tower. Yet despite that, Berger had left it seemingly undefended and come to the Unison instead. Jason's voice subtly sharpened as he reminded Berger that, as someone who had graduated at the top of his class at the academy, he should know better. A demon king who loses their tower meets a truly dreadful end. Berger showed no visible reaction. He merely responded that Jason need not concern himself with the state of his tower, as he was protecting it in his own way. Inwardly, Berger found the Demon King of Lies deeply irritating. Jason's expression brightened instantly. He replied that if Berger said so, then he would not pry any further. From the side, Draxon spoke up, questioning whether Berger truly believed that the Archduke of Arcane would allow such recklessness. Berger dismissed the concern outright, thinking that he had no interest in what that old relic thought. Internally, Berger assessed the situation carefully. If he lied, there was no way for them to verify it. Even if his words made them suspicious, that was still preferable to being exposed. He reminded himself of the true reason he had come here to obtain 100,000 gold coins. As the discussion continued, Berger observed rather than participated. It quickly became clear that even among demon kings, there existed a strict hierarchy. Without a doubt, the Demon King of Lies stood near the very top. Berger continued listening closely, gathering information and quietly identifying which demon kings were short on demonic energy points. It was then that Reyna Soldine suddenly turned her gaze toward him, as if she wanted to say something. Berger noticed, and for the first time since entering the hall, he felt a faint chill. Sometime later, Reyna Soldine stood alone on a balcony, overlooking the forest below the Tower of Lies. Berger Deus quietly stepped onto the balcony and asked what it was she had wanted to say earlier. Reyna replied that ever since she had first heard rumors about him, she had wanted to speak with him alone, without the noise of the others. She admitted that she agreed with some of Berger Deus's ideas. Berger was momentarily taken aback. Inwardly, he wondered if Reyna had said the same thing before the regression. Reyna quickly clarified that Berger should not misunderstand her intentions. She explained that she did not hate the Demon King standards the way he did. In fact, she lived by them. However, she believed that Demon Kings needed to be more flexible, especially within the Arraign region. That was why she had sought him out. She reasoned that speaking with him privately would be far more productive than attempting to reason with what she bluntly referred to as idiots. Berja smiled faintly and asked what she thought of him now. Reina answered honestly that he was not bad at all, and that he even looked better than she had expected. Berja thanked her. Reina then handed him a blue orb, explaining that it was a personal transmitter. She told him to contact her anytime he needed advice. As long as Berja refrained from openly insulting the Demon King's standards in front of her, she would cooperate. She added that she had finally found someone she could talk to, and she hoped Berja would not disappear too quickly. As she turned to leave, Berja asked what she thought of the Demon King of Lies. Reina replied that he was better than those two fools, but admitted that she could not read him at all. With that, she departed. Watching her leave, Berja reflected that he could not fully trust her yet, but she was an unexpected gain nonetheless. The scene shifted back to Bejie's tower. Princess Ernan approached Logar Friedrich, holding a plate of freshly baked cookies. She informed him proudly that she had made them herself. Logar was stunned. He asked how she had managed to bake cookies inside the tower. Ernan explained that the Demon King had brought her the ingredients, and she had used elemental magic to help with the baking. She insisted that Logar try one. Logar thanked her inwardly, thinking that a princess who had never lifted a finger in her life had gone out of her way to bake something for him. He resolved that no matter how bad it tasted, he would praise it. But the moment he took a bite, his expression froze. The taste was overwhelming, rich, warm, and infused with energy. Mana surged gently through his body. He had never experienced anything like it before. For a fleeting moment, he thought this must be what heaven felt like. Princess Ernan asked what he thought. Logar, unable to restrain himself, admitted that he could not escape asking what in the world she had created. With a proud look, Ernan revealed that she had mixed spirit blossom into the dough. She said she was glad he liked it. Logar then asked why she would use something so precious on him. It finally made sense why the cookies were overflowing with mana. Ernan smiled softly and explained that it was a gift. She said they would be seeing each other for a long time, so she wanted them to stay on good terms. She then asked what he thought of Granada, wondering whether he would enjoy the cookies as well. Logar replied that Granada would probably like them even more than he did. Ernan's smile widened as she asked what Logar thought of the Demon King, whether Berje would enjoy them too. The scene shifted back to the 13th floor of the Tower of Lies. The unison had ended, and the Demon Kings had already departed. Only Jason Cockmond, the Demon King of Lies, remained. Jason gestured for Berje to sit. Once Berje took a seat, Jason asked casually whether he would like some tea, and suggested that they talk further. Berje was visibly surprised. He asked why Jason wanted to speak when only the two of them remained. Jason cracked his knuckles. The atmosphere shifted instantly. In a calm but penetrating tone, Jason remarked that he knew Berje was in need of human currency. Berje froze. He maintained composure, asking what Jason meant by that, but inwardly his mind raced. He wondered how the information had leaked and from where. Jason dismissed Berje's feigned ignorance, stating that pretending not to know would be pointless. He revealed that Draxon had already informed him of everything. Leaning in closer, Jason suggested that there was no need to waste time on meaningless mind games. Instead, he proposed that they speak frankly and make a deal. Jason explained that he was willing to provide Berje with human currency, in exchange for demonic energy. Berje asked what Jason's true intention was. Jason merely smiled and replied that there was no deeper scheme, and they are now on the same side, and suggested that they should get along from now on. The scene then shifted to Berje's tower, on the first floor. Dozens of heavy bags filled with gold coins were stacked neatly before them. Berje instructed Hillen Cargill to take 100,000 gold coins from the pile. He emphasized that the source of the funds must be completely concealed. Hillen stood frozen in shock, unable to believe that Berje had actually obtained such an enormous sum. Inwardly, Berje remained wary. He reasoned that if Jason were capable of tracking the flow of money and perfectly predicting their actions, then Berje could easily end up becoming nothing more than Jason's puppet. Since he could not yet discern Jason's true intentions, Berje concluded that extreme caution was necessary. Berje then stated that he had converted the remaining heroes into black knights and black mages, binding them as his kin. He ordered Hillen to use them to grow wealth under the banner of the newly established Berje Tower. The transformed heroes stood in disbelief. The realization that they had become the Demon King's underlings filled them with humiliation and despair. Several of them pleaded with Hillen to save them. Hillen responded that the fact he had kept some heroes alive meant this situation was not a total failure. He reasoned that with sufficient money, he could repay his debts. He even questioned whether this arrangement meant he could continue performing hero work in the future. Hillen then extended his hand toward Berje, expressing that under the current circumstances, this outcome was not entirely unfavorable for him. He stated that he looked forward to working with Berje as a business partner. In that instant, the hope in the Black Knight's eyes shattered. Berje's expression darkened. Fury flared as he seized the Arminia orb. The orb embedded within Hillen's mind shattered. Hillen collapsed to the ground in agony, clutching his head as he screamed. Berje coldly reminded him that they were not business partners. He declared that Hillen Cargill was his slave, and that Burje was his master. The Black Knights smiled grimly as Hillen tasted the consequences of his arrogance. From the ground, Hillen weakly muttered that he had never imagined Burje would be the type to embrace a master-slave dynamic. Burje replied that he was not demanding sincere loyalty. He ordered Hillen to get moving. At that moment, Princess Ernan stepped forward from behind, calling out to Hillen. She held a sealed letter and asked if he could deliver it to her younger sister. Upon hearing the name Elena, Hillen immediately understood that she was the 13th princess of the Hilderan kingdom. Delivering a letter to her would not be impossible. However, Hillen questioned why Princess Ernan was siding with the Demon King. Inwardly, he suspected that this decision was one of the reasons he had fallen into his current predicament. Princess Ernan apologized, explaining that she had no intention of returning to the kingdom at present. She added that a hero of Hillen's stature surely knew of the royal family's hidden secrets. Hillen reflected inwardly. He had heard rumors regarding the secrets of the Hilderan royal family, but he had never confirmed their truth. If those rumors were real, then Princess Ernan's actions suddenly became far more understandable. Sometime later, inside Burje's tower, Gordon approached the throne with measured steps. He spoke carefully, saying that he did not mean to trouble Burje, but he wondered whether the hero Hillen Cargill would truly follow orders as expected. Burje replied calmly that Hillen Cargill was not a despicable man driven purely by greed. He explained that he had not sensed in Hillen the uniquely human crassness, the obsessive fixation on money that Burje often saw in merchants. Burje continued, stating that while Hillen was not particularly noble either, his true desire was easy to read. Hillen did not crave ownership or wealth itself. What he wanted was recognition and popularity. Burje explained that Hillen's need to stand out was precisely why he was so proactive in his actions. As long as he was properly controlled through Armenia's orb, Hillen would become the ideal spy, perhaps the best one they could hope for. Gordon listened in silence, thinking inwardly that the Demon King had studied humans to a frightening extent. He realized that if Burje was moving this far ahead, he himself could not afford to remain idle. Burje then posed a question to Gordon, asking whether it would not be a sight worth witnessing if a hero acting as the Demon King's vessel were to destroy human society from the inside. Gordon answered honestly that such a sight would indeed be unforgettable. At that moment, a knock echoed through the throne room, startling them both. The door opened, and Princess Ernan entered, holding a tray of freshly baked cookies. She politely asked whether the Demon King would like to try some. Burje picked one up and remarked dryly that she had been coming in and out of the throne room far too comfortably lately. He added that if the cookies tasted bad, he would send her to the underground prison for a month. With a proud expression, Princess Ernan replied that he should taste them before judging. Burje took a single bite, expecting nothing more than an ordinary human dessert. The next instant, his eyes widened. The flavor sent a shock through his body, to the point where his demonic energy trembled violently. Princess Ernan watched closely, clearly expecting the same reaction Logar Frederick had shown earlier. Burje forcibly suppressed his response, maintaining his composure even as his body nearly collapsed from the sensation. He commented coldly that the cookies did not taste bad for something made by a mere human. Princess Ernan stared at him in shock, surprised that he had managed to endure it without losing control. Burje then asked whether she had mixed spirit blossom into the cookies. Princess Ernan smiled brightly and replied that she had known the Demon King would notice immediately. Burje stated that she was merely returning a favor he had once given her. He added that it seemed she was not someone who left debts unpaid. Princess Ernan smiled softly and confirmed that this was indeed true. After that, Hillen and the remaining members of the hero's journey party safely descended the mountain under Krutu's escort. Once they arrived at Holton Walk, the heroes wasted no time. Using teleportation magic circles, they immediately departed for the kingdom of Hilderan. Granada, however, went in a different direction. He headed straight to the Scarlet Hawk Mercenary Guild headquarters, intending to re-establish discipline among the men. Inside the guild hall, mercenaries lay scattered across the floor, bruised and bloodied, forced to their knees. With fury burning in his eyes, Granada demanded to know whether they had truly fled during the first blizzard, leaving only himself and Hillen Cargill behind. One of the mercenaries, his face swollen from repeated blows, shouted back that they had been sent to the Urgust Mountains, a place where even heroes died. He argued that ordinary mercenaries stood no chance there, and that survival had left them no choice. Granada snapped that survival did not justify abandoning their captain, clearly ready to continue the beating. Before he could strike, a voice called out from behind. A young woman stepped into the hall and introduced herself as Kayed. She explained that she was a hero who had been unable to join the hero's journey earlier due to personal circumstances. Despite arriving late, she said she had come all this way hoping to seize her chance and asked Granada to allow her to join the journey. Mercenaries muttered that she was the same woman who had paid off all their bar tabs while Granada was gone. Granada immediately ordered them to be silent. He acknowledged her generosity, but explained that the hero's journey was already over. He told her that Hillen and the other heroes had left Holton Walk. Kaede froze in shock and asked whether that was truly the case. She then requested that Granada explain what had happened. Granada hesitated, then agreed, deciding to share only as much as the Demon King had permitted him to reveal. By the time evening arrived, Kaede had heard the full account. She struggled to believe that the Demon King's tower had not been located at the mountain's summit. After a long silence, she stood and said that if that was the case, there was no reason for her to remain here any longer. She thanked Granada for his time and placed 3 gold coins on the table, calling them a small token of gratitude. As she turned to leave, one of the mercenaries reached for the coins, remarking that it was obvious she was a rookie hero who did not understand how the world worked, and that she would be lucky not to be stabbed in the back by her own comrades. Granada coldly ordered the mercenary to remove his hand. Outside the guild hall, we noticed something strange. 2 figures had appeared behind Kaede. When Granada saw the full plate armor, his body stiffened. Despite their heavy equipment, he had not heard their footsteps at all. On a deserted street nearby, several armored knights surrounded Kaede and addressed her formally as Your Highness. They stated that her fiancé was waiting and insisted that she return at once. Kaede refused, declaring that she wished to live as a hero. Granada, having followed quietly, now understood the situation. She was a princess. He thought that matters involving royalty should be resolved by the kingdom itself, and prepared to withdraw. Suddenly, a blade pressed against his neck. A soldier demanded to know Granada's identity and accused him of spying. The soldier noted that Granada was using a suspicious magical tool. Granada's heart skipped a beat. Inside, panic surged. If his connection to the Demon King was exposed, everything would collapse. The soldier's anger flared. He accused Granada of being from a foreign kingdom and declared that, if so, he could not be allowed to live. Granada realized that he had walked straight into a deadly situation. As the blade pressed closer to his throat, he wondered desperately what he should do next. As the soldier lunged forward, Granada immediately turned and sprinted ahead, straight toward the group of knights who had been speaking with Princess Kaede moments earlier. From behind, the pursuing soldier shouted, his voice sharp with urgency, declaring that the man was an assassin and ordering the others not to let him escape. At once, the surrounding soldiers raised their swords, instinctively moving to shield Princess Kaede. They urged her to fall back while they handled the situation. Granada's mind raced. At that moment, he was the only elf in all of Holton Walk. If he unleashed his true elven power here, his identity would be exposed instantly. Yet if he did not use it, there was no guarantee he would survive. The soldiers tightened their formation, blades pointed toward him, once again insisting that the princess retreat while they dealt with the threat. Princess Kaede, however, stepped forward instead, reminding them that she herself was a hero and not someone who needed protection. As one soldier's sword drew dangerously close to Granada's head, he realized he had no choice left. Even if it meant revealing everything, he would have to use his power. But before he could act, a deep, calm voice echoed across the area. The voice remarked that this was the reason Granada had been late. In the next instant, demonic flames erupted. The soldier who had been attacking Granada was engulfed and burned by overwhelming demonic energy, collapsing in agony. Granada froze in shock. Hovering there calmly was the Demon King Burje. Burje remarked casually that Granada's delay had been caused by pointless slacking. Seeing the Demon King appear so suddenly, Granada was both stunned and furious. He demanded whether Burje could even see the situation they were in. Burje responded indifferently, stating that he saw no real problem at all. He added that those wounds were trivial injuries that could heal easily if Granada simply spat on them. The moment the soldiers heard the Demon King, panic spread instantly. They begged Princess Kaede to fall back and shouted that they would protect her with their lives. Princess Kaede, however, told them not to worry about her. She stated that this was a rare opportunity to defeat a Demon King while he stood right beside Granada. Burje, hearing this, commented with mild surprise that he had not known she was a princess. One of the soldiers immediately accused him of lying, demanding to know why a Demon King would be present if that were not the case. Granada also demanded an explanation, asking Burje why he was here at all. Burje answered calmly that his presence was merely a coincidence. The soldiers reacted with disbelief, questioning whether the Demon King could not come up with a better lie than that. Sometime earlier, Burje had asked Princess Ernan what she wanted. She had replied that she required senile powder. Burje asked whether she meant the same powder used in spirit contracts, and she confirmed it. Burje then explained that centuries ago, an elf named Senile had defected to a human king. Under royal command, she developed a supplement that allowed humans to form stable spirit contracts, thus creating senile powder. He questioned why such a thing was necessary for her, given her talent. At that, both Princess Ernan and her elemental spirits reacted subtly, their expressions shifting. She admitted that the Demon King had overestimated her abilities. She explained that there was barely any mana left within the tower, and without senile powder, her spirits would not survive. Burje inwardly scoffed at her attempt to downplay things, and asked outright whether she intended to form a new contract, and whether it would be with a high-ranking spirit. Princess Ernan and her spirits were clearly caught off guard. After a pause, she admitted that it might be true. Berja concluded inwardly that his assumption had been correct. In his previous life, Princess Ernan of Hilderan had formed a contract with a high-ranking spirit at the age of 27, an event that had thrown the entire continent into chaos due to how rare such a feat was. Yet now, she was attempting it 7 years earlier. Berja wondered whether her time living within the tower after leaving the palace had changed her that drastically. At the same time, Princess Ernan questioned internally how the Demon King had known her intentions so precisely. Berja ultimately decided that as long as it strengthened the tower, he did not care what she did. That was when he thanked her for the cookies and announced that he would be heading out. In the present moment, Berja prepared to release his demonic energy. Calm and composed, he stated that he too had his own circumstances, and that this confrontation would end quickly. Princess Kaede felt a chill run through her body. She knew this was the end. A violent blast erupted in the deserted alley of Holton Walk. The Demon King Berja was certain that all the soldiers had been completely annihilated. However, he was momentarily stunned when he saw Princess Kaede standing before the soldiers, shielding them with her body as a radiant blue aura poured out from her form. Berja acknowledged inwardly that a hero remained a hero, even in the face of despair. Consumed by fury, Princess Kaede declared that a hero's aura carried the power to annihilate a demon king. She affirmed that heroes were the natural enemies of demon kings, and that she did not belong in a suffocating royal palace, but on the battlefield. With that resolve, she unleashed crescent moon slashes toward Berja, the highest-ranking sword technique of the Jespine Empire. The crescent moon slash was a legendary sword art that released aura instantly, severing enemies in a single motion. It was an extremely difficult and honorable technique passed down only to the greatest swordsmen of the imperial family. Kaede trusted this technique completely. She reflected that as a low-ranking princess, she held little political value. She understood why she had been sold off to a regional king. The memory of the old man filled her with anger and disgust, and she questioned how such an unjust fate could be forced upon her. That injustice was the reason she had begged the imperial swordsmanship instructor for training and endured relentless practice day and night. Her goal was to be acknowledged not as a princess, but as a hero. As her slashes tore through the air, Kaede believed that defeating a demon king here would finally grant her recognition as a true hero. She believed that such a victory would free her from her father's authority and allow her to decide her own future, including whom she would marry. Clenching her teeth, she poured everything into the attack. Berja reached out calmly and seized the incoming sword aura with his bare hand. With a quiet snap, he shattered it effortlessly, expressing mild approval for the quality of her aura. Princess Kaede was left in shock. That attack had been her finishing move. Moments later, Berja summoned a mass of black flames behind him and asserted that if she truly was a hero, she should be able to survive what came next. Panic gripped Kaede as she finally grasped the true terror of a demon king. Berja regarded her with faint amusement, noting that a princess who was also a hero had value beyond a single purpose. Desperation overtook Kaede as she attempted to stop him, while her soldiers rushed forward to shield her. Then a massive explosion erupted, engulfing everything in black flames. Sometime later, the area was reduced to scorched ruins. Soldiers lay scattered across the ground as nearby civilians gathered, frightened by the lingering demonic energy. They questioned one another about the source of the explosion, and feared that a demon king had appeared in Holton Walk. Upon seeing the injured knights, they hurriedly called for healers, and wondered why soldiers had been stationed there at all. A man questioned a wounded soldier about what had happened. With a weak voice, the soldier explained that Her Highness had been taken by a demon king before losing consciousness. The revelation left everyone stunned. Observing the black flames, they speculated that the destruction might have been caused by the demon king of the Urgest Mountains. The scene shifted to Berja's tower. Deep within the underground prison, Princess Kaetis lay unconscious. Princess Ernan curiously wondered whether the unconscious girl's name might be Seniel. Berja corrected her, stating that the girl was Princess Kaede Jespine Empire, the 9th Imperial Princess. He informed Ernan that Kaede would be staying on the 4th floor from that point onward, and instructed her to tend to Kaede's injuries. While watching, Berja considered that if Kaede were raised properly, she might become useful. Ernan agreed but questioned the reason Berja had suddenly brought another princess into the tower. Berja explained that he had encountered her along the way, and decided to bring her back. He further stated that maintaining demonic energy gain required the periodic kidnapping of princes or princesses. Ernan began to ask about demonic energy points, but Berja stopped himself from explaining further, realizing there was no reason to share classified information with a prisoner. He dismissed the topic and said he would bring Seniel powder instead. As he left, Berja reflected bitterly on his own behavior, questioning why he had grown comfortable around her simply because he saw her so often. He reminded himself firmly that the princess was nothing more than a prisoner. After that incident, news of the 9th Imperial Princess of the Jespine Empire being kidnapped in Holton Walk spread rapidly across the continent. The shockwaves reached nobles, guilds, and kingdoms alike. The scene then shifted to the headquarters of the Heroes Guild. Inside the Grand Hall, multiple heroes appeared through hologram projections, surrounding hero Hillen Cargill. The other heroes pressed him repeatedly, demanding confirmation that every word of his report was true, and that nothing had been concealed. Hero Hillen admitted with visible shame that he had failed to confront the Demon King's tower. He declared that he would take full responsibility for his failure. However, the gathered heroes dismissed the idea of blaming him. They reasoned that if heroes were punished for failure during a hero's journey, no one would be willing to step forward in the future. Hillen acknowledged their understanding with gratitude. At the same time, the heroes addressed the larger issue. Despite the retreat of the hero's journey, the Demon King of the Urgus Mountains had kidnapped the 9th Imperial Princess of Jespine. The Jespine Empire was now formally requesting the launch of another hero's journey. They asked for Hillen's opinion, as he was the only hero who had ventured into the Urgus Mountains and survived. Hillen expressed regret for the princess's fate, admitting that even he had failed to locate the Demon King's tower. He stated that launching another full-scale hero's journey immediately would be reckless. Instead, he believed their priority should be dispatching a small reconnaissance unit to locate the tower first. Once the tower's location was confirmed, subjugation would become significantly easier. He further reasoned that if the Demon King were truly confident in his strength, there would have been no need to hide his tower. The very act of concealment suggested caution, if not weakness. The other heroes agreed with this assessment. They concluded that a powerful Demon King had no reason to hide, and that if the enemy relied on secrecy, he might not pose an immediate catastrophic threat. One hero even voiced the belief that the Demon King was likely weaker than rumored. Throughout the discussion, the main hero remained silent, listening carefully to every opinion. Finally, his expression hardened. Taking Hillen Cargill's advice into consideration, he declared that the Heroes Guild would temporarily postpone any full-scale hero's journey until the tower's location was confirmed. Hillen accepted the decision and withdrew. As he departed, Hillen reflected inwardly that this outcome was exactly what the Demon King had wanted. By using Hillen's authority, the launch of a hero's journey had been blocked at its source. He had bought Berger time. What happened next would depend entirely on the Demon King. Sometime later, outside the Demon King's domain, Gordon Derrick reported everything to Berger through a hologram projection. He relayed the events within the Heroes Guild and summarized Hillen's report in detail. Berger acknowledged the information calmly and ordered Gordon to continue monitoring Hillen closely. Internally, Berger felt certain that the heroes would not launch a full assault anytime soon. He reflected that without Hillen Cargill's influence, the situation could have become dangerous. Choosing Hillen as his vessel had been the correct decision. Everything was now falling into place. Hillen and Granada were operating outside the tower, and with both of them influencing events, Berger could effectively delay the launch of another hero's journey. Meanwhile, he continued kidnapping royal bloodlines to steadily accumulate demonic energy points. If Armani's orb were used on Princess Kaida, Baldarj believed she could be transformed into genuine combat power. As for Rogar Frederick, the dwarf continued remodeling the tower, reinforcing the first floor and expanding deeper defenses. At the same time, his kin Krutu was spreading their influence throughout the Urgus Mountains. Once Princess Ernan successfully contracted a high-ranking spirit, no ordinary hero's journey would dare challenge them. The tower would become overwhelmingly powerful. Only then, Berger thought, would he finally be able to focus on the outside world and begin his revenge against the heroes who had killed him in his previous life. With that goal in mind, Berger now stood before Amur City. To move forward, he needed to obtain Senil powder. Amur was a magical city overflowing with powerful mages and heroes. Berger considered that acquiring the powder without being discovered would be ideal. However, even he understood that this task would be far from easy. The Demon King Berger entered Amur City of the Ahaken Kingdom. Instead of heading toward the bustling magic districts, Berger deliberately chose a shabby shop standing alone on the outskirts of the city. Inside, a single man was reading newspaper. Pages were filled with bold headlines about the kidnapping of the 9th princess of the Jespine Kingdom, which had occurred shortly after the hero's journey ended. The shopkeeper clicked his tongue in irritation. He muttered to himself that heroes these days were completely incompetent. His eyes drifted to a wanted heroes poster of Logar Frederick. He scoffed again, shaking his head. At that moment, the shop's door creaked open. Berger stepped inside. The shopkeeper immediately brightened. He greeted Berger warmly and asked what he was looking for. Berger stated calmly that he needed Senil powder. The shopkeeper's smile widened as he nodded enthusiastically, claiming he had exactly what Berger was looking for. Akan Kingdom is a place known across the continent as the Holy Land of Magic Engineering. Heroes, mages, alchemists, and blacksmiths from every nation gathered here, making it one of the most dangerous places for a demon king to move openly, even with his demonic energy concealed. In a city like Amur, even a demon king couldn't afford to linger in well-known stores filled with powerful heroes and mages. The shopkeeper leaned forward and announced that today was a special occasion. He claimed Berja wouldn't need to go anywhere else, and that he was offering a rare deal, 1 gold coin per bottle. He placed several small bottles on the counter, each filled with purple powder. Berja immediately frowned. He picked up one bottle, and remarked that the senile powder he knew was green, not purple. He questioned what this substance really was. Lowering his voice, the shopkeeper whispered that this was a newly developed version, an unreleased product created by the Mage Tower itself. He claimed it was highly confidential, extremely rare, and not yet available on the open market. With a creepy smile, he added that if Berger didn't buy it now, someone else surely would. Many people, he said, were desperately searching for senile powder. Inside, Berger clenched his teeth. He realized the shopkeeper had figured out that he couldn't simply walk into another store. The man clearly believed Berger was a noble or someone with no choice but to buy. For a fleeting moment, Berger considered killing him on the spot. Before he could act, the shop door opened again. A girl entered. She complained loudly, asking whether it was really necessary to come to such a shabby shop. The soldier replied that if Loger Frederick had any sense, he wouldn't be hiding in a popular location. The girl scoffed, openly cursing Loger for forcing her into a place like this. Berger glanced at her and instantly recognized her. The nasty attitude, harsh voice, and twin pigtails left no doubt this was Princess Louise Werf. Berger noted inwardly that she hadn't recognized him. He concluded that the magical tool he had used during their previous battle must have interfered with her perception. The shopkeeper greeted the newcomers with the same exaggerated cheerfulness. The soldier stepped forward and stated that they were searching for someone. Before he could continue, the shopkeeper interrupted, claiming that he suffered from a condition that prevented him from remembering anything unless he sold something first. The soldier stared at him in disbelief. Princess Louise snapped, demanding to know what kind of scam this was. She drew a dagger, pressing it against the counter, and coldly warned the shopkeeper that he clearly hadn't read the room. The man trembled but replied that murder was forbidden in the capital, and that she couldn't do such a thing. Still shaking, he politely asked her to buy something first, just in case she decided to stab him. Princess Louise fell silent for a moment. Then she laughed softly beneath her mask, calling him interesting. She agreed to hear him out, and told him to show her what he had. The shopkeeper eagerly presented the same purple powder, calling it Archa powder. He explained that it was especially effective for dwarves. Berger's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched. The shopkeeper announced the price, 3 gold coins per bottle. Without hesitation, Princess Louise placed 3 gold coins on the counter. The shopkeeper thanked her repeatedly, claiming that good fortune would surely follow her. Princess Louise then asked her question, whether anyone named Loger had visited the city recently. The shopkeeper replied that he had never heard the name, but suggested a well-known store near Central Square called Deer's Leaf, a place every blacksmith frequented. If anyone knew something, he said, it would be there. Princess Louise acknowledged the information, turned sharply, and exited the shop with her soldier. After Princess Louise left the shop, Berger glanced at him and remarked calmly that the shopkeeper had done a fine job selling trash for 3 gold coins. The shopkeeper burst into a bright smile and replied that Berger hadn't said a single word, and the girl had clearly looked like a noble. He added that nobles always paid without thinking, and he was confident she hadn't truly intended to stab him. With a smug grin, the man leaned forward and said that since Berger seemed interested in business, he could teach him his secret techniques for 10 gold coins. Berger immediately understood that the man was a persistent scammer. In fact, his skill at deceiving humans was impressive. Berger found himself liking the man more than expected. Leaning in slightly, Berger told him to go to the Golden Moon Merchant Guild. He added that they would take him in if he said he had been sent by the mountain. The shopkeeper froze for a moment, before asking suspiciously whether Berger had any connection to the Golden Moon Merchant Guild. He scoffed, saying the guild was on the verge of bankruptcy. He questioned why someone with such a bright future would ever go to a place like that. Berger calmly replied by asking whether the man truly needed an explanation. Then he added one sentence. The person the shopkeeper had just scammed was Princess Louise Werf. The bottle in the shopkeeper's hand slipped from his fingers and shattered on the floor. His face drained of color as he muttered in terror, asking whether that meant the customer from earlier was the infamous madhound of the Werf family, Princess Louise herself. He swallowed hard and immediately asked Berger what he wanted. Berger tossed a gold coin onto the table and repeated his offer. He told the man to join the Golden Moon Merchant Guild. The monthly salary would be 1 gold coin. If he refused, Berger said calmly, he would simply bring Princess Louise back. The shopkeeper dropped to his knees and begged him not to do that. Then suddenly his expression changed. He stood up straight and asked Berger whether he truly thought he would fall for such an obvious bluff. He shouted that even if she were the crazy hound, a princess would never personally come to a place like this. Without saying another word, Berger turned and stepped outside the shop. In the very next instant, Princess Louise Werf stormed back inside, her killing intent filling the room. The shopkeeper's face went completely pale. He understood immediately. From outside the shop, only the sounds of violent impacts and desperate screams could be heard. A short while later, Burja stood outside the shop again, calmly examining a bottle in his hand. This time, it contained real cineol powder. He noted inwardly that even a rundown shop on the outskirts still sold genuine goods if one knew how to extract them. Princess Louise emerged beside him. She remarked that thanks to Burja, she had managed to get a refund. Burja acknowledged that this was good news, and casually asked what had happened to the shopkeeper. Clenching her teeth, Princess Louise replied that unfortunately the man was from another country, so she had only been able to give him a light beating. She added bitterly that she should have ripped his heart out on the spot. Her soldier trembled behind her, nearly in tears as he watched the princess's fury. Burja observed inwardly that she was just as ill-tempered as ever. But when he heard the word heart, a new idea quietly formed in his mind. Burja casually asked whether she was searching for a man named Logger, asking if was he a blacksmith. Louise immediately turned toward him, her eyes sharp and alert. She demanded to know whether Burja knew Logger and where he was. Instead of answering directly, Burja took out a bracelet and held it up, asking calmly whether this object was connected to him. The dwarf soldier's expression changed the moment he saw it. He recognized it instantly. It was one of Logger's early works, forged at the very beginning of his career. Burja continued his story smoothly. He said that about 2 months ago, he had incidentally met Logger in a forest called Ormuth. The man had looked half dead from starvation, so Burja had shared his food with him. In return, Logger had thanked him and given him this bracelet. Burja added that the craftsmanship had been exceptional, clearly the work of a master, so he had kept it. Princess Louise's rage boiled over. She clenched her fist and muttered an apology, saying she had troubled Burja again. Then, without waiting for a response, she declared that she would treat him to alcohol for 5 straight days. Burja nearly recoiled inwardly. He desperately hoped she would restrain herself. He had no intention of enduring that. Ignoring his internal plea, Princess Louise handed him an item. It was a badge, one that granted its bearer the right to exchange it for one of the finest pieces of equipment crafted in the Dwarven Kingdom. As they prepared to move, the soldier asked what her next course of action would be. With a chilling smile, Princess Louise ordered him to contact her father and request reinforcements. She stated clearly that she had no intention of letting Logger escape this time. Watching her, Burja realized how much time had slipped by. Ever since his regression, he had been too focused on sabotaging the hero's journey to pay attention to other major developments. In his previous life, around this exact period, the Demon King of Beasts, Draxen Doldorf, had discovered and absorbed the heart of a summoned beast, gaining overwhelming power. That heart was precisely what Burja wanted now. He weighed the situation carefully. Dimensional interference still weighed heavily on him as a newly reborn Demon King. If he were to fight Princess Louise fully armed with top-grade dwarven equipment in a one-on-one battle, the outcome would be uncertain. At best, it would end in a stalemate. At worst, he would barely survive. That was unacceptable. If he intended to take revenge on the heroes and survive in this world, he needed to grow stronger. And so, Burja made his decision. He would send the Mad Hound, Princess Louise Werft, to Ormuth, the location of the Beast Tower. There, Princess Louise Werft and the Demon King of Beasts, Draxen Doldorf, would tear into each other. And while they were locked in mutual destruction, the heart of the summoned beast would become Burja's. While Burja was away, his tower completed its fusion with the Mana Phantom machine. As a result, the tower gained 2 new functions. The first was remote tower management, allowing Burja to operate the tower without physically returning. The second was item transfer, a system capable of sending objects to any location instantly, though it required demonic points. Standing atop a building in Amur City, Burja opened a projection window and contacted Gordon. He informed Gordon that he had matters to attend to and would be leaving the tower in his care for a while. Gordon accepted the responsibility without hesitation. Using the item transfer system, which cost 1,000 demonic points, Burja sent the Senial powder directly to the tower. He instructed Gordon to deliver it to Princess Ernan, explaining that it was the material required to form a contract with a high-ranking spirit. When Gordon handed it over, Princess Ernan was stunned. The powder was of the highest grade. She asked whether it had truly been obtained all the way from the Akan Kingdom. Gordon confirmed that the Demon King had personally acquired it and advised her to use it carefully. Burja also instructed Gordon regarding Princess Kaede. Kaede was to remain on the 4th floor and continue her sword training. Gordon was ordered to refine her skills until she could be used at full strength. Burja planned to personally test her upon his return. On the training grounds, Kaede lunged forward with her sword, declaring that she would make Gordon regret training her. Gordon blocked effortlessly and told her to defeat him first before making such claims. Next, Burja used item transfer again, this time 10,000 demonic points to send the Hellforge to the tower. He ordered Gordon to install it on the 1st floor and instruct Logger Frederick to reinforce the structure even further. When Logger saw the newly arrived equipment, his face lit up with excitement. He inspected every tool and material with sparkling eyes. Gordon reminded him to be grateful for the Demon King's generosity. Logger eagerly declared that he would create something worthy of the Demon King's expectations. Burja then inquired about the Pule Orcs. Gordon reported that 3 tribes had already been unified. Their numbers had doubled, and they had grown strong enough to hunt most monsters within the Urgest Mountains. Burgess smiled in satisfaction and instructed Gordon to manage the tower properly until his return. Gordon promised not to disappoint him. Immediately afterward, Burja leapt from the building. He reflected on how convenient the remote management function was. He could now control the tower without ever returning. As he considered contacting Hill and Cargill, suddenly a projection window opened. Burja muttered about the impeccable timing and asked whether Hillen had something to report. Hillen informed him that control over the Golden Moon Merchant Guild had been secured. From this point forward, the guild would be managed by the A-Man, alongside Black Knights and Black Mages. As one of the 10-star heroes, Hillen himself provided support. The guild leader had even handed the seat to his son. Hillen added that despite the failed march to the Urgest Mountains, the reputation of the 10-star heroes did not crumble so easily. Burja gave a new order. Halan was to pass a message to Granada. Through the Golden Moon Merchant Guild, they would provide funding. Granada was to purchase every elf slave across the continent. Burja also stated that he was sending someone else to the guild. Hidden behind his desk, the con man Jetison listened in terror. Burja explained that Jetson would be useful and should be put to work. After all, he was the one foolish enough to scam Princess Louise Werft. Burja further revealed that he had already tracked down all of Jetuson's personal information. If he failed to report to the guild within a month, an assassin would be sent to eliminate him. Tears welled in Jetuson's eyes. He understood clearly. If he did not go, his life would end. After finishing the call, Burja left the shabby shop. Only then did Jetuson finally allow himself to breathe. But even that breath trembled with fear. The scene then shifted to Holton Walk. Through a projection window, Hill and Cargill relayed the Demon King's orders to Granada. Around them, mercenaries practiced elven swordsmanship, awkwardly mimicking unfamiliar movements while sharpening their blades. Granada acknowledged the command calmly, stating that he understood and would gather them as quickly as possible. Inwardly, however, his thoughts were conflicted. The possibility of saving his people was good news. Yet dragging them into the Demon King's grasp, that was another matter entirely. He clenched his teeth. Burja would likely use them as spies, just as he had used Granada himself. Granada wondered whether the Demon King had deliberately assigned this mission to him for that very reason. Nearby, one mercenary asked the former captain why they were suddenly being forced to learn elven swordsmanship. He admitted he did not know. He muttered that Granada, that old fossil, had ordered it, so they simply had to follow. Other mercenaries suggested they run. After all, they still considered the vice-captain their true leader and would follow him if he chose to leave. The vice-captain hesitated only briefly, then the group began sneaking away quietly. Granada remained deep in thought. His internal conflict reached its conclusion. Compared to living and dying as human slaves, serving under the Demon King was far better. Without even turning around, Granada activated his elven power. The ground trembled. Leaves and vines burst upward from every direction, ensnaring the vice-captain and lifting him into the air. The mercenaries froze in shock. The vice-captain began begging desperately, pleading not to be humiliated before his men. He even questioned why he alone was being punished. Granada's expression remained cold. At that moment, Hillen's voice echoed through the projection, asking whether something was wrong. Granada replied that it was nothing, and instead asked what exactly the Demon King intended to do. Hillen admitted that he did not know. Burja had only mentioned that he was going to search for treasure. The scene shifted again. To the dense rainforests of the Ormouth Kingdom. Princess Louise Werft stood among her troops, visibly exhausted from the relentless search for Loger Frederick. Her army commander informed her that Ormouth had issued an ultimatum. They were being ordered to withdraw their forces immediately. Louise responded sharply that she had not yet found that bastard. The commander reminded her that they had already searched every area Ormouth permitted them to enter. Louise clenched her teeth. There was still one place left. Her gaze lifted toward the distant silhouette of Beast Mountain. They had not searched there. The commander stared in disbelief. That was the territory of the Beast Demon King. Entering it would be extremely dangerous. Louise dismissed the concern confidently. The Beast Demon King would not dare touch her. If anyone laid a hand on a member of the Dwarven royal family, they would face war with every nation that relied on Dwarven-made weapons. She reminded him of the incident 200 years ago when someone harmed a dwarf prince. Even a demon king had been subjugated swiftly as a result. There was precedent. No one would act recklessly against her. The commander hesitated, arguing that Loger might not even be there. The earlier information they received could have been false. Louise replied that even a small possibility was enough. She ordered the troops to prepare to move toward Beast Mountain, and if anyone refused to follow, she warned that she would remove their hands herself. The commander immediately understood. Scene then shifted to the tower of the Beast Demon King Draxon. Achan hurried into the throne chamber and reported that Princess Louise Werft of the Dwarven Kingdom was heading toward the Beast Mountain region. Draxen frowned. He questioned why that crazy princess would suddenly come to his territory. Inwardly, a chilling thought surfaced. Could she have discovered the heart of the summoning beast? He immediately dismissed the idea. Security around the excavation site was supposed to be airtight. Beneath a volcano, sleeping under pure mana within flowing magma, lay a mysterious power, one he would not trade even for 10,000 spirit blossoms. Once absorbed, that heart would grant him overwhelming strength. The excavation was nearing its final stage. So why was trouble appearing now? Draxen rose from his throne and ordered his aide to intercept Louise immediately. Under no circumstances was she to be killed. Under no circumstances was she to be seriously injured. His aide hesitated, voice trembling, and said that it would be difficult. Draxen demanded an explanation. Meanwhile, in the rainforest near Beast Mountain, Princess Louise and her forces found their path blocked. Standing atop a tree cliff was Max Ormuth, the second prince of the Ormuth Kingdom. Max asked coldly whether the princess had a death wish. He reminded her that this was Demon King territory, and that entry was forbidden. The palace had already warned her. He claimed it was dangerous. She could be killed by demon tribes at any time. Louise scoffed, stating that he spoke as though they could actually touch her. She ordered him to clear the way. She would not return until she found Logar. With a sinister smile, Max insulted dwarves as foolish. His soldiers raised their spears from every surrounding tree cliff, encircling the dwarven forces. Max then spoke of history. 200 years ago, during the all-out war against the Demon King, the Jespine Kingdom situated near the Demon King's castle had profited immensely by supplying the heroes with war materials. Those profits allowed Jespine to rise into an empire. Now Max suggested, history could repeat itself. If Louise were to die at the hands of Demon King underlings within Beast territory, would it not create another grand opportunity for Ormuth? Louise immediately understood his scheme. He intended to kill her and frame the Beast Demon King. She cursed him as a bastard. Max lunged forward, spear raised, ordering his men to slaughter them all. Louise raised her axe defiantly, shouting that anyone who wished to die should come first. She mocked them as cowardly monkeys. The battle erupted. Inside Draxen's castle, Draxen's aide rushed in and reported that the dwarves were about to be annihilated. Draxen's eyes widened in disbelief. He realized the truth instantly. Those Ormuth bastards intended to murder Louise and blame him. If that happened, a full-scale war like the one 200 years ago would ignite again. Without hesitation, Draxen dispatched demons and monsters, commanding them to intervene immediately. They were to save the dwarf princess at all costs. On the battlefield, the dwarven soldiers struggled. Ormuth troops exploited the terrain, striking from elevated positions with relentless precision. Spears rained down like a storm. Dwarven shields clashed as soldiers formed defensive lines, protecting Louise from the barrage. The dwarven commander reported grimly that the terrain favored the enemy too heavily. They had little chance of victory. He urged the princess to escape while they opened a path. Frustrated, Louise declared she would wipe them all out herself. The commander begged her to remain calm. Above them, Max raised his spear with a cruel grin, mocking her defensive stance. He declared he would end it with a single strike. Suddenly, his expression froze. A terrifying demonic aura surged from behind. Max muttered in disbelief. The Beast Demon King's underlings had arrived sooner than expected. The newcomer spoke calmly. He stated that Ormuth's attack had not been part of his plan. He commented that human interests were truly complicated. Max was shocked. It was not a beast demon. Princess Louise did not understand what was happening. Wearing a facial jamming mask, it was Demon King Berja. With a faint smile, he looked at Max Ormuth and declared that the Ormuth second prince would die there. Max immediately shouted to his warrior that the masked figure was an upper-rank demon. He ordered them to kill the princess while he held the demon off. The Ormuth soldiers obeyed and rushed toward Princess Louise Werft. But before they could reach her, Louise moved with astonishing speed. She cut down the approaching soldiers one by one. Louise closed the distance in an instant and roared at him, demanding how he dared look elsewhere while she stood before him. She raised her axe with full force, declaring that he should not ignore her presence. Max clenched his teeth. He concluded he would need to deal with the crazy princess first. But suddenly, a crushing demonic pressure pinned him in place. Berge's energy immobilized him completely. Max muttered in disbelief, unable to understand how he had been overpowered so easily. In the next instant, Louise's axe cleaved downward. With full force, she split Max in half. His body fell lifeless as she landed lightly on a tree branch. Inwardly, Louise wondered where the demon had gone. The demonic energy had vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. Enraged, Max's remaining soldiers charged her, shouting that she dared lay hands on a prince. Louise barked back that they had attempted to kill her first, and now acted as though she were the villain. She declared she would send them to the afterlife to keep their prince company. Her dwarven soldiers raised their weapons, forming a defensive perimeter and preventing any enemies from approaching. Standing calmly atop another tree branch, Burge observed everything. He remarked quietly that this should keep Luis Werft from dying. Then his gaze shifted toward the distant Beast Demon King's tower. He muttered that it was time for the Beast Demon King to take the bait. 5 minutes earlier, inside the Beast Demon King's tower, Draxon had sensed the sudden surge of demonic energy. His aide also felt it and asked what was happening. Draxon narrowed his eyes. Those were not his demons. Another Demon King had sent forces into his territory. The intensity of the energy indicated an elite demon, upper rank or higher. Draxon's thoughts raced. At the exact moment the Dwarf Princess and the Ormuth Prince clashed, another demon appeared. The timing was too perfect. Draxon concluded he needed to confirm the situation personally. When Draxon arrived at the battlefield, he stopped in disbelief. Ormuth's soldiers lay scattered across the ground, slaughtered. He immediately demanded to know whether the Dwarf Princess had been captured, and where the intruding demon had gone. One of his subordinates bowed and reported that when they arrived, the princess had already been surrounded by Ormuth's forces. Draxon muttered in panic that this could not happen. If a full-scale war like the one 200 years ago were recreated, he had no means to stop it yet. The soldier continued, explaining that they had attempted to rescue the princess, but she had massacred the Ormuth troops by herself. She had completely dominated the battlefield. He apologized, admitting that they had been unable to save her because she had handled everything alone. Irritated, Draxon struck the ground violently, slamming the soldiers down and partially burying them. He ordered them not to confuse the situation with their stupidity. At that moment, 2 other demons approached, dragging captured Ormuth survivors with them. They reported that the second prince of Ormuth had been killed by the Dwarf Princess. They asked what should be done with the remaining warriors. Draxon stared coldly at the prisoners. If he killed them, Ormuth would blame him for the prince's death. Although slaughter could earn demonic energy points, kidnapping and murder did not carry equal consequences politically. Even if Ormuth was a weaker nation, grief could drive them to reckless retaliation. That would become a needless headache. Draxon ordered that the prisoners be spared. They would testify properly, ensuring he was not framed. He then demanded to know whether the intruding demon had been found. His men admitted they had not. Draxon sighed in frustration, insulting them for their incompetence and poor senses. They apologized repeatedly. Inwardly, Draxon considered the possibility. If the intruder specialized in stealth and was an upper-rank demon, it was not strange that these fools had failed to detect it. He decided to use a technique he had not relied on in some time: ultra-sensory application. By concentrating demonic energy into his sensory organs, the technique maximized perception. When fully honed, it could even detect traces of stealth magic. Activating it, Draxon immediately sensed unfamiliar demonic tracks lingering in the area. His expression darkened. The traces were not following the Dwarf Princess. They were heading toward Beast Lava Mountain. After a brief silence, Draxon asked his men which direction the princess had fled. They pointed in the opposite direction. At that instant, Draxon launched himself forward, shattering the ground beneath his feet as he ran at full speed. Now he understood. The clash between the Dwarf Princess and the Ormuth Prince, the sudden exposure of demonic energy, it had all been bait. Someone had deliberately lured him away from the volcano. Only one possibility remained. A Demon King was involved. And that Demon King had only one objective: the heart of the summoning beast. The scene shifted to the entrance of the volcano at Beast Lava Mountain. Inside, an enormous operation was underway. Hovering above the lava was Demon King Burja. He muttered that this was no ordinary magma. Even from that distance he could feel the overwhelming aura of the summoning beast. No matter how resilient Draxon was, diving directly into such a place without preparation would have been impossible. Burja quickly understood the situation. Draxon had secretly constructed a drainage system to lower the lava level and access whatever lay hidden beneath. A faint smile appeared on Burja's face. He activated his black flame demonic dragon technique. Dark scales of demonic energy wrapped around his body, allowing him to endure even the extreme heat of molten lava. Suddenly, a massive tiger-like beast materialized behind him without warning. It raised its enormous weapon and slammed it down with crushing force. The impact echoed violently through the cavern, but Burja stopped the attack effortlessly. He remarked calmly that at such close range, an upper-rank demon like him would always notice an ambush. The tiger beast growled and demanded to know whether he was a demon king. Burja grabbed the beast by the collar with a demonic smile and told it to come with him. In the next instant he dragged the creature straight into the lava. Moments later, only scorched bones surfaced. Burja continued hovering within the molten depths as if unaffected. He cursed Draxon quietly, recalling how in his previous life, after absorbing the heart of the summoning beast, Draxon's regenerative power had become monstrously strong. Burja had always wondered what kind of summoning beast Draxon had absorbed. Everything was clear. Before him, suspended within the lava chamber, was a massive phoenix corpse. It radiated ancient and terrifying power. When Berja had been a cadet at the Demon King Military Academy, he had studied records confirming the existence of phoenixes across multiple dimensions. Some were near-divine beings. Others were destructive forces confined within their own realms. Their strength varied widely, but they all shared one undeniable truth. Any demon king who fully absorbed a phoenix would become powerful enough to leave their name carved into the history of the demonic realm. Floating before the phoenix corpse, Berje felt a surge of excitement. He thanked Dr. San inwardly. In his previous life, Draxon had absorbed this phoenix and risen to terrifying heights. That was precisely why Berje had come here now. A smile spread across his face. He extended his hand toward the corpse and declared that the power he had once envied would now belong to him. In this life he would use it properly. And he began examining the phoenix. Outside the lava mountain, Draxon ran at full speed toward the volcano. He muttered furiously, demanding to know who had discovered his phoenix. For a brief moment, the name Berje Deus surfaced in his mind, but he rejected it. Berje had arrived in this region without any visible benefit. He had no upper-ranked demons under his command aside from Gordon, who should still be in his tower. A rookie demon king like Berje could not possibly have uncovered such tightly guarded information. Draxon was confident his security measures had not been lax enough for that. At the volcano gate, his subordinates tried to question why the demon king himself had come. Draxon did not answer. He shoved them aside and stormed forward, blasting past beastmen in his path. He dismissed other possible suspects. It could not be Reyna, the Frost Demon King. A fire element phoenix would be toxic to her affinity. It could not be Ugar either. Ugar lacked the intelligence to orchestrate such a calculated intrusion. That left only one possibility. Draxon stopped at the edge of the lava chamber. It could only be that bastard. He demanded to know whether the summoning beast was safe. The beastmen hurriedly assured him that it was secure, but one of them reported that Brother Tiger had suddenly leapt into the lava earlier. Draxon's jaw dropped in disbelief. Without hesitation, he prepared to dive into the molten core. But his beastmen grabbed him from behind, restraining him and asking what he was doing. Before he could break free, the lava began to surge violently. The volcano trembled. Not only Draxon, but the civilians of Ormuth, Princess Louise Werft, Granada, and Hillen Cargill from Holton Walk, and even Princess Ernan from Burge's Tower, all witnessed the phenomenon. Draxon stared upward in pure rage. He screamed Demon King Jason's name into the sky, cursing him viciously. Above Beast Mountain, a colossal phoenix-shaped entity formed from blazing lava and demonic energy. It spread its wings across the sky. The heavens turned crimson. Sometime after the eruption, Berje opened his eyes in the depths of the Ormuth forest. He did not know where he was. Earlier, inside the volcano, he had intended to store the phoenix corpse inside his subspace and transport it safely back to his tower. But before the summoning beast's mana could even react, it had been absorbed directly into his body. The volcanic explosion that followed had blown him far away. Wild animals surrounded him cautiously. Even though he was a demon king, they did not flee. Berberja frowned. He felt strange. Unfamiliar. Something about his body was different. He muttered that he did not feel like himself. Moving toward a stream, he looked at his reflection and froze. His appearance had changed completely. His hair, once dark, now carried an unnatural hue. The phoenix's power had altered him. The scene shifted to the Ormuth Palace. Princess Louise Werft bowed before the King of Ormuth. She reported that Prince Max Ormuth and the brave warriors of Ormuth had saved them from the Beast Demon King's underlings and had fallen in battle. The king, seated upon his throne, said that was enough. He declared that he had raised his son as a brave warrior. Louise responded that to fall on the battlefield while protecting the weak was an honorable death. The king clenched his fists in grief and rage. Through tears, he ordered his men to contact the Heroes Guild immediately. A hero's journey would be assembled to execute the Beast Demon King. The scene shifted again. Hillen Cargill's projection appeared before Berja. But when Hillen saw the unfamiliar man standing there, he demanded to know his identity. Berja calmly stated that he was his master. Certain circumstances had changed his appearance, but there was no need to worry. He ordered Hillen to report. Hillen informed him that, at the request of the Ormuth King, a hero's journey was being organized. The captain of the expedition would be Razel Charnt, one of the 10-star heroes and a top-class battle mage specializing in flame magic. The vice-captain would be Palav Disrod, another 10-star hero, who had reached the pinnacle of martial might through pure physical strength. Out of 500 members in the expedition, 200 were heroes. Their sole objective was the subjugation of the Beast Demon King. Once assembled in Ormuth, they would march directly toward Beast Tower. Berje, now dressed in new clothing from his subspace, remarked that 200 heroes were more than he expected, and only 2 10-star heroes among them. Hillen clarified that Rosal and Palav were the only 10-star participants. He added that it seemed certain individuals were pulling strings behind the scenes, people who did not want the Beast Demon King to die. Berja considered this carefully. To humans, the Demon King's tower was a gold mine. Treasures lay dormant within. The corpses of demons became valuable materials for magic equipment. If the tower collapsed completely, those profits would disappear. Human society was complicated. Even something as simple as slaying a demon king was entangled in layered interests. Outwardly, Berja ordered Hillen to join the hero's journey. He promised to reveal the Beast Demon King's weakness. But Hillen must be the one to deliver the finishing blow. Berja instructed him to absorb the Beast Demon King's power. If Hillen became the hero who killed 2 demon kings, winning human trust would become effortless. Hillen hesitated. He expressed gratitude but asked cautiously whether Berja would truly be able to handle him if he became that strong. Berja's expression darkened. He asked whether Hillen truly believed that absorbing 2 demon kings would be enough to oppose him. Hillen quickly changed the subject and ended the projection. Before Berja could move again, Gordon's projection appeared. He too was startled by Berja's altered appearance and demanded to know who he was. Frustrated, Berja stated that he was still the Demon King. Gordon then delivered urgent news. The Beast Tower had requested an emergency convocation of Demon Kings. Berja immediately asked whether Draxon had truly done such a thing. Gordon confirmed. A message had just been received. The situation was escalating. The scene then shifted to the Beast Demon King's tower. 2 massive portals opened before Draxon. From one emerged Reyna, the Frost Demon King. From the other stepped Ugar, who immediately demanded to know what was happening. Draxon told them to go ahead and wait in the upper chamber. He would join them once the final attendee arrived. Inwardly, Draxon noted that both Berja and Jason were absent. He considered the possibility that they were buying time to organize their thoughts. If Berja Deus arrived late, he would inevitably become a suspect. Elsewhere, Berja prepared to move. He admitted inwardly that he had let his guard down for a moment. Then he launched himself forward with explosive force, cracking the ground beneath his feet. There was no time to waste. Through a projection, Gordon informed him that since Berja was still in Ormuth, Gordon could use a portal to head to the Beast Tower alone. But seeing Berja already in motion, Gordon hesitated and asked whether he was moving there personally. Berja ordered him to wait. He would arrive soon. Berja understood the problem clearly. If he arrived on foot without using a portal, it would raise suspicion. But arriving late would also make him look guilty. His original plan had been to return to his own tower first, then use the portal alongside Gordon to travel to the Beast Tower. However, at his current speed he would be late by more than 10 minutes. That would not work. He needed to go faster. Suddenly, his heart pulsed with strange energy. Flames surged within his chest. In an instant, blazing phoenix wings burst from his back. Berja froze in shock. He had not intentionally drawn on mana, yet the phoenix reacted on its own. He felt the phoenix's essence condense into his heart. He wondered whether the phoenix was still alive inside him. That would explain why animals had swarmed him earlier. The power exploded outward. His speed increased dramatically. He shot through the sky like lightning, faster than he could properly control. In the next moment, he slammed directly into his own tower at Urgest Mountain, crashing into the structure before hitting the ground below. Clutching his head, he muttered that he had arrived instantly. But he could not control the phoenix's power. Until he tamed it completely, he would need to be careful. Through projection, he asked Gordon whether the first floor was clear. Gordon confirmed it was. At that same moment, Berja's wings and hair gradually returned to normal. He reasoned that the phoenix must have burned through its strength temporarily and fallen dormant. Berja ordered Gordon to hurry down. They were moving to the Beast Tower immediately. The Demon King convocation awaited. The scene shifted to the Ormuth Palace, where the heroes gathered for the upcoming subjugation of the Beast Demon King. At the center of attention stood Rosalie Chant, one of the 10-star heroes. Several heroes blushed nervously just looking at her. They praised her openly, hoping to exchange even a single word with her. 2 heroes pushed forward from the crowd and introduced themselves enthusiastically. One even declared that speaking to her once would be the greatest achievement of his life. Rosalie, sitting casually on a stone, barely glanced at them. She told them coldly that if they were finished talking, they should leave. She dismissed them as riffraff. Her assistant scolded her quietly, complaining that the image of their assault unit was worsening because of her blunt attitude. Yet the heroes behind them did not appear offended. To many of them, even being insulted by Rosalie felt like a blessing. Rosalie remarked that they were nothing but useless extras, and questioned how she was supposed to clear a Demon King's tower with people like that. The crowd shifted. A sudden silence fell over the courtyard. Hillen Cargill had arrived. Whispers spread quickly. Some pointed out that he was also a 10-star hero, the one who had defeated the Demon King of Lust. Others muttered about his failed expedition to Urgest Mountain. Hillen approached Rosalie with a smile and extended his hand, greeting her as though they were old acquaintances. He stated that it had been a long time and that he had come to lend his strength to the hero's journey. Rosalie responded with a thin, mocking smile. She remarked that he had quite the thick skin. She called him a loser. Then she casually noted that he was no longer wearing that filthy ring and asked whether he had removed it because there were no elves present. Hillen's smile stiffened for a moment. He suggested they discuss that matter privately later. Inwardly, he was shaken. The fact that Roselle seemed to know details about how he had killed the Demon King of Lust alarmed him. If she spread rumors carelessly, his carefully constructed image would collapse. If not for the Demon King's orders, he would not have wanted to see her at all. Roselle stood up and stated plainly that she would be the one to finish the Beast Demon King. She warned him not to interfere with her plans using his filthy hands. Hillen responded politely that he understood. But inwardly, he had no intention of letting her claim the kill. He planned to take the Beast Demon King's head for himself. Meanwhile, Berja and Gordon finally came. At the same time, Jason also arrived at the Beast Tower. Draxen was waiting for them, who noted that both Jason and Berja had arrived on time, and instructed them to proceed inside for the explanation. Berja quietly sighed in relief, thinking that at least he was not late. At the top floor of the tower, all the Demon Kings gathered. The silence was broken by Ugur, who questioned what urgent matter had required such an emergency meeting. Jason simply smiled and remarked that he had already heard about the massive hero forces assembling. He wondered if the meeting was related to that situation. Draxen's expression hardened. Realizing that there was no point hiding it, he revealed the truth. One of the Demon Kings had secretly sent an assassin demon into his territory. That intruder had stolen the corpse of a phoenix, a powerful being Draxen had been preparing to absorb. Worse still, the same culprit had caused the death of the second Prince of Ormuth, triggering the current large-scale hero expedition. The room fell into heavy silence. Some Demon Kings were shocked that Draxen had been hiding a phoenix all along. Others considered the act reckless, but provoking an entire kingdom into launching such a massive expedition meant only one thing. Someone intended to destroy Draxen. Looking around the chamber, Draxen declared that the traitor might be among them, but if that was the case, he would not fall alone. Filled with anger, he swore to uncover the one responsible. To do that, he revealed his plan. He would use the black box system. The black box was a special device installed within towers, capable of recording the movements and actions of Demon Kings. It had originally been created to analyze operations and improve strategies. However, most Demon Kings ignored it. The reason was simple. It consumed an enormous amount of demonic energy points. It disappeared if the tower collapsed, and traditional Demon Kings saw it as unnecessary. But Draxen intended to use it. When Berja heard this, a dangerous thought crossed his mind. If the black box was opened, his secrets would be exposed. Draxen explained further that activation required permission from each Demon King, whose tower data would be accessed. Without their approval, the system would remain sealed. He then requested authorization from everyone present. His logic was clear. If the traitor was among them, they would refuse. The chamber fell silent. Berja felt tension build, but unexpectedly, one by one, every Demon King agreed, so our boy also gave his approval without hesitation. With all permissions granted, Draxen declared that he would activate the system when the time was right and share the results afterward. Basically, Black Box Key was a one-time use item with an absurd cost. Even for Demon Kings, it was an overwhelming price. Draxen had no intention of using it immediately. With a massive hero expedition approaching, spending that much power now would be suicidal. But he had already decided, if he survived the attack, he would activate it afterward. And when he did, he would open the black boxes of Berja and Jason. After leaving the meeting, Berja and Gordon returned to their own tower. The moment they arrived, Berja began analyzing the situation. There was only one conclusion. Draxen could not be allowed to live. Before the black box was activated, he had to be eliminated. Gordon reported that preparations inside the tower were nearly complete. Berja decided to inspect everything personally, starting from the lowest floor. On the first floor, they encountered a massive structure, a gigantic magical cannon, dominating the entire area like a weapon built for war. Standing proudly on top of it was Logar. The moment Lager Frederick saw Berja, he exploded with excitement, introducing his creation. It was a monstrous weapon capable of firing compressed mana projectiles, infused with multiple elements at once. Not only that, it was mounted on a mobile system, allowing it to move freely instead of remaining stationary. Even more terrifying, it could absorb mana from the atmosphere to replenish itself. As Berja and Gordon walked away, Logar continued shouting enthusiastically, promising even greater creations in the future. On the second floor, they found Princess Kaede, training alone. The moment she saw Berja, she attacked. Her blade moved with speed and precision, striking toward him without hesitation. Berja blocked effortlessly. He calmly remarked that nothing had changed. Kaede, filled with determination, declared that the real battle was only beginning. She activated her technique and unleashed an improved attack. The power behind it had clearly increased, but it still wasn't enough. Berja stopped it just as easily. With a faint smirk, he acknowledged that she had improved, but not enough. Before she could react, Berja counterattacked. His strike landed with perfect control, strong enough to nearly knock her unconscious. The fight ended instantly. He asked why Princess Kaidate had been moved to the second floor. Gordon explained that Princess Ernan was currently performing a summoning ritual on the fourth floor. To prevent any interference during such a delicate process, he had temporarily relocated Kaidate to another level. At that very moment, the ritual was already underway. Inside a vast glowing magic circle, Princess Ernan stood in deep concentration. With the aid of seneal powder, she began channeling her mana, carefully reciting the incantation. Her voice echoed softly as she called upon a high-ranking water spirit, invoking the ancient guardian bound by blood and soul. She spoke the sacred name, Naranal. Moments later, a powerful water spirit manifested within the circle, shimmering with flowing blue energy as it connected directly to Ernan's mana. But the moment the bond formed, a violent surge of energy rushed through her body. Her balance broke. She began to fall. Before she could collapse, Berger appeared beside her. With calm composure, he supported her and remarked that it seemed he had arrived just in time, acknowledging her success. Ernan gave a soft, embarrassed laugh, explaining that the ritual had only succeeded because of the spirit dust she had received earlier. But then, something unexpected happened. In a quiet voice, Ernan suddenly confessed that she loved the Demon King. The words slipped out uncontrollably. Berger froze. Ernan immediately panicked, insisting that she had not meant to say it. She claimed she had no control over her own words. After a brief moment, the truth became clear. Those words had not come from Ernan. They came from the spirit. Her name was Naranal, a high-ranking water spirit. Her personality quickly revealed itself. She adored romance, especially dramatic stories of forbidden love. With playful enthusiasm, she declared that she truly liked the Demon King. She even pointed out that Ernan's feelings were already obvious and immediately began teasing her about their relationship. Ernan was completely flustered. Her face turned red as she denied everything, struggling to form coherent words. Her usual composure collapsed under the relentless teasing. Meanwhile, Naranal only grew more amused. She spoke about rumors circulating in the spirit realm that the innocent princess had already fallen into a romantic relationship. Ernan finally demanded that Naranal return to her realm, but Naranal refused casually, stating that it had been a long time since she had been summoned, and she had no intention of leaving anytime soon. Berger stepped forward, interrupting the situation. He asked Naranal what kind of presence he appeared to be in her eyes. Naranal observed him carefully, then smiled. She described him as a refined and striking demon king, someone well-suited to stand beside the princess. He activated his power. His appearance changed instantly. Stunned, both Ernan and Naranal stared at him. Moments ago, his presence had clearly been that of a demon king, but now it resembled pure, refined spiritual energy. With calm confidence, Berger explained his reasoning. If even a superior spirit could not distinguish his true nature, then other demon kings and heroes would not be able to notice either. A faint smile appeared on his face. For now, he decided to taking care of Draxen alone. Meanwhile, Ernan remained silent, confused. In next scene, Berger moved swiftly through the sky. When a system notification suddenly appeared before him, Gordon's face appeared filled with stress and urgency, looking completely overwhelmed as he grabbed his hair in frustration and demanded to know what Berger was doing, while Berger, without hesitation, reminded him that he had already made his intention clear and that he planned to remove Draxen. Hearing this only intensified Gordon's panic as he protested that such an act violated the long-standing rules among demon kings, and warned that if the others discovered this, the consequences would spiral out of control. But Berger tightened his jaw slightly and explained that the situation would become far worse if Draxen succeeded in opening the black box, because at that point everything would turn against him and he would be the one facing destruction. Gordon admitted that he understood the reasoning but emphasized that understanding did not reduce the danger, reminding him that Berger had not yet obtained full control over dimensional energy, and that without mastering it the margin for error remained extremely small. He continued explaining that dimensional energy was a fundamental force existing between worlds, and every realm naturally resisted intruders from another dimension, meaning that when a being crossed into a foreign world, that world pushed back with overwhelming pressure, suppressing their abilities drastically, and because of this natural law, demons experienced extreme weakening upon entering another world, reducing a being with overwhelming strength in their original realm to something almost insignificant here. He further elaborated that in such a weakened state, they would have to face warriors chosen by the dimension itself, guardians who existed to preserve balance, and that to overcome this suppression, the demon race had created a specialized system known as the Demon King's Tower, which acted as a magical conduit linking the demon world, the Demon King, and the flow of magical energy. Through this system, by investing accumulated magic points, a Demon King could gradually draw power from their original world, and as the tower expanded upward, the connection strengthened, restoring more of their original power, effectively making the tower's growth a direct reflection of the ruler's strength. But Gordon also reminded him of a critical limitation. explaining that the farther a Demon King moved away from their tower, the weaker the connection became, and the more their strength declined. He then revealed the most important detail, stating that Draxon's tower had already reached 13 floors, while Berge's own tower had only grown to the 5th floor, making any direct confrontation within Draxon's territory extremely unfavorable, and reluctantly admitted that even if Berge truly held the title of Demon King, victory under such conditions could not be guaranteed. Berge acknowledged the situation calmly, recognizing that although he had absorbed the Phoenix Heart, he had not yet fully integrated its power, and that the energy within him remained unstable, preventing him from completely dominating other Demon Kings in his current state. But after a brief silence, a faint smile appeared on his face as he stated that such limitations only mattered if he fought alone. His aura began to shift as his demonic presence faded, and the moment Gordon saw that expression, he immediately understood what Berge was planning, panic returning to him as he tried to object before anything irreversible happened. But Berge had already made his decision, and with a calm expression he introduced himself under a new identity, declaring that from this moment forward he would go by the name File, and that he would personally join the upcoming Brave expedition. The scene then shifted to the distant region of Erin, where intense combat had recently taken place, leaving the battlefield filled with exhaustion, destruction, and wounded soldiers, as the knights led by Hillen struggled to recover from their failed assault on the Beast King's tower, their bodies injured and their morale shaken. At that moment a new presence arrived, and although Hillen instinctively began to address him formally, Berge gently corrected him, instructing him to use the name File instead, after which Hillen complied and began explaining everything. He recounted how the expedition force had gathered and launched their assault on Draxon's tower, focusing their strategy on exploiting the Beast King's weakness by targeting his tails, successfully dealing meaningful damage at first. Hillen recalled how he had called for Rosal to execute their plan, but when he turned back, he saw her collapsed on the ground, severely wounded and barely conscious, blood covering her face, and before he could react, he realized that Draxon was already standing directly behind her, creating a moment of absolute danger. Without hesitation, Hillen rushed forward, supporting Rosal and helping her to stand, ultimately leading to the failure of the expedition. Returning to the present, Hillen finished his explanation with frustration and regret, stating that due to Rosal's injuries, continuing the battle had been impossible, and retreat had been their only option. Berge listened silently, and for a brief moment, a subtle smile appeared on his face. He knew it clearly, he was now completely screwed. Hillen continued speaking with a steady tone, stating that even though they had lost the battle, they had managed to deal a heavy blow to the Beast Demon King, explaining that Draxon would need time to recover, and that a large portion of his demon army had been wiped out as well. Berge analyzed the situation instantly, concluding in his mind that this meant there was a window of opportunity before Draxon could fully restore the tower, and without hesitation he stated that in that case they should restart the hero's journey. Then, as if recalling something important, File turned his gaze toward Hillen and asked about another 10-star hero, Palav Disrod, the one who was supposed to be the vice-chief of the expedition. But Hillen's expression immediately hardened as he scolded him, clearly irritated by the mention. Before he could say more, Roselle stepped in from the side, her voice sharp with anger as she stated that Palav Disrod had run away right before the assault on the Beast Tower. Her expression grew colder as she continued, stating that his sponsors profited from the tower's continued existence, and that they were nothing but money-crazed bastards who cared more about profit than lives. File then turned his attention toward her and asked if she was Roselle Chant. Rosal glanced at him briefly before replying that he had come too late, stating that if he had intended to join the hero's journey, he should have come earlier, but now all that remained was defeat and a battlefield filled with chaos. Amir did not react to her words, and instead asked a single question, whether she still had the will to fight again. For a brief moment, silence fell. Then Rosal's expression changed completely, her eyes burning with determination as she declared that she would kill the Beast Demon King no matter what, stating that he had taken everything from her. Hillen stepped in once more, reminding them that too many of their forces were injured and that they were in no condition to launch another assault immediately. But File simply replied that it was a simple problem. Without another word, he opened his subspace. Countless potions appeared before them. Calmly, File stated that while these could not regenerate lost limbs, they were more than enough to restore the condition of the remaining heroes. Her curiosity deepening with every passing moment as she questioned who he truly was and why he was helping them, unable to ignore the faint warmth radiating from him, an energy so pure that it felt completely different from anything she had sensed before. Instead of answering immediately, File shifted his gaze toward the wounded knights scattered across the battlefield, noting that although their physical injuries were being treated, their spirits remained broken, and he understood that without restoring their morale, they would not be able to fight effectively, which meant defeating Draxon would be impossible. After a brief pause, he decided it was time to reveal a portion of his power, and as the hidden energy within him stirred, he calmly instructed everyone to follow him before rising slowly into the air. The knights watched in shock as a golden blazing aura expanded outward from his body, and behind him a massive silhouette resembling a phoenix unfolded its radiant wings across the sky, instantly transforming the atmosphere. The overwhelming presence of the phoenix dominated the battlefield, and Roselle immediately recognized the nature of that power, her eyes widening in disbelief as she realized what stood before her. File then declared that he was the wielder of the phoenix and that his goal was to defeat the Beast King, and judging by the sheer intensity of the mana radiating from him, Roselle understood that his strength was comparable to that of elite 10-star warriors, which meant that if they fought alongside him, victory against Draxen might truly be possible. One by one, the knights began to rise, their postures straightening as their determination returned, and even Hillen felt his resolve reignite as the army regained its fighting spirit. The scene then shifted to the Beast King's tower, where Draxen stood with an expression filled with fury, his presence alone radiating overwhelming pressure as he muttered that reclaiming his tower had cost far more demonic energy points than expected, forcing him to purchase only a single black box key for now, deciding that the rest would come later. With a cold glare, he declared that it was now time to uncover the truth, and as the box opened, a blinding light burst forth, illuminating the chamber as a system notification confirmed the opening of the black box belonging to a demon king, who had granted consent. Draxen stared into the light, demanding to see everything, all the secrets that had been hidden, but as the truth unfolded before his eyes, his expression changed completely, shock replacing his anger, as he realized what he was witnessing, muttering in disbelief that the black box could not be manipulated, and that if what he was seeing was real, then everything finally made sense. His voice grew tense as he understood the implications, realizing that he needed to inform the other demon kings immediately. But before he could act, a servant rushed into the room. Already irritated, Draxen demanded to know what was happening, and the servant hurriedly reported that the heroes had launched an invasion, causing Draxen's eyes to widen in shock as he demanded confirmation, only to be told that the vanguard was being led by a newly emerged 10-star hero, Ralph Schmitz, and one of the strongest shield masters. The scene shifted once more, returning to 1 hour earlier, when File had revealed the phoenix to the heroes, and at that moment their spirits had been completely reignited as they shouted with renewed confidence, declaring that they would attempt the battle again now that the legendary phoenix stood on their side. Filled with excitement and courage, they raised their swords and roared with determination, proclaiming that they would slaughter the demons and claim the Beast King's treasure, their voices echoing across the battlefield as their morale reached its peak. Watching all of this unfold, Berger silently observed them from behind his calm expression, acknowledging inwardly that their morale had fully recovered, though he remained cautious as he questioned whether they would be able to utilize the Phoenix's mana effectively in actual combat. After analyzing the situation, he stepped forward and stated that since even 10-star heroes alone were not enough, they should reinforce their forces if possible, prompting silence from Hillen, who did not respond immediately, while Roselle stepped forward and remarked that the timing was fortunate because a capable hero had just requested to join them, and that the person was none other than the 10-star hero Ralph Schmitz, the strongest among shield masters. In the present moment, Ralph Schmitz appeared at the front lines, advancing steadily with unwavering resolve as he stood alone against waves of beast monsters, blocking and holding them back with absolute stability, his presence alone anchoring the battlefield while soldiers behind him regained formation, and voices rose in awe declaring that he was the vanguard of this revenge expedition. Without panic, Ralph suddenly deactivated his defensive field, and in that exact instant, his shield began to transform, shifting into a new form as a terrifying surge of energy erupted outward, blasting every monster away in a single overwhelming release and clearing the path completely, allowing the human forces to finally break through and reach the first floor of the Beast Tower. Watching from behind, File observed Ralph carefully, recognizing him instantly as the second strongest tank among the 10-star heroes, the wielder of an ultimate shield capable of reflecting any impact, and memories from his past life surfaced as his expression darkened, recalling how this very man had once brought him down and mocked him, a surge of killing intent rising within him as he thought about tearing him apart, yet he suppressed it, reminding himself that Draxen was the priority for now. Beside him, Roselle clenched her fists in frustration as she spoke with anger and regret, saying that Ralph had arrived too late just like him and that if both of them had been present earlier, the expedition could have succeeded without casualties. But File calmly responded that confidence was fine as long as it did not turn into underestimation, adding firmly that a Demon King always hides a final trump card and reveals it only at the brink of death. As he spoke, his thoughts deepened, considering that if Draxen had already reclaimed his tower and spent his demonic energy on the black box, then he might have exhausted the power needed to stop the expedition, and in that case File might finally witness something he had never seen before even in his previous life, the true trump card of the Beast King. Time skipped forward, and the scene shifted directly to the 13th floor of the Beast Tower, the Demon King's chamber, where Draxen sat calmly upon his throne as if waiting. Confusion spread among the soldiers as they looked around, whispering that there were no demons anywhere despite this being the top floor, unlike before when it had been filled with them. From his throne, Draxen glared down at them and spoke with cold disdain, calling them insect-like heroes and mocking their return, saying he had been too busy preparing something to deal with other matters. Rosal immediately sensed something was wrong, her expression tightening as she pointed out the massive concentration of demonic energy in the room, questioning if that was the reason no other demons were present. And in response, Draxen released a violent wave of dark energy, declaring that he had gathered all his vassals into one place to finish them all at once. As soon as he spoke, he consumed a mysterious object, and his aura began to rise explosively, becoming darker and far more oppressive than before. File analyzed the situation instantly, realizing that instead of placing monsters across the floors as usual, Draxen had exploited a loophole by absorbing the power of an entire floor into himself, effectively concentrating all that strength into a single body. And as the Beast King stepped forward with a ruthless expression, he declared that he would erase them completely so they could never climb again. The sheer intensity of his aura stunned everyone present. All felt the overwhelming pressure as it exceeded their expectations. In the next moment, File sensed the danger and realized the attack was coming, and Draxen unleashed a thunderous roar as a massive wave of demonic energy exploded outward, sending soldiers flying back uncontrollably as they struggled to remain standing, some even breaking past the protective boundary of Ralph's shield, while others shouted desperately to hold the line. But the Beast King's power continued to rise, the pressure intensifying to a level where ordinary warriors were blown away just by its presence, and even Ralph's shield began to crack under the strain, splitting apart momentarily before he forcefully regained control, merging it back together and reinforcing the defensive field with sheer will. From the restored barrier, a powerful counterforce surged forward, pushing back against the Beast King's oppressive aura as the dark red energy began to recede slightly. And through that fading pressure, Draxen stepped forward slowly, his presence now completely transformed into something far more terrifying than before. Hillen watched in disbelief, admitting that even his magic had been deflected effortlessly, and as Draxen advanced step by step, the weight of his existence pressed down on everyone present until someone finally managed to utter the words in fear: the Beast Demon King. The warriors stood their ground, gripping their weapons tightly despite the fear creeping into their voices, whispering about the suffocating nature of his demonic energy that felt like poison choking their throats, weakening their bodies just by exposure. Then suddenly, a radiant force descended upon them as the Phoenix wings manifested, activating a high-rank defensive magic known as Protection of the Phoenix, and instantly the crushing pressure vanished, the suffocating aura lifted, and the soldiers regained their breath and strength as relief spread across the battlefield. Grateful voices rose among them, but File remained focused, his eyes locked on Draxen as he thought that he could not allow the Beast King to gather any more demonic energy. With a firm and commanding voice, he addressed the others, stating that from this point onward, anyone who could not keep up would only become a burden, ordering them to remain within the barrier, and those still capable prepared themselves. At that moment, the Beast King observed them closely, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield, before narrowing sharply as he declared that there were 4 of them, and that one among them carried particularly irritating mana, his eyes locking onto File as his anger rose, demanding to know who he was. In response, File met his gaze without hesitation, a dark, almost amused smile forming on his face as the tension in the air reached its peak, and in that instant the Beast King recognized him. A surge of fury erupted from deep within Draxen as he roared about the stolen phoenix, his voice shaking the entire chamber, the sheer weight of his rage pressing down on everyone present. Yet in stark contrast, File stood completely unfazed, raising his hand calmly as a domain spread outward, erasing all sound itself. Silence consumed the battlefield, cutting off every vibration as File took control, his smirk deepening as he declared dominance over the very space around them. Rosal immediately understood the brilliance of the move, realizing that the Beast King's devastating roars had been nullified while their own spellcasting could proceed without interference. Without wasting a moment, File cast a high-ranking binding spell, Sage Chains, which shot forward to restrain the Beast King, but the difference in raw power became instantly clear as Draxen shattered the chains with brute force alone, his presence radiating overwhelming dominance even within the silence, making it clear that to him, this was not a battle but a hunt. Yet File remained composed, mocking him casually, remarking that he could not hear anything over all that barking, isolating the Beast King further within the silent domain. Rosal quickly refocused, urging everyone to concentrate on File, and at that exact moment File launched forward, colliding head-on with the Beast King as a massive explosion erupted across the battlefield. Chaos followed immediately as both figures exchanged blows at terrifying speed, their movements becoming so fast that even Rosal admitted she could no longer track File's position, while Hillen reassured her that tracking him did not matter as long as they followed his lead. The Beast King continued his relentless assault, mocking their efforts as meaningless, yet beneath his arrogance lay acknowledgement that they had chosen to challenge him. As the fight intensified, File suddenly shifted direction at blinding speed, attempting to reposition, and Draxen reacted instantly, his focus snapping toward him with lethal intent as he declared that File would not escape alive. Their eyes met, and in that fleeting moment, File recalled the plan he had explained before the battle. The only way to defeat the Beast King was through speed, to bind his movements and exploit even the smallest opening. Hillen had doubted himself back then, unsure if he could keep up, but File had promised him a signal at the perfect moment. Back in the present, the Beast King lunged forward, claws crashing down with devastating force, convinced he had cornered File, but the attack missed effortlessly, and in that precise instant, File stopped and revealed Arine's orb. The Beast King scoffed, dismissing it as useless, but File calmly explained that it was never meant to affect him directly, its true purpose being to reveal the master's position to a vessel. Draxen laughed, certain no such vessel existed, but that was the signal. In a flash, Hillen appeared, moving faster than thought itself, the pressure nearly tearing his mind apart. Yet he endured it, and for the first time, the Beast King's composure cracked as shock and fury collided within him, realizing that File had turned a hero into his vessel. With a faint, amused smile, File remarked that such a method was quite useful if one survived it. Hillen followed through with a full-force strike, pouring all his strength into the blow as shockwaves tore through the battlefield, cracking the ground and scattering debris. Yet even then the Beast King barely staggered, his monstrous durability rendering the attack almost meaningless. His expression twisted with contempt as he dismissed their efforts. But in that moment, flames erupted from another direction. The attack struck perfectly, forcing him to recoil for the first time. It was no coincidence. The plan unfolded exactly as intended. File had instructed Rosal that the moment Hillen created even the slightest opening, it would be her turn, telling her to pour everything into a single attack. Her anger, her pain, her losses, and now in the present, she unleashed it all. Mana surged violently around her, distorting the air as immense pressure cracked the ground beneath her feet, the heat becoming unbearable as all her focus locked onto the Beast King. With absolute resolve, Rosal released her ultimate spell, Satellite Cannon. A massive beam of blazing energy erupted forward, tearing through the battlefield and striking the Beast King head-on, the impact triggering a catastrophic explosion that consumed everything in its path, fire and destruction swallowing the arena as the sky trembled and the earth groaned beneath the force. Then, silence. Even the wind seemed to stop as if the world itself was holding its breath. Slowly, the smoke began to clear. Rage twisted Draxen's expression as he burst into mocking laughter, ridiculing the idea that such an attack could ever kill him. File remained calm, his eyes showing no surprise, no panic, only quiet understanding as he acknowledged that an enemy capable of enduring such power would never fall so easily. It was an outcome he had already calculated. Meanwhile, the Beast King's rage spiraled further, his body trembling as his mana surged violently, and then with a deafening roar, a terrifying red aura erupted from him, spreading outward like a raging storm and swallowing the battlefield in oppressive energy, forcing everyone back as their feet dragged against the ground, struggling just to stand. The very environment cracking under the pressure as the earth split and the air itself felt crushed beneath his power. With pride and fury burning in his voice, he declared his identity as the Demon King of Beasts, Draxen Doldolf, every word shaking the battlefield as he swore none of them would leave alive. Yet File stepped back effortlessly, as if he had already foreseen everything, a faint grin forming on his face as he observed how the once calculating Beast King had now become nothing more than a raging beast consumed by madness. Draxen roared that he would silence him forever, revealing that he had yet to unleash the true power of the Phoenix as a massive aura gathered in his hand, swirling violently and warping the very space around it with unbearable heat, his voice filled with hatred over the power stolen from him. File moved. With perfect timing, he struck. The attack landed cleanly, interrupting the buildup and sending a violent shock through Draxen's body, forcing a scream of pain from him. Yet even then, the Beast King refused to fall, declaring that he would not die so easily. In that exact moment, Shieldmaster saw it, the weakness, focusing her attack with deadly accuracy, before releasing it in a single decisive strike that cut cleanly through one of Draxen's tails. A scream of raw agony tore through him. Instantly Rosal acted, activating Sage Chains once more, the glowing restraints appearing instantly and wrapping tightly around the Beast King before he could react, binding him completely and suppressing his mana, halting his movements at the most critical moment. Then, at that decisive moment, a calm blue aura flowed outward from Hillen. Draxen cursed him, his voice burning with rage even as defeat closed in, and in a single decisive motion, the final blow was delivered. Silence fell once more, a faint smirk resting on his lips as he confirmed the end beyond doubt, calmly declaring that the power of the Phoenix would not go to waste before bidding farewell to Draxen. The head separated from the body, spinning before crashing heavily into the ground. Cheers exploded from every direction as relief and triumph flooded the air, voices shouting that they had finally won, the chants growing louder as they began calling him Lord Hillen, placing him at the center of their victory. a confident smile spreading across his face as he absorbed every ounce of praise. Yet beneath that pride, ambition stirred, the desire for more recognition, more admiration, more worship, envisioning a future where he stood above all as the greatest hero. But just as the celebration reached its peak, cracks spread violently across the structure as the tower began to collapse, turning triumph into chaos in an instant. Amid the chaos, File stood still for a brief moment, silently staring at Draxon's lifeless body, his thoughts lingering as he wondered if a second chance would have changed anything for him. But the answer came quickly. Draxon had remained a Demon King until the very end. There had never been another path. With that, File turned away. As urgency overtook the battlefield, everyone fled the collapsing tower. Outside the ruins, Rosal approached Hillen with a calm but piercing gaze, stating that it seemed he had planned everything from the very beginning, and had intended to take the Demon King's head for himself. But Hillen dismissed her words lightly, claiming it was merely a misunderstanding caused by the chaos of battle. Though Rosal did not argue further, her expression making it clear she did not believe him, as in her mind she recalled the exact moment he had suddenly stepped into the fight. How unnatural it had felt even then. Yet despite her suspicions, she shifted the topic and informed him that she had taken possession of the Demon King's corpse, asking if he had any objections, to which Hillen simply replied that he did not. At that moment, urgent voices called out to Rosal, forcing her attention elsewhere as she quickly moved toward the source, only to freeze upon seeing the unexpected sight before her. The kidnapped prince was there, and beside him lay the third princess of the Akan kingdom, Lavinia Akan, initially unconscious but slowly regaining awareness. Rosal immediately demanded an explanation, but Lavinia responded in fragmented words, speaking about materials, monsters, and transactions. And though others could not understand her, Rosal pieced it together instantly, realizing that Lavinia had entered the Beast Tower alone to gather materials for creating a chimera, even going as far as trading with the Demon King himself. Watching this unfold, File, who was in Truthberg, quietly analyzed the situation, concluding that Lavinia's actions were not just reckless but dangerously unpredictable, exactly as he had thought in his previous life, and nothing about her had changed. The scene then shifted to the Hero Guild, where the 10 stars discussed the aftermath with clear frustration. The destruction of the Beast Tower meant the loss of a valuable resource, and despite their careful coordination with sponsors and 10-star heroes, an unknown individual, the wielder of the Phoenix, had taken the spotlight. They questioned his identity, recognizing that someone capable of ending a Demon King so decisively could not be ignored, and for the first time in a long while, they decided to tighten their control over the heroes, starting with uncovering the truth behind the Phoenix's owner. Soon after, the scene moved to the royal banquet hall of Ormuth, where a heavy atmosphere filled the room. The king expressed his gratitude repeatedly, overwhelmed with emotion as he thanked the heroes for saving his kingdom and rescuing the prince, while Rosal stood quietly among the guests, observing everything with a composed expression. Hillen approached her, complimenting her appearance and attempting to ease the mood, but Rosal responded with subtle suspicion, questioning his intentions, while nearby others began asking about File, curious to meet the mysterious Phoenix wielder, only for Hillen to reveal that he had already left, leaving the entire hall in surprise. Far away in the Urgest Mountains, Berger returned to his throne as Gordon stared at him in disbelief, asking if he had truly killed the Beast Demon King and come back alive. Berger confirmed it calmly, brushing off the reaction as he took his seat, explaining that with Draxon gone, the other Demon Kings would inevitably take action, and if he failed to appear, suspicion would fall on him immediately. Gordon understood and nodded. Berger then reflected silently that despite the victory, he was still not strong enough. Even Draxon's final power had not reached its true potential due to earlier weakening, and relying solely on his current strength would never be enough. He needed more power, and so did the Phoenix. At that moment, a message from Jason arrived, requesting an immediate gathering of the Demon Kings. The timing was too precise, as if the news of Draxon's death had already spread. Berger smirked inwardly, already aware of what this meant, but outwardly he feigned mild surprise. However, the next piece of information genuinely caught his attention. A new Demon King had already descended. The speed of this replacement suggested something far more calculated behind the scenes. Without hesitation, Berger decided to attend the meeting. The scene shifted once more to the Tower of Lies, where several Demon Kings had already gathered, including the Demon King Reyna, Jason, and Uger. The absence of Draxon was unmistakable, and among them stood a new presence, a woman who introduced herself confidently as Vivian Blunt, Queen of the Blood Moon tribe. Berger showed no interest, correcting her briefly before taking his seat, his indifference catching her off guard as she had expected at least some acknowledgement. Yet she received nothing. Recalling her mission to observe him as the prime suspect behind Draxon's fall, she decided to approach him directly, speaking casually about the uniqueness of this dimension before shifting her attention entirely onto him. Admitting that he intrigued her the most, she stepped closer, boldly invading his space and making a suggestive advance for tonight. Berger responded, pushing her hand away, calling her ugly bitch. For a brief moment, Vivian was stunned. As the queen of the Blood Moon tribe, she was not someone who had ever been dismissed so bluntly, but before she could react further, Reyna calmly advised her to return to her seat, reminding her that this gathering was not merely to welcome her, but to determine how Draxon had been defeated so easily. Her tone firm and devoid of emotion. Jason watched the exchange with visible surprise, especially Reyna's unusual behavior. "This man has no idea, we call it jealousy." Vivian letting out a casual laugh, and asked if she too had taken an interest in that man. But Reyna simply sighed, questioning whether Vivian could think of nothing beyond such trivial matters, completely brushing her off. With that, the meeting began. The discussion moved forward steadily, almost monotonous in nature, as each Demon King shared the information they had gathered regarding the recent events. Yet one topic dominated the conversation above all others: the sudden appearance of a new powerhouse known only as the Phoenix Master, a mysterious figure whose identity remained completely unknown. Each Demon King offered their own speculation, some viewing him as a potential threat, while others considered him an anomaly. But in the end, the conclusion was clear: they would investigate the Phoenix Master thoroughly. Burjay realized the danger of his current position. Any careless move could expose him, and unlike before, he was now surrounded by Demon Kings, beings he could not guarantee he could defeat. He needed to be far more cautious. His gaze shifted toward Vivian. He thought quietly that she was not just another Demon King, but someone sent with a hidden mission from Archduke Arcane, making her far more dangerous than she appeared. As their eyes met, Archik suddenly smiled, and sent him a playful flying kiss, clearly trying to invite him for a night. But Burja's expression only darkened slightly, feeling nothing but irritation at her childish behavior. The scene shifted. Princess Kaede finally saw an opportunity. The first floor was unusually empty. There were no demons, and even Princess Ernan was nowhere to be seen, making it the perfect chance to escape. Without hesitation, she moved toward the exit. But before she could reach it, Ernan suddenly appeared in front of her, her spirits swirling around her as she declared that she would stop Kaede from leaving the tower for her own safety. Kaede raised her sword, her expression firm as she stated that she did not wish to fight, but Ernan was leaving her no choice. For a moment, the two simply stared at each other, tension filling the air. Then suddenly, Gordon appeared. With a tired sigh, he stated that Kaede could leave if she truly wanted to, adding that whatever happened afterward was not his problem, muttering under his breath that this was why one should never treat humans kindly. Kaede was confused by his words, thinking that they had kidnapped her first, so how they treated me well. Unable to understand his reasoning, she hesitated for a brief moment, wondering if it was some kind of trap. Without looking back, she ran toward the gate, thinking that if she could just reach the Urgist Mountains, she would head straight to Holton Walk and request support. She placed her hand on the gate. In the next instant, a strange energy began to glow. Before she could react, a violent purple blast erupted, sending her flying backward as she crashed onto the ground, completely unconscious. Both Gordon and Ernan watched silently. As Ernan approached the gate to inspect it, Gordon explained that without the Demon King's permission, no one could leave the tower, warning her not to touch it carelessly, or she would face the same consequence. But then Achan placed her hand on the gate, and it opened. Gordon froze, completely baffled, unable to understand what had just happened. Ernan herself looked equally surprised, stating that she had simply felt like it would work, but then she laughed nervously, saying she would close it again. Before she could act, a hand suddenly grabbed the gate from the outside. Standing there was Burj. His eyes were cold as he looked directly at Ernan, and asked if she had opened the gate and was trying to escape. Ernan had no words to respond. Beside her, Gordon immediately straightened and welcomed the Demon King's return. Burja's presence alone enough to suppress the atmosphere, and asked them one simple question: what exactly were they doing? The scene shifted to Burja's chamber, where Gordon reported everything that had happened with Princess Kaede. Burja calmly ordered that Kaede be locked in the underground prison. After a brief hesitation, he brought up another matter, asking how Princess Ernan had managed to open the gate when only those with the Demon King's permission should be able to leave the tower. Burja replied without hesitation that the tower had already recognized Ernan as one of its members. His words simple yet heavy, leaving Gordon visibly shocked. Through his projection window, Burja observed Ernan standing before Kaede's prison cell deep underground. Knowing that Ernan possessed a contract with a high-ranking spirit, escaping the tower and crossing the Urgist Mountains alone should not have been difficult for her, even with his prolonged absence from the tower. Yet she had chosen to remain, and that alone made her far more dangerous. He could not understand her true purpose. As the both girls faced each other, Ernan calmly reminded Kaede that she had already warned her not to leave, but Kaede responded firmly that kindness never existed without reason, stating that she believed Ernan had some kind of hidden scheme. Ernan turned slightly, her expression casual as she replied that she had come here of her own will. At that moment, Burja narrowed his eyes. He understood immediately. She had noticed his surveillance. With a faint smile, Ernan continued, stating that she had run away because she hated the royal family. hated the nobles, and even hated her own father, adding that although she had technically been kidnapped at first, she had no desire to return. Kade, however, could not accept them so easily, reminding her that among all the princes and princesses of Hilderan, only Ernan had been born with overwhelming talent, that she was destined to become the next queen, and that abandoning such a future to serve a demon king made no sense. Ernan's expression shifted slightly. She calmly stated that there were 62 princes and princesses in Hilderan, the largest royal family on the continent, yet aside from her, not a single one was known by name. Kade frowned in confusion, insisting that there were only 28. For a brief moment, Ernan's expression darkened. Then suddenly she smiled again, her tone light as she told Kade that when she returned to the Empire, she should ask the Emperor herself because he would know the truth. Kade pressed further, asking if she did not care about the consequences if such a secret were revealed. What would happen to the royal family's honor? Ernan laughed softly, teasing her by pointing out that such words did not suit a runaway princess who had fled to avoid marriage, her blunt remark causing Kade's cheeks to flush in embarrassment. Turning away, Ernan casually added that she had only been joking, and that they would talk again tomorrow before leaving the cell. Back in his chamber, he could not fully grasp the secret behind Hilderan's royal family, but he was certain of one thing: this was knowledge reserved only for the highest levels of nobility. After a brief silence, he ordered Gordon to prepare Ernan, stating that they would be heading out to search for spirit blossom flowers. Sometime later, the scene shifted to the Urgust Mountains, where Ernan's high-ranking spirit moved freely ahead of them, accompanied by smaller slime spirits as they spread out to search for the flowers, quietly distancing themselves, almost deliberately leaving Berger and Ernan alone. Nervously, Ernan's cheeks slightly flushed, as she explained that the spirit was probably just excited to be outside after such a long time. Berger, however, remained silent. Then he suddenly called her name. Ernan blinked in confusion, not understanding why he had addressed her so directly. Berger's gaze turned cold. Without another word, black flames began to gather in his hand. He stated that he did not believe everything she had said earlier, his voice low and threatening as he ordered her to reveal everything she was hiding, making it clear that if she refused, the consequences would not be something she could bear. Ernan froze. Genuine shock appeared on her face. She realized that her secret had not gone unnoticed. The two stood facing each other in silence, the tension between them thick and suffocating. And far away on a distant peak of the Urgust Mountains, a man observed everything through a device in his hand. At last his search was complete. He had found the Demon King of the Urgust Mountains. Berger insisted that Ernan reveal everything she had been hiding from him. However, before she could even begin speaking, he launched an attack into the distance and calmly stated that he would listen after dealing with this nuisance first. The hidden intruder was completely shocked. He could not understand how this demon had detected him from so far away while he was using concealment arts, but it turned out to be only a clone. Seeing this, Berger dismissed the technique as nothing more than a petty trick. Ernan immediately asked whether the intruder had been a hero. Berger confirmed her suspicion and admitted that the man's presence had been irritating him from the very beginning. Ernan then explained that a hero capable of entering the Urgust Mountains while using concealment arts at such a level could only be the 10-star hero Dapner Filion. She added that Dapner was a mercenary who specialized in intelligence gathering and reconnaissance missions. Concealment arts and clone techniques were his greatest strengths. Berger had also heard of Dapner in his previous life, where countless secrets had been leaked because of him. When Ernan asked whether the tower would be safe, Berger calmly replied that there would not be any problem. Meanwhile, near the tower itself, Dapner looked around the area and concluded that since the Demon King had appeared there, the tower must be somewhere nearby. However, no matter how carefully he searched, he could not find it. At that moment, the system reported that Mana Phantom had remotely activated the tower's invisibility mode. Energy consumption immediately began at a rate of 10 demonic energy points per second. Looking at the system window, Berger noted that he had successfully hidden the tower from prying eyes. This ability would allow him to avoid encountering heroes before he was fully prepared. However, maintaining the invisibility would continue consuming demonic energy until his reserves were eventually depleted. Berger then returned his attention to Ernan and told her that they would continue their conversation. He demanded that she tell him everything she had been hiding, otherwise the doors of his tower would close to her forever. After hearing those words, Ernan lowered her gaze and finally agreed. She promised to tell him the entire truth about herself. Looking back at him, she asked whether he had ever heard of the Child of the World Tree. A short while later, Krutu contacted Berger. The Pulorc leader reported that the hero had left the mountains and was no longer attempting to hide because he had realized that the destroyed figure was merely a clone. Berger praised him for the report and ordered him to locate Dapner's remaining clones and keep them under surveillance. Krutu immediately accepted the command. Soon afterward, the system confirmed that the tower's stealth mode remained active and that his demonic energy reserves currently stood at 65,220 points. As the points continued draining away, Berger glanced at the system window and realized that they were dangerously close to being exposed. The tower had become much stronger than before, but even that might not be enough. Because of that, he concluded that Dapner Filion needed to be eliminated. At that moment, Ernan suggested that her father had probably sent the hero to track her down. Berger wondered whether the king refused to give up because she was the eldest princess, or because of the child of the world tree she had mentioned. Ernan replied that it was a long story. Berger simply told her that he was in no hurry, and waited for her explanation. Ernan then began telling the story of Hildren. Long ago, the kingdom of Hildren had been a mighty empire. However, endless wars gradually weakened the nation until its former glory disappeared, and it became nothing more than an ordinary kingdom. Her father was obsessed with restoring the empire to its former greatness. Instead of relying on an army of 10,000 soldiers, he believed a single genius mage could determine the outcome of an entire war. The problem was that true geniuses could not simply be trained, nor were they easy to find. She then revealed that the Child of the World Tree was an experimental spell created to manufacture enhanced humans like herself. Berger was visibly surprised by the revelation. Ernan explained that while still inside their mother's womb, unborn children were forcibly injected with enormous quantities of mana. The purpose was to create magical geniuses with extraordinary sensitivity to mana. Hearing this, Berger remarked that humans seemed no better than demons. After all, neither mother nor child should have been able to survive such a process. Ernan explained that the mortality rate was horrifying. Most subjects either died before birth, became crippled, or perished before reaching adulthood. Only the rare successful specimens were ever shown to the public. As she continued her explanation, a gigantic eye suddenly emerged from behind the clouds above them. Berger immediately realized that the creature had sensed the surge of mana and was approaching their location. Judging by its presence, it was a high-ranking monster. Gathering power in his hand, Berger told Ernan to step back. Before he could act, Aochan stepped forward herself. She declared that among all the experimental subjects, she had been created as the most perfect and unrivaled genius. Meironiel assisted her as the two activated spirit magic together. An enormous ice barrier instantly formed in front of them. The next second, countless ice crystals shot forward and pierced the giant eye that had been observing them. The monster was defeated almost instantly. Seeing the result, Berger could not help but be surprised. A human had taken down a high-ranking monster in a single attack. At that moment, he finally understood why the king of Hildren was so obsessed with Ernan. Looking away, Ernan quietly stated that this power had been obtained through countless sacrifices and rivers of blood. Berger then pointed out that with such talent, and her status as the leading candidate for the throne, it was difficult to believe that she truly wished to abandon her homeland. He asked whether she genuinely wanted him to believe that. Ernan immediately became indignant and insisted that it was the absolute truth. Berger mentioned the artifact he had previously given to Helen, but Ernan replied that the Armani sphere was useless against spirit magic. Berger then gathered energy in his hand and demanded that she reveal her true motives. If she was lying again, she would learn exactly how terrifying an angry demon king could be. Angered by the accusation, Ernan grabbed Berger's hand and insisted that she was not lying. Before he could react, she placed his hand against her chest and told him to listen to her heartbeat. Berger was completely caught off guard by her sudden action. Through the connection created by the Phoenix's power, he began sensing the mana flowing through her heart. Her heartbeat, emotions, and feelings became clear to him. He could feel anger, deep sadness, and overwhelming embarrassment. There was no sign of deception. Blushing intensely, Ernan explained that this was how spirits communicated. Pure mana resonated between individuals and allowed them to understand each other's thoughts and feelings. Through that connection, Berger realized that she was genuinely telling the truth. For the first time, he became convinced that she was not lying to him. Lowering her head, Ernan added that the moment she met him, she immediately understood something. Berger was not like the other demon kings. He was the only one who could help her. Hearing that, Berger was surprised and asked what she meant. Ernan finally revealed her true wish. She wanted his help to destroy her father and erase the kingdom of Hildren from existence. Berger stared at her in surprise and wondered whether that desire was truly sincere. After confirming her emotions for himself, he finally accepted her words and stated that he would believe her. Relieved, Ernan thanked him. However, Meironiel suddenly interrupted and demanded to know what exactly had happened between the two of them. The spirit complained that while she was not paying attention, they had somehow become incredibly close. She even teased Ernan by calling her a sly little kitty. Embarrassed, Ernan immediately denied the accusation and explained that it had only been a method of spirit communication. Meironiel, however, jokingly insisted that communication should be physical. Ignoring the spirit's teasing, Berger stated that he now understood Ernan's sincerity. The matter of Hildren could be discussed once they returned to the tower. Ernan agreed with his decision. However, before any of that could happen, Berger declared that they first needed to locate Dapner Filion's real body with the help of her spirit and capture him. After some time, Dapner continued moving through the area while relying on his clone magic. The technique allowed him to create numerous duplicates of himself. Although each clone became weaker as their numbers increased, they could search an enormous territory simultaneously. Meanwhile, Dapner's real body remained hidden inside a cave as he monitored the movements of all his clones. Looking over the gathered information, he concluded that a Demon King's tower should be at least 50 meters tall. He had already searched such a vast area, yet he could not find even a shadow of it. Using testimony from Wharton and Hill and Cargill, Dapner carefully calculated the route the heroes had traveled and the amount of time spent searching. According to all of his calculations, the tower had to be located somewhere in this region. Yet despite everything, it simply was not there. The situation made no sense to him. Then he noticed that many of his clones had suddenly disappeared. Even high-ranking monsters usually avoided those clones, yet they were being destroyed one after another. At the same time, Crew 2 reported to Berja that his forces had located Dapner's doppelgangers and were eliminating them. He added that despite being a 10-star hero, Dapner himself was not especially powerful in direct combat. Looking at the notification window, Berja calmly ordered them to destroy every clone they encountered. Crew 2 immediately accepted the command. Berja then smiled to himself. As long as he still had enough demonic energy, everything was proceeding according to plan. If he could eliminate all of Dapner's clones and capture the hero himself, turning him into a subordinate, then the entire continent would effectively be within his grasp. Soon afterward, Gordon contacted Berji with an urgent expression. When Berji asked what was wrong, Gordon explained that something strange was happening to the tower. The mana phantom was behaving abnormally. It felt hot, almost as if it were about to explode. Behind Gordon, Logger could be heard shouting anxiously and demanding to know what had happened to his precious mana phantom. At that moment, the system reported that the prolonged use of invisibility mode was causing severe overload within the tower. The cost of maintaining invisibility had increased dramatically. Instead of consuming 10 points per second, the tower was now consuming 100 demonic energy points every second. Berje was stunned by the report. At that rate, the tower would not be able to remain hidden for much longer. If he failed to capture Dapner within the limited time remaining, the tower's location would be exposed and the heroes would inevitably descend upon it. Gordon then informed him that Dapner's clones were still swarming all around the tower. Meanwhile, Dapner remained convinced that his calculations were correct. The tower could only be located in this area. He had already spent an enormous amount of mana searching, so he had no intention of giving up now. However, more notifications continued arriving as additional clones were destroyed. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Berja ordered Crew 2 to thoroughly search the surrounding area and make sure that not a single clone managed to approach the tower again. Crew 2 immediately accepted the mission. Berji then turned to Gordon and ordered him to compile the coordinates of every clone that had been destroyed so far. Gordon quickly acknowledged the command. Thinking through the principles of clone magic, Berji remembered that clones could not travel infinitely far from their original body. If Dapner's duplicates moved too far away, they would stop functioning. That meant Dapner had most likely already searched the territory surrounding his true body. Therefore, the real Dapner should be located somewhere between the positions where the destroyed clones had been found. Meanwhile, Dapner suddenly realized something important. Since the Demon King himself had appeared, it meant his calculations about the tower's location had not been wrong after all. The tower truly was somewhere nearby. All that remained was to return and report his findings. However, before he could leave, Nayranil appeared and peered directly into his cave. Their gazes locked for a brief moment. Instantly, she created a magical symbol and announced that she had found the real body. Nayranil released a surge of icy energy into the cave and sealed the passage. However, Dapner suddenly appeared behind her. Realizing what had happened, she immediately shouted for everyone to run. At the same moment, Berja demanded the coordinates of Dapner's location. Raising her hand, Ernan called out to Nayranil before sending a stream of magical energy into the sky as a signal. The moment Berja noticed it, he shot into the air at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, Berja appeared directly before Dapner. Calling the hero by name, he gave him a choice. If Dapner wanted to live, he would submit. Hearing those words, Dapner's mind raced. Looking at Berja, he sensed the power of the Phoenix. Yet according to everything he knew, the Phoenix already had a master. From what he had heard, that master was Phile, the man who had once been close to Hill and Cargill. The realization caused Dapner's eyes to widen. Could Phile actually be the Demon King? Then another thought struck him. Earlier, he had seen what appeared to be a spirit assisting the Demon King. That should have been impossible. Yet now everything pointed toward the Crown Princess Ernan helping the Demon King just as Helen had done before. The information was so shocking that it could shake the entire continent. If he managed to escape and sell this information, he could live comfortably for the rest of his life. Thinking quickly, Dapner attempted to flee alongside several remaining clones. However, a tremendous pressure suddenly descended from the sky. Looking upward, he felt overwhelming power gathering above him. Berje coldly called him a fool. He had already given Dapner the opportunity to choose. Since the hero had refused, there was only one outcome left. Dapner could hardly believe the strength before him. This was the power of a Demon King who had not even existed for a full year. Cursing his terrible luck, He regretted accepting the mission in the first place. No amount of money was worth facing a monster like this. If he had known how powerful Burje truly was, he never would have come. The next moment, a tremendous explosion erupted. However, before Dapner's defeat, a manna bird carrying a scroll shot into the sky and flew away. Sometime later, the bird arrived within the kingdom of Hildren. A royal subordinate immediately knelt before the king and reported that royal intelligence had just received a message from Dapner. The king immediately asked whether the tower had been located. The subordinate confirmed that Dapner had successfully transmitted the exact coordinates. The king smiled in satisfaction and remarked that Dapner never disappointed him. However, the subordinate then added another piece of information. The manna bird that delivered the message had suddenly burst into black flames and disappeared the moment it arrived. Before the king could finish speaking, the subordinate explained the implication. Since the manna bird was connected to Dapner, its destruction meant that Dapner's true body had already fallen at the hands of the Demon King. Enraged, the king slammed the armrest of his throne. Even dependable and loyal Dapner had underestimated this new Demon King. Immediately, he ordered his subordinates to contact the Hero Guild. This time, he wanted the complete assembly of all 10-star heroes. They would eliminate the young Demon King once and for all, and bring back the Crown Princess. Meanwhile, after unleashing such overwhelming power, Burja dropped to one knee while trying to catch his breath. He reflected that the power granted by the Phoenix exceeded all expectations, but the exhaustion it caused was equally unbelievable. Just as he was about to collapse completely, Ernan rushed forward and caught him. As she supported him, burns from the heated ground began appearing on her legs. Noticing this, Burja pointed out that her knees were practically on fire, and asked whether she was not feeling any pain. Ernan calmly replied that her water spirit specialized in healing. Besides, she did not like showing weakness. There was no telling whether enemies or orcs might still be nearby. Burja admitted that she had a point. Deciding that he could push himself no further, he stated that he would rest for a while. Ernan gently reassured him that everything would be fine, and that he did not need to worry about anything. Sometime later, news spread throughout the continent that dozens of succubi had invaded a royal palace. Alarm bells rang everywhere as people once again called for the destruction of all demon kings. After reading the newspaper, Jason Cockman sighed and complained that he had specifically warned Vivian Blunt not to let her subordinates leave the tower. Sitting at a table with a glass in her hand, Vivian casually asked what the problem was. Since he had already warned her, what more could he do? Jason pointed out that because she was the Demon Queen herself, her actions reflected on all Demon Kings and were causing people to become increasingly wary. Vivian dismissed his concerns and argued that they were only heroes. To Demon Kings, heroes were merely food. She casually added that the succubi encountering heroes in the palace was simply bad luck. Hearing this, Jason grabbed his head in frustration and wondered why Archduke Arcane had sent such an empty-headed fool. Vivian immediately exploded in anger and demanded that he correct his words. Climbing onto the table, she proudly declared that she was the queen of the succubi and the greatest among them. Jason simply smiled and asked how many heroes she thought existed in Arian. Vivian confidently replied that in the dimension she had conquered there had only been around 10 heroes. Even here, she estimated there were perhaps 50 at most. Jason then revealed the truth. According to the Hero Guild, there were currently 4,732 registered heroes. Vivian's confidence immediately vanished. She nervously twirled her hair and insisted that such a number was impossible. Jason explained that if this dimension had been so easy to conquer, previous Demon Kings would have already done so long ago. In Irene, encountering heroes was common. Vivian recalled Archduke Arcane's promises. He had told her that conquering Irene would be easy for someone who had already conquered another dimension. He had even promised to make her his successor if she succeeded. However, Jason immediately saw through the situation. He pointed out that Arcane had probably also ordered her to investigate Burja. Vivian was shocked by the suggestion, but Jason calmly explained that powerful demons often used informants as disposable tools before discarding them. To make his point clear, he released his pressure and forced Vivian's face against the table. He bluntly stated that she had been thrown away like trash. From now on, she should stop thinking and simply do exactly as she was told. Terrified, Vivian immediately agreed. After returning to his seat, Jason glanced through the newspaper again. Reports of Dapner Filian's death and several other incidents filled the headlines. The world was beginning to panic. However, Vivian was not his real concern. She could be controlled easily enough. The true problem was Burja, the arrogant black flame dragon. Jason had originally intended to wait longer before making his move, but now circumstances were forcing him to act sooner than planned. Meanwhile, Burja slowly opened his eyes. Looking around, he wondered where he was. Nearby, Ernan smiled while tasting the soup she had prepared, and asked whether he was finally awake. She even offered him some food. Burja immediately refused, and instead asked whether they had already returned to the tower. Ernan confirmed that they were currently on the 4th floor inside her residence within the tower. Burja sat up and asked how much time had passed, and how they had managed to return unnoticed. Ernan explained that fewer than 10 minutes had passed. While Gordon had been away, she had secretly entered through a fifth-floor window. Nobody had seen them. Berja praised her efforts, causing Ernan to smile proudly. However, something else bothered him. He clearly remembered collapsing from exhaustion, yet now his body was overflowing with energy. At that moment, Neruniel proudly revealed the reason. Ernan had shared her mana with him. Berja looked at them in surprise. Ernan calmly explained that after absorbing the summoned beast, he had gained the ability to absorb mana as well. It was also the reason why spirit communication worked between them. Meanwhile, Neruniel happily teased the pair, and joked that after seeing hand-to-hand spirit communication and even hugging, she could die without regrets. Berja quickly changed the subject and told Ernan that this incident would remain their secret. A demon king's weakness could not be exposed to his subordinates. Before he could finish, Ernan raised a finger and said she already understood. However, she wanted something in return. When Berja asked what she wanted, she requested that he grant her one wish in the future. After some hesitation, Berja agreed as long as it did not create problems. Satisfied, Ernan happily accepted. Soon afterward, Gordon contacted Berja with urgent news. The Kingdom of Hildren had learned the location of the tower and was already planning to revive the hero expedition. Gordon handed him a newspaper article sent by Helen. Reading the report, Berja learned that Dapner Filion had successfully discovered the location of the Urgest Mountain Tower before his death. Berja frowned deeply. There was no magical binding system among humans like demons possessed. At best, Dapner should only have been capable of sending a messenger. Berja had attacked with the intention of preventing exactly that. Somehow Dapner had still managed to send the information before dying. At least one thing remained hidden. The truth that Phile and the Phoenix's master were the same person had not been exposed. Gordon then reported that Hildren intended to gather every available 10-star hero. The operation would be massive, although preparations would require at least 6 months. Hearing this, Berja fell silent. The tower had already been discovered. Once that many 10-star heroes gathered together, tricks like avalanches and monster attacks would become useless. Eventually, hundreds of heroes would arrive at his tower in perfect condition. For a brief moment, Berja wondered whether he was destined to die once again just as he had in his previous life. At that moment, Ernan grabbed his hand and said that she had an idea. Berja looked at her in surprise. Even after hearing it, the plan sounded absurdly childish. Still, it gave him hope. Smiling, he suggested that they immediately begin discussing countermeasures. No matter what happened, he refused to break before taking revenge on the heroes who had humiliated and killed him. Ernan then revealed her proposal. The only way to stop the coming expedition was to kidnap her younger sister Elena. Berja stared at her in disbelief. Elena was the 13th princess of Hildren. Ernan explained that although they had different mothers, they were extremely close. Recent reports stated that Elena had been kidnapped by the demon king of the Tower of Absolute Hardness. When Berja asked whether she was simply worried about her sister, Ernan shook her head. Elena was also a child of the World Tree. Unlike Ernan, Elena possessed mana sensitivity far beyond what her body could handle. Because of that, she had been born weak and sickly. She could barely leave her room and never learned proper magic. However, if she lived inside a demon king's tower where mana density could be controlled and learned how to manage her power, she could eventually become just as strong as Ernan herself. Berja immediately recognized the value of such a person. Someone with power comparable to Ernan could become a tremendous asset. Nevertheless, he pointed out that he was a demon king, not some hero who went around saving people. Ernan merely smiled, and replied that perhaps a hero could save her instead. Berja instantly understood what she meant. Ernan truly was skilled at manipulating people. Since the heroes were already preparing their expedition, there was no time to argue. Berja immediately ordered Gordon to contact Helen and organize a heroic expedition to rescue the 13th princess. Gordon accepted the command at once. Everyone around them was stunned by the idea of a demon king organizing a rescue mission. Sometime later, Berja arrived at the Tower of Absolute Hardness and met Ugar Belbeck. Ugar had already heard the news about the coming hero invasion. Confused, he demanded to know why Berja had come to visit him now. Berja immediately dismissed the idea that he was asking for help. Instead, he claimed that he was offering assistance. Ugar was completely bewildered. Berja explained that the heroes were not targeting Ugar's tower at all. Their true objective was the 13th princess. If Ugar placed Elena on the first floor of the tower, the heroes would rescue her and leave immediately afterward. Ugar rejected the idea and claimed that he had heard nothing about any expedition. Berja bluntly replied that Titan intelligence was mediocre anyway. The comment infuriated Ugar. Believing Berja was becoming increasingly arrogant, he raised his hand and activated third-level Titan gigantization magic. Before he could strike, Berja calmly listed several names: 3rd Prince Gianna, 4th Prince Machiril, 6th Princess Condaria, and the 7th Princess of the Velos Dukedom. Every one of them had either lost their succession rights or came from kingdoms incapable of summoning heroes. Therefore, even if they were kidnapped, no hero expedition would ever be launched to rescue them. Ugar immediately froze. Berger's information was completely accurate. Yet he had no idea how Berger knew any of it. When he questioned him, Berger simply replied that the source was irrelevant. What mattered was protecting the tower. Even if the information turned out to be false, placing Elena on the first floor would cost Ugar nothing. Eventually, Ugar demanded to know why Berger was helping him. Berger smiled inwardly. He knew exactly why. In his previous life, Ugar had always been a coward who kidnapped only hostages the heroes did not care about. Sooner or later he would seek protection under Jason Cockmond. Berger intended to prevent that from happening. Outwardly, he simply claimed that a worthy Demon King deserved a longer life. In reality, he planned to pull Ugar to his side and remove one of Jason's future allies from the board. Later, inside the Golden Moon Trading Guild, a teleportation circle activated. Berger looked around and asked whether all preparations were complete. Helen confirmed that everything was ready. Rosal reported that she had already prepared a conquest plan for the tower. Having climbed it before, she was familiar with the layout. The captain of the Red Falcon Mercenary Guild proudly declared that his forces were assembled and ready for battle. Satisfied, Berger continued checking on other matters. He asked Granada about the rescued elf slaves. Granada reported that 33 elves had been gathered from across the continent, and that every one of them had sworn loyalty. Jason added that negotiations had proceeded smoothly thanks to Berger's efforts. After rewarding him with a bag of gold, Berger announced that the operation to rescue the 13th princess would begin immediately. Sometime later, inside an underground warehouse belonging to the Golden Moon Trading Guild, Berger met the rescued elves personally. Granada confirmed that every elf had sworn an oath through the World Tree. One of the elves stated that Berger had saved them from endless humiliation, and that serving him was an honor. Hearing that, Berger smiled and congratulated them on becoming his subordinates. Then, without warning, he revealed his true identity as a Demon King. The elves were stunned. They could not believe that the man they had trusted was actually a Demon King. Even Granada admitted that Berger did not behave like one. When the confused elves demanded answers, Granada finally revealed the truth. He had already sworn loyalty to the Demon King through the World Tree. Therefore, everyone loyal to him would also become loyal to Berger. Some of the elves were furious and accused Granada of betraying the World Tree. However, Granada calmly replied that everything was for the sake of revenge against humanity. Even after death, he could not forget the humiliation humans had inflicted upon him. Hearing those words, the elves remembered their own suffering. One after another, they began supporting Granada's decision. Soon the entire group was shouting that they would take revenge on humanity together. Watching the scene unfold, Berger could not help but find it amusing. Even pure-blooded elves could be driven by hatred when they suffered enough at the hands of humans. Afterward, Berger contacted Gordon through a projection window and informed him about the elves they had recently recruited. He ordered Gordon to prepare methods for infiltrating them into human society. Gordon immediately acknowledged the command. With that matter settled, Berger reflected on the situation ahead. In 6 months, all of the 10-star heroes would gather with the sole purpose of killing him. Before that day arrived, he needed to attract new allies, strengthen his tower, expand his influence, and gather support wherever possible. Berger understood that creating chaos throughout society was one of the best ways to slow the heroes' advance. Every advantage mattered now. Only 6 months remained until the greatest heroes in the world united against him. No matter what happened, he intended to do everything within his power to survive. Sometime later, on the first floor of the Tower of Absolute Hardness, numerous titans had already been defeated as a group of heroes advanced through the dungeon. Some of the warriors began joking that the tower was disappointingly easy, and that perhaps they should stop taking mercenary jobs and focus on conquering Demon King towers instead. Rosal stepped forward and reminded them that the first floor only contained weak monsters. Helen agreed and warned everyone not to lower their guard. At that moment, one of the warriors ran over and announced that they had found Princess Elena. Helen immediately declared that their mission was complete. They would return at once, and he would cover the rear while the others escorted the princess out safely. Granada picked Elena up and confirmed that he understood. As they began moving toward the exit, Rosal commented that the situation felt strange. It was almost as if the Demon King had deliberately placed the hostage on the first floor so they could take her without resistance. Helen laughed and suggested that perhaps the Demon King was simply afraid of Rosal. After all, their group had suffered almost no casualties. Helen quickly agreed that there was no reason to complain when the princess had been rescued successfully. However, Rosal continued staring at him suspiciously. She asked whether Helen had been acting strangely lately. Helen looked surprised and asked what she meant. Rosal explained that he reminded her of the version of himself she had known in the past. Back then, he would have insisted on reaching the Demon King's throne room, regardless of the mission. He always chased glory, and would never settle for stopping on the first floor. Yet now he seemed unusually calm and relaxed. Helen laughed awkwardly and claimed she was imagining things. Deep down, however, he wondered whether he really was acting differently, because he already knew the entire plan. Soon afterward, a grand banquet was held within the kingdom of Hilderan. Nobles and guests filled the massive hall, while tables overflowed with luxurious food and drinks. During the celebration, the king announced that the dignity of the royal family had been preserved. If Princess Elena had remained missing, future hero expeditions might have suffered from declining morale. Because of this, he publicly praised Helen for saving the princess and protecting the kingdom's honor. Helen humbly accepted the praise and stated that the success of the mission had only been possible thanks to Rosel's assistance. The king commended his modesty and declared him a true example for everyone. A short time later, Helen casually asked why Princess Elena was not attending the celebration. The king explained that she was resting in her chambers and that security around her had been greatly increased. Although Helen simply nodded, the king immediately became suspicious. He wondered why Helen seemed so interested in the 13th princess. If Helen truly harbored feelings for Elena and married her, the king could potentially gain complete control over him. Smiling inwardly, he began considering how useful such a relationship might become in the future. Raising his goblet, the king instructed everyone present to do the same. He declared that they should remember this glorious day forever. Helen had conquered the Tower of Absolute Hardness and rescued his beloved daughter. Thanks to heroes like him, Hilderin would remain mighty forever. The crowd immediately erupted into cheers and shouted praises toward the king. Meanwhile, in a separate tower within the royal castle, Ernan activated her facial recognition mask. Looking around, she reported that every hero capable of sensing demonic energy was currently distracted by the banquet. Beside her, Berger also wore a facial recognition mask and reminded her not to use too much power. If she released excessive mana, even distant heroes might become suspicious. Ernan agreed and carefully restrained herself. Suddenly, an alarmed shout echoed from above. Guards had spotted intruders and rushed toward a warning bell. One of them raised a hammer to sound the alarm, but Ernan calmly pointed her finger at him. Instantly, her water spirit expanded outward and swallowed both the bell and the nearby guards. The remaining soldiers froze in shock as they witnessed the power of spirit magic. Smiling proudly, Ernan finally introduced herself. She declared that she was one of the 4 heavenly kings serving the demon king of blazing fire. She was a dark spirit summoner who served her lord faithfully. Berger watched her dramatic introduction and immediately realized she was thoroughly enjoying herself. Ernan then gestured behind her and proudly announced that the gentleman accompanying her had traveled all the way from Urgest. However, when she turned around, Berger had already vanished. Complained that being underestimated was annoying. Since they had already been discovered, they might as well finish the job quickly. Seeing him, the guards immediately panicked and shouted that the Demon King and one of his 4 heavenly kings had come to kidnap the princess. The guards pointed out that entering through the front door was absurdly reckless. Berger replied that there was powerful protective magic covering the windows, leaving them little choice. One guard mocked him and declared that a proper kidnapper would have entered quietly. More guards charged forward while proclaiming that they would demonstrate the strength of Hilderin's royal knights. Berger calmly observed them. At the moment, he could not use demonic energy because alerting nearby heroes would create unnecessary complications. Even so, he wondered whether the guards truly believed they could stop him. Moments later, Elena was awakened by the noise. He had deliberately held back his strength. If the tower collapsed during the fight, the noise would attract unwanted attention. The kingdom's finest royal guards had been defeated effortlessly. Realizing that he stood no chance, the man attempted to escape by cutting through a wall and jumping outside. However, before he could flee, the broken stones suddenly returned to their original positions. The wall sealed itself shut and threw him backward. Watching this happen, the guard immediately realized that Ernan's spirit magic was responsible. She silently apologized to the unfortunate man. Berger then remarked that if Princess Elena were kidnapped again less than a day after being rescued, the authority of the kingdom of Hilderin would suffer a devastating blow. Smiling mischievously, he opened the door and announced that he had come for the 13th princess. To his surprise, Elena immediately rushed past him and threw herself into Ernan's arms. Excitedly calling out to her older sister, she embraced Ernan tightly. Ernan happily returned the hug and greeted her. Watching the reunion, Berger was confused. Both sisters were wearing masks that prevented facial recognition, yet Elena had identified Ernan instantly. Elena explained that she had already read the letter Ernan had sent her. Besides, nobody except her sister would have arrived alongside the Demon King himself to rescue her. Berger could only conclude that the sisters truly thought alike. He then asked whether the letter was the same one Ernan had previously sent through Helen. When Elena asked how he knew, Berger reminded her that everything had happened inside his tower. Elena then wondered whether he had been curious about the contents of the letter. Berger replied that if anything suspicious had been written there, Helen would certainly have reported it. He also remembered that he had ordered Helen Cargill to open the letter and inspect it. Since Helen had found nothing suspicious, there had been no reason for concern. With the rescue complete, Berger declared that it was time to return to the tower. However, at that exact moment, a subordinate burst into the banquet hall and informed the king that Princess Elena had been kidnapped again by the Demon King of Black Flame. Hearing the report, the king immediately smashed his drink onto the floor. Enraged beyond belief, he declared that the feast was over. How dare the Demon King mock the kingdom of Hilderan so openly? First his daughter had been kidnapped, then rescued, and now stolen again, on the very same day. Furious, the king demanded to know what kind of fools the young Demon King of Black Flame thought they were. The scene then shifted to Berge's tower. On the first floor, Elena's attention was instantly captured by Lager Friedrich's massive mana cannon. The weapon's unusual design and overwhelming size fascinated her completely. Having spent most of her life confined indoors, she had never seen anything like it before. With sparkling eyes, she admired the craftsmanship and eagerly wondered whether Lager had created it himself. Lager burst into laughter and proudly confirmed that he was indeed the creator. He remarked that anyone brought into the tower by the Demon King was surely some kind of princess. Praising Elena's sharp eye for quality weapons, he introduced himself as the great blacksmith of the first floor, Lager Friedrich. The moment Elena learned that the cannon was his creation, her excitement grew even stronger. She immediately declared that she wanted to build one herself someday. Amused by her enthusiasm, Lager instantly appointed her as his assistant whenever she wished. Elena happily celebrated the unexpected opportunity. At that moment, Princess Kyoe arrived wearing armor and asked Lager to repair a damaged practice scarecrow. However, her attention quickly shifted toward Elena, as she wondered who the unfamiliar child was. The instant Elena saw Kyoe, she became completely captivated by her appearance. Even through the armor, she could tell that Kyoe possessed a strong and beautiful figure. Her honest admiration caught Kyoe completely off guard. Embarrassed, Kaidi instinctively hid behind Ernan. To her surprise, the innocent-looking child was frighteningly good at social interaction. Elena's straightforward compliments felt more dangerous than any scheme. Watching the situation unfold, Ernan chuckled and introduced Elena as her younger sister. Hearing that revelation only made Kaidi even more surprised. Ernan then explained that Elena had always been sincere by nature. Since birth, she had spent most of her life confined to a bed inside her room. Everything she knew about the world had come from books. Now that she was finally experiencing the outside world for herself, every reaction was genuine. She was not the type of child who lied or offered false praise. Every compliment she gave came directly from her heart. Hearing those words made Kaito blush even harder. She quietly began wondering whether she really was as pretty as Elena claimed. Just as the atmosphere inside the tower became warmer, Gordon suddenly arrived and loudly protested the entire situation. Allowing dwarves, elves, heroes, and princess knights inside the Demon King's tower was one thing. Bringing a child into the tower was something entirely different. Berge calmly responded that he was not asking Gordon to raise her personally. Unfortunately, that explanation did nothing to calm Gordon down. In his eyes, the problem itself was unacceptable. Elena then slowly approached him after recognizing him as the giant Gordon from the stories she had heard. Gordon immediately gritted his teeth and warned her not to speak to him. He explained that she was the 13th princess of Hilderan. If rumors spread that the Demon King was raising a child inside his tower, the dignity of the Demon King would be ruined. A Demon King was supposed to be an object of fear. There was no place for a child inside such a tower. Instead of being frightened, Elena sincerely thanked him. She explained that Ernan's letters often described how Gordon prepared delicious meals and managed the tower behind the scenes. According to those stories, he worked harder than anyone else to keep everything running smoothly. After thanking him for always helping her sister, Elena politely bowed her head. That simple gesture instantly left Gordon speechless. Completely embarrassed, he turned around and awkwardly walked away. Nearby, Princess Kaede and Lager silently admired Elena's ability to win people over so naturally. Meanwhile, Elena happily admitted that the Demon King's tower suited her surprisingly well. Unlike the terrifying place she had imagined, there were no horrifying monsters wandering around. The entire tower was clean, and everyone treated her kindly. For the first time in years, even her body no longer hurt. Hearing those words, Ernan smiled warmly and pointed out that she had been right all along. At the same time, Berge observed that everyone inside the tower already seemed to like Elena. In his opinion, someone had to be at least this capable to become truly useful. He then became curious about what kind of sweet things Elena might have written about him in her letters. The sudden question immediately caused Elena to blush. Panicking, Elena looked toward Ernan for help. Ernan herself became equally embarrassed after realizing what Berge was implying. Seeing her older sister's reaction only made Elena more nervous. She quickly hid behind Ernan and pretended she had no idea what Berge was talking about. Berge looked confused by their strange reactions before shifting the topic toward Elena's health. He recalled hearing that the 13th princess had once been so sick that she could barely leave her bed. Ernan smiled and explained that Elena's recovery was entirely thanks to the Demon King's tower. According to her, Elena suffered from severe mana overload. Just like Ernan, she possessed an enormous amount of natural mana. However, unlike Ernan, her body had never been capable of handling such overwhelming power. As a result, the excess mana constantly damaged her health. Ernan further explained that demonic energy naturally depleted mana. The process worked similarly to how a spirit blossom lost its mana once contaminated by demonic energy. That was why Elena had only continued coughing while living inside the kingdom. However, during her time inside Ugar Belbek's tower, her excess mana had gradually been reduced. Because of this effect, Ernan believed Elena could fully recover if she continued living inside Berja's tower. After hearing the explanation, Berja brought up the coming hero expedition and reminded everyone that it would begin in 6 months. He then asked whether Elena could become useful before that deadline arrived. Ernan answered honestly. Reaching the level of a full archmage within 6 months would probably be impossible. However, becoming an upper-level mage was entirely realistic. Berja accepted that answer and decided it would be sufficient. He then announced that Elena would be stationed on the 3rd floor of the tower. Furthermore, Ernan would be responsible for taking care of her properly. Ernan happily agreed, but also made one important request. She asked Berja not to allow Elena to participate directly in combat. The child was still too young to witness bloodshed and warfare. Hearing that request caused Berja to silently wonder whether Ernan's desire to destroy the kingdom of Hilderan was ultimately connected to protecting Elena. Even so, he chose not to ask. Instead, he simply told Ernan to raise her sister well so that one day they could accomplish their goal together. Later, Berja headed to the 5th floor of the tower and entered the newly expanded strategy room. Gordon accompanied him inside while carefully inspecting the area. Berja explained that the expansion had only been possible because of the points they gained from kidnapping Princess Elena. Until now, he had been forced to manage everything directly from the throne room because he lacked the resources to establish a proper administrative system. However, with the future battle against the 10-star heroes approaching, Berja understood that the tower required a far more organized structure. For that reason, he officially delegated authority over the strategy room to Gordon. He also granted him permission to expand and modify the facility whenever necessary in the future. Gordon immediately expressed his gratitude and accepted the responsibility with determination. Meanwhile, Berja silently reflected on the 2 conditions necessary to stop the hero expedition. First, he needed to strengthen the tower itself. Second, he needed to delay the gathering of the 10-star heroes for as long as possible. After organizing his thoughts, he asked Gordon about the progress of the elf infiltration operation. Gordon calmly reported that everything was proceeding smoothly. Through connections provided by the Golden Moon Trading Guild, the elves had already begun spreading throughout the continent. Their influence was steadily growing. Just as the discussion continued, an urgent report interrupted the meeting. Far away in the Akan kingdom, chaos had already erupted. News rapidly spread that the 3rd princess, Lavinia Akan, had disappeared once again. Many people immediately feared that she had been kidnapped. Shortly afterward, a letter discovered inside her room was delivered directly to the king. The moment he finished reading it, his hands began trembling. According to the letter, Lavinia had once again left the kingdom to search for chimera materials. After thinking carefully about the unexplored cold mountains she constantly talked about, the king quickly realized where she had gone. Without hesitation, he ordered a search party to head toward the Urgest Mountains and bring his daughter back safely. The scene shifted to the frozen lands of the Urgest Mountains themselves. There, Lavinia Akan was already rampaging through countless orcs alongside her chimera creations. One after another, the monsters fell before her while she casually harvested useful materials from their bodies. Despite the destruction surrounding her, she looked completely bored. The endless supply of ingredients no longer excited her. Meanwhile, Krutu urgently contacted Berja. The orc chief reported that a human mage controlling monsters had invaded their territory. Although the orcs had surrounded her in an attempt to stop her advance toward the tower, controlling the situation had become extremely difficult. Krutu then showed Berja the intruder's face. The moment Berja saw her, he instantly recognized Princess Lavinia Akan. Gordon explained that he had previously investigated her background. According to his information, she was Akan's only chimera creator. However, Gordon could not understand why Berja looked so alarmed. Powerful chimera creators were not particularly rare in the demon world. Berja immediately rejected that comparison. Lavinia existed on an entirely different level. Before his regression, he had personally witnessed her terrifying abilities. Back then, she had led an entire chimera army against his tower by herself. The invasion had nearly destroyed everything he possessed and resulted in the kidnapping of many of his vassals. That achievement had eventually earned her the title of the solo hero's journey. What disturbed Berja even more was the timing. Lavinia was not supposed to begin moving on this scale for another 3 years. He wondered whether Draxon's death had somehow accelerated events and pushed her onto the stage earlier than expected. Berja explained that Lavinia would never stop until she obtained the ingredients she wanted. She was the kind of person who would target a demon king himself if ordinary materials no longer interested her. Even so, Berja still could not understand why she had specifically chosen the Urgest Mountains. Gordon quickly pointed out the larger problem. Lavinia Akan was a royal princess with a high position in the line of succession. If Berja killed her or kidnapped her, the entire Akan kingdom would mobilize against them. Facing Hildebrand's hero expedition alone was already difficult enough. Fighting Akan as well would make survival nearly impossible. Without hesitation, Berge ordered Krutu to lure Lavinia away from the tower. Under no circumstances was he to engage in a full-scale battle. Krutu immediately accepted the command. Berge then instructed Gordon to provide support from the tower while he personally handled the situation. As Berge rushed toward the battlefield, an uncomfortable feeling surfaced in his mind. The entire situation felt painfully familiar. It reminded him of the events leading up to Draxon's death. Back then, Berge himself had sent a dwarf princess toward Draxon's territory. Suddenly, a frightening realization struck him. The situation unfolding before him was almost identical. Someone might have intentionally sent Lavinia Akan into his territory. The possibility immediately made Berge think of Jason Cockmond. If Jason truly was the mastermind behind this, Berge refused to sit back and tolerate it. His anger intensified as he raced toward the battlefield. Meanwhile, Krutu walked alone toward the approaching Chimera army. He had already accepted the possibility of dying. After confirming that his subordinates had escaped safely, he felt relieved. As long as the tribe survived, his own life was a small price to pay. In his heart, he apologized to Berge and begged the Demon King to continue protecting the tribe after his death. Just as Krutu prepared for his final stand, black flames suddenly appeared and blocked the advance of the Chimera army. Moments later, Berge arrived. He immediately questioned why Krutu had decided to die without permission. The overwhelming presence of the Demon King shook the orc chief. Krutu instantly knelt and apologized. He declared that he would accept any punishment. However, Berge reminded him that he had already fulfilled his duty as chief. Loyal subordinates like Krutu were difficult to find. He should never throw his life away so casually. Those words deeply moved the orc leader. Overcome with emotion, Krutu openly called out to his Demon King. Hearing this exchange left Lavinia completely stunned. She stared at Berge in disbelief as the truth became clear. The mysterious figure before her was actually a Demon King. Berge calmly created black flames within his hands. Looking at the Chimera army, he remarked that the situation had worked out rather well. Such dangerous creatures would only become a problem later. Reducing their numbers now would benefit everyone. At that moment, the fifth prince of Akan, Cain Akan, arrived alongside a group of knights. They desperately called out for Lavinia and demanded that she return home immediately. Berge paid them little attention. He made it clear that he had no intention of becoming an enemy of the Akan kingdom. However, he also issued a warning. If the Chimera army crossed paths with him again, none of them would be spared. Even after everything ended, Lavinia continued staring at him with fascination. Meanwhile, Cain ordered his knights to investigate the source of the strange light they had witnessed earlier. After following the trail, they discovered only a doll lying on the ground. Attached to it was a message telling them not to search for her. The discovery instantly frustrated Cain. His sister was once again running around on her own. One of the knights pointed out that they had already traveled deep into the dangerous Urgus Mountains and advised an immediate retreat. Cain reluctantly agreed. There was no way ordinary monsters could defeat Lavinia. At the very least, he had confirmed one thing. The Demon King of Black Flame had not kidnapped her. As the situation calmed, the scene shifted back to the tower. Berge continued thinking about Lavinia Akan. He understood her personality all too well. She would never return home until she obtained what she truly wanted. Even before his regression, she had been obsessed with chimera materials to an unhealthy degree. At one point, she had even targeted the flesh of a Demon King for research. Gordon approached with a report. The Akan scouts had already departed. Berge immediately began analyzing the situation. He realized that Lavinia had not left the mountain separately after meeting the search party. Instead, her obsession with chimera materials had likely caused her to deliberately evade them. If the Achan kingdom ever discovered that she was moving toward the tower, the search force would eventually reach the tower as well. Understanding the implications, Gordon calmly pointed out an important fact. If Lavinia disappeared somewhere within the dangerous Urgust Mountains, nobody would know what truly happened. A faint smile appeared on Berzega's face. If such an event occurred, the Achan kingdom would have no justification for accusing him or launching an invasion. Hearing this, Gordon revealed a similarly cold smile. Believing the perfect opportunity had arrived, he suggested launching a full-scale operation immediately. Bajer understood that this might be their only chance to deal with Lavinia Akan once and for all. Even so, a lingering sense of unease continued to bother him. Despite that discomfort, Bergerji ultimately decided that he would handle the matter personally. The moment he emerged, he found Lavinia Akan waiting for him while calmly sitting atop a chimera. However, the chimera itself was highly unusual. Every one of its eyes was connected to Jason Cockman's vision, allowing him to observe everything directly from afar. He immediately realized that Berge had personally come outside because he did not want anyone discovering what existed inside the tower. Jason silently admitted that Berge Dachan was far more cautious than he had originally expected. Standing before Lavinia, Berge directly called out Jason Cockman's name. He revealed that he already knew Jason was listening through the chimera. From the creature, Berger could sense a faint trace of demonic energy belonging to Jason. Now that he had seen the chimera up close, he became completely certain Jason had personally provided a body infused with his own demonic energy to create it. Jason openly admitted that Berger's observation skills were impressive. However, he mockingly questioned what Berger could possibly do while surrounded by an entire chimera army. Looking around, Berger saw countless chimeras filling the battlefield. Every single one possessed strength comparable to a high-ranking monster. Even while facing overwhelming numbers, Berger remained focused on capturing Lavinia Akan. However, his attention soon shifted toward the chimera beneath her. Something about it felt wrong. The creature contained more than Jason's demonic energy. There was another powerful presence hidden inside it as well. At that exact moment, Gordon contacted him with urgent information received from Hillen Cargill. Gordon reported that the corpse of the late Beast Demon King, which had originally been recovered by the 10-star hero Rosal Charnt, had somehow fallen into Lavinia's possession. The revelation immediately shocked Bersha. He realized that even Draxon's corpse had been turned into chimera material. Seeing Berger's reaction, Jason grinned with satisfaction. He confirmed that Berger's assumption was correct. Although only temporarily, the chimera could replicate the incredible speed Draxon possessed while alive. Normally, Demon Kings use their demonic energy points to strengthen themselves. However, Berger had converted most of his points into money and infrastructure, instead of enhancing his own combat power. Because of that decision, Berger himself had barely grown stronger compared to what he could have become. Under those circumstances, defeating both Lavinia and the Chimera army would not be easy. Jason's confidence only continued to grow. He revealed that he had also planted eyes and ears among several other chimeras. While Berger remained occupied dealing with Lavinia, all it would take was a single chimera successfully reaching the tower. Once that happened, Jason would learn everything about the tower's internal structure. With that information, he could create the perfect strategy to conquer it. Filled with arrogance, Jason demanded to know what the Demon King of Blazing Fire, Berger Dias, planned to do now. To his surprise, Berger began to smile. Internally, he admitted that Jason Cockman had completely outplayed him. For the first time, Berger realized he had been pushed into the exact same position Draxon Doldorf once faced. Once the battle began, there would be no turning back. Accepting that reality, Berger decided everything would come down to a single gamble. With complete calmness, he removed his jacket and stepped forward before directly calling out Lavinia Akan's name. Gordon desperately warned Berger that openly revealing himself before the chimeras was far too dangerous, even for a demon king. At the same time, Jason grew suspicious. He could not understand what Berger was planning. Ignoring everyone else, Berger spoke directly to Lavinia and proposed a deal. Curious, Lavinia asked what kind of deal he meant. Berger then offered a shocking condition. He demanded that she cancel her agreement with the Demon King of Lies. In exchange, he would give her one of his own horns. To prove he was serious, Berger swore upon the standards of a Demon King. The offer completely stunned Lavinia. To Berger's surprise, Lavinia accepted the proposal almost instantly. She immediately demanded the horn she had been promised. Berger told her to enter the tower first, and assured her that there was nothing to worry about because a contract had already been established. Lavinia responded with a suspicious stare. Meanwhile, Jason was completely shocked. He could not believe Berger had sworn on the Demon King's standard. In Jason's eyes, Berger treated such traditions like a joke. Yet somehow, Lavinia had completely fallen for it. Jason could only watch as Berger effortlessly manipulated her. Even so, Jason admitted that Lavinia Akan was the first person who had managed to create so many complications for him. Despite the setback, he was already preparing his next move. Confidently, he wondered how much longer Berger Dias could continue holding out. The scene then shifted back to the tower. Lavinia entered together with Berger. Princess Kaedid Urnan and Elena watched her arrival with curiosity. Lavinia immediately found the place strange. There were no chimera ingredients anywhere. Confused, she wondered where all the useful materials were being kept. Berger asked whether she was searching for monsters already. He reminded her that he had never promised to provide any ingredients other than the horn. Nearby, Kaedu nervously whispered to Urnan. She could hardly believe that the visitor was actually Princess Lavinia Akan. Urnan confirmed it. Elena also looked confused and asked why Lavinia had suddenly appeared. The answer seemed obvious to everyone else. Soon afterward, the group arrived at the 5th floor. Inside the Demon King's throne room, Berger finally handed Lavinia a horn. Immediately, she pointed out a problem. Berger had promised a Demon King's horn, yet the horn he presented clearly was not his own. Berger casually admitted his mistake. He explained that he did not particularly care about the Demon King's standard. More importantly, he could not simply hand his actual horn to a human. His horns represented the pride of the Black Flame Dragon. Hearing that explanation only made Lavinia angry. She immediately attempted to attack him for lying. At that moment, Gordon stepped forward and offered to handle her personally. Before the situation escalated further, Bersus explained that the horn was not ordinary. It contained both Phoenix mana and his own mana. The explanation instantly transformed Lavinia's mood. Her anger vanished. Instead, she became overwhelmingly excited. She immediately demanded even more. Seeing her reaction, Bergie was pleased that she liked the gift. Then he produced Armani's orb. From this point onward, however, nothing would be free. If she wanted his power that badly, she would need to swallow the orb. Without hesitation, Lavinia swallowed Armani's orb and officially became one of Berger's subordinates. Immediately afterward, she requested some of his black flames as well. Watching her behavior, Berger privately concluded that the princess had a screw loose. Nevertheless, he agreed. The moment she received the flames, Lavinia became visibly delighted. Berger silently reflected on the situation. Even Lavinia Aachen had now become his subordinate. For the first time, he possessed a force capable of standing against the enormous numbers that would accompany the hero expedition. All that remained was preparing for the 10-star heroes. Later, Krudu returned with a report. He informed Berger that every trace of the Chimera army's movements had been erased. Berger praised him for the excellent work. Privately, he concluded that the Achan kingdom would never imagine that Princess Lavinia was currently hidden inside his tower. Even so, he decided to take additional precautions. As a result, he assigned Lavinia another task. The story then shifted to the Aachen kingdom. There, the king received a letter from Lavinia. Inside, she instructed everyone not to search for her, because she had already obtained plenty of ingredients. When officials asked whether another search party should be dispatched, the king refused. Not even the 52nd prince had successfully brought her home before. Since she appeared genuinely happy, he decided to leave her alone for the time being. If Lavinia eventually turned the Urgus Mountains into complete chaos, he would simply accept responsibility later. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Ain, another conversation was taking place between Reyna, the Demon Queen of Winter, and Ugar Belbek. While casually eating toffee, Reyna listened to Ugar's report about Berger Deus. Ugar explained that Berger had discovered the upcoming hero expedition and warned him beforehand. He had also provided valuable information that protected the Tower of Absolute Hardness. Reyna then asked whether that meant Berger was more trustworthy than Jason Kochmund. After all, Jason had spent decades supplying useful information to Demon Kings. Ugar admitted that Jason had indeed helped them survive in Arin. However, for reasons he could not fully explain, he had never been able to trust Jason completely. Reyna offered a possible explanation. She reminded him that she, Ugar, and Draxen Doldov had survived for decades under Jason's guidance. Yet every newly appointed Demon King had been destroyed by hero expeditions within 3 years. She specifically mentioned the Demon King of Lust, who had eventually fallen to the hero Hillen Cargill. If Jason had truly wanted to save those Demon Kings, he probably could have. The realization left Ugar uneasy. He began wondering whether Jason had also been responsible for Draxen's death. Unsure what to think, he sought Reyna's advice. However, Reyna refused to make the decision for him. A Demon King needed to think and judge independently. Ugar reluctantly agreed. Reyna then admitted that she did not completely trust Berger Deus either. As suspicion toward both men increased, Ugar questioned whether Jason truly was responsible for Draxen's death. Reyna explained that there was one way to discover the truth. Although she hated relying on that vulgar woman, they had little choice. The scene then shifted to Burfer, one of the famous dwarven city. Inside the royal palace, Vivian Blunt secretly infiltrated the building while using invisibility. Reyna had assigned her a mission connected to the dwarven princess. According to Reyna's theory, Draxen Doldov's death had ultimately begun with the dwarven princess's invasion of Ormuth. Someone among the Demon Kings must have guided her there. Since Vivian had only arrived after Draxen's death, she was excluded from the list of suspects. Because of that, Reyna considered her the ideal investigator. Vivian confidently accepted. In her opinion, nobody was better suited for the job. Still, she reminded Reyna that she had yet to hear the words she wanted. Grinding her teeth, Reyna reluctantly asked for her help. Vivian immediately burst into laughter. She teased Reyna mercilessly and pretended that the Winter Queen was making her look like the villain. Reyna could only grit her teeth in frustration. Confident in her abilities, she decided to show off a little. Since she had arrived in Arin under Archduke Arcane's orders, discovering the truth behind Draxen's death would likely earn her a ticket home. As she moved through the Dwarven Palace, she wondered whether Reyna truly intended to turn the entire succubus race into enemies. She remained completely convinced that nobody could see her. Only a top-tier hero would be capable of detecting her presence. Soon she reached the corridor leading to the Dwarven Princess's room. Peeking inside, she immediately froze, because Hillen Cargill was staring directly at her. Shock spread across Vivian's face. Hillen could actually see her. With a confident smirk, he raised his sword and confirmed that he could indeed see the Queen of Lust. Without hesitation, he attacked. Vivian screamed in disbelief. A top-tier hero had completely seen through her stealth. What she could not understand was why someone as powerful as Hillen Cargill was personally guarding the Dwarven Princess. Overwhelmed by frustration, Vivian cursed the filthy dimension of Arene and lamented her terrible luck. At that moment, Hillen understood everything had unfolded exactly as Deus predicted. Earlier, Berge had secretly warned Hillen to protect the dwarven princess because the Queen of Lust would eventually attempt to kidnap her. His confidence in Berge only continued to grow, and he believed that placing his faith in the Demon King would eventually make him an even greater hero. Determined to add another achievement to his record, Hillen declared that he would personally defeat the Queen of Lust. Vivian immediately retreated at incredible speed. She refused to believe she could actually lose in a place like this and desperately searched for Princess Louise. Before she could react, the dwarven princess suddenly appeared behind her and swung her axe with killing intent. Shocked, Vivian finally realized that the one attacking her really was the princess herself. Louise mockingly asked whether Vivian had been expecting someone else instead. At the same moment, Hillen attacked from the opposite direction and declared that the Queen of Lust would die there. Vivian was pushed into complete despair. A top-tier hero was protecting the princess, while the princess herself was trying to kill her with an axe. The entire situation felt completely absurd, as though something was fundamentally wrong with the world itself. Unable to endure the chaos any longer, Vivian screamed in frustration. Despite being cornered from both sides, she still managed to escape. Hillen could only watch her disappear, while Princess Louise angrily complained that the Demon Queen should have been killed on the spot. Without wasting another second, she immediately ordered nearby soldiers to pursue Vivian at once. Soon afterward, Hillen reported everything directly to Deus. He confirmed that the succubus queen had appeared exactly as Berge predicted. Hearing the report, Berge calmly reflected on the moment he had first met Vivian. From that very first encounter, he had already expected something like this to happen. He then asked about the outcome of the battle. Hillen admitted that he had failed to eliminate the Queen of Lust, but proudly revealed that he had still managed to obtain a trophy from the fight. That trophy turned out to be Vivian Blunt's tail, which he planned to send back to Berge. The scene then shifted to the eastern region of the Sea King's territory. There, Crotalord, the master of the Eastern Sea and a calamity-grade monster, was locked in a fierce battle against Palav Disrod, one of humanity's 10-star heroes. The battle raged on until Rosal Charnt suddenly arrived on the battlefield. Without hesitation, she released a fairy arrow that pierced Crotalord's body and instantly killed the enormous sea monster. Palav immediately became irritated because Rosal had interrupted his fight before he could finish it himself. Rosal calmly explained that an emergency order had been issued to summon every 10-star hero. The hero's journey toward the Urgus Mountains had officially begun. At first, Palav grumbled about the interruption, but the moment he heard that the destination was the Urgus Mountains, his entire expression changed. He knew the region was overflowing with calamity-grade monsters. Rosal quickly reminded him that they were not traveling there to enjoy battles. Their mission was simply to capture the Demon King. Even while complaining, Palav admitted how satisfying that kind of battlefield would be. He even encouraged Rosal to join him in fighting everything they encountered. Rosal immediately rejected the suggestion and bluntly told him to get lost. As their conversation continued, Palav noticed that Rosal's magic had become much stronger than before. Smirking, he guessed she had been secretly training. Excited by the discovery, he immediately proposed a duel. Rosal rolled her eyes and told him to go fight someone else instead. Curious, Palev asked how Rosal had managed to find him in such a remote place. She explained that someone from the Hero Guild had informed her he would probably be wasting time there fighting monsters by himself. When Palev asked who had provided that information, Rosal simply answered that it had come directly from the Guildmaster. Not long afterward, the scene shifted to the Hero Guild headquarters. Hillen Cargill arrived before the Elder Heroes, who warmly welcomed him as the 10-star hero responsible for defeating 2 Demon Kings and protecting Princess Louise from the Queen of Lust's kidnapping attempt. They praised his recent achievements as extraordinary and acknowledged that he had brought great honor to the Hero Guild. Hillen humbly thanked them for the recognition. The Elder Heroes then announced that, in recognition of those accomplishments, Hillen Cargill would officially become an Argon. Along with the promotion, he received an even more powerful sword. Argon stood alongside the Guildmaster and the 4 Elder Heroes in deciding the future direction of the entire Hero Guild. Their authority was so great that even kings actively sought their friendship. Overwhelmed with emotion, Hillen reflected on how an ordinary village boy had managed to climb this far. He silently vowed to fulfill his responsibilities as an Argon and become the greatest hero in history. At that moment, Palav Disrod casually entered the hall and jokingly wondered when the young rookie had become such an important figure. He mentioned that it had been a long time since they last met and brought up the rumors that Hillen had already defeated 2 Demon Kings. Palav immediately suggested sparring with him someday. Hillen respectfully greeted Sir Palav and admitted that he would gladly accept someday, although now might not be the best time. The Elder Heroes explained that every 10-star hero had been summoned because an extremely important mission had arisen. Palav instantly complained that they had interrupted his fun and warned that the mission had better be worth it. Calmly, the elder hero assured him that this assignment would certainly satisfy him. From that moment onward, the Hero Guild officially ordered the 10-star heroes to retrieve the 7 10-star heroes currently participating in the Jespine Empire's succession war. No matter what methods became necessary, the Hero Guild would personally deal with the consequences afterward. The upcoming 10-star heroes' journey had become humanity's highest priority. Palav immediately grinned with excitement. He happily pointed out that this meant they were officially allowed to beat up the other 10-star heroes if they refused to return willingly. Roselle quickly told him to calm down because his enthusiasm was becoming disturbing. Meanwhile, Hillen's expression grew serious. He immediately realized that gathering every 10-star hero meant the hero's journey would begin far earlier than anyone had expected. Inside his mind, Hillen desperately thought about Burji Deus. To him, the Demon King represented the path toward achieving his greatest ambition. Burji absolutely could not fall. Later, Hillen secretly reported everything directly to Burji. He explained that once the 10-star heroes currently fighting in the Jespine Empire returned, the hero's journey would begin immediately. Burji questioned why the Hero Guild had suddenly made such a decision. Hillen admitted that even the guildmaster had never revealed the true reason behind it. After hearing Hillen's report, Burji immediately felt uneasy. Everything was happening far too suddenly, almost as though someone had carefully manipulated events behind the scenes. He could not help wondering whether Jason Cockman had once again interfered. Trying to understand the situation, Burji asked how the Hero Guild intended to move the hero's journey forward so quickly. Hillen explained that the guild planned to intervene directly in the Jespine Empire's succession war in order to bring every remaining 10-star hero back as soon as possible. Basically, the succession war of the Jespine imperial family was an ancient tradition where the next emperor was chosen through brutal competition among the imperial princes and princesses. Every royal candidate risked their life to seize the throne, completing dangerous missions assigned by the emperor while hiring mercenaries and heroes to fight on their behalf. The succession war itself consisted of 5 separate stages and normally continued for nearly 6 months. Realizing this, Burj immediately understood the seriousness of the situation. If the succession war continued for 6 months, then the 10-star heroes would remain scattered throughout the empire for that entire period. However, Hillen warned him that 7 of the 10-star heroes had already been hired by various royal candidates. If Pallav Disrod personally intervened to force the war toward its conclusion, the entire conflict could end within only a few weeks. That would allow all 10-star heroes to regroup far sooner than Burji had anticipated. At that point, it no longer mattered whether Jason Cockman had manipulated events or not. Burji understood he had completely run out of time. Without wasting another moment, Burji declared that it was finally time to move on to the next stage of his plan. He immediately ordered Lager Friedrich to begin constructing a golem. The command instantly shocked the master blacksmith, but excitement quickly replaced his surprise as he realized Burji was referring to an ancient weapon. Burji reminded him that magate was an essential material for creating a true golem before turning toward Lavinia Akan and ordering her to assist Lager throughout the project. Confused, Lavinia questioned why she should help build something that had nothing to do with her. In response, Burj casually presented her with Vivian Blunt's severed tail. The moment Lavinia laid eyes on it, her expression completely changed. She immediately recognized it as an incredibly valuable chimera ingredient and eagerly accepted the assignment. With that matter settled, Burj shifted his attention toward Ernan and asked about Princess Elena's condition. Ernan calmly explained that Elena's excess mana had almost completely drained away. Beginning the following day, she intended to start teaching her the fundamentals of magic. Satisfied with the progress, Burji instructed her to continue the training exactly as planned. Soon afterward, Burji switched back to his human identity file before meeting Gordon. He informed Gordon that he would be leaving the tower for quite some time, meaning Gordon would need to oversee everything during his absence. Gordon immediately became suspicious and asked whether Burj was planning to go where he thought he was. Burj calmly confirmed his suspicions. He revealed that he intended to personally participate in the Jespine Empire's succession war. The scene then shifted to Utera Island, located within the territory of the Jespine Empire. Recently, the island had been completely overrun by an enormous undead army, causing fear to spread throughout the empire. The final objective of the succession war was to subjugate the powerful necromancer controlling Utera Island, a high-tier mage possessing both dark and life attributes. One section of the battlefield revealed a nobleman sitting comfortably upon a throne carried by 4 soldiers while numerous retainers protected him from every direction. The noble confidently declared that the road to becoming emperor was paved with blood. Since this was the final trial, he intended to sacrifice as many retainers as necessary to secure victory. His soldiers immediately declared their unwavering loyalty, insisting that everything they did was for the sake of the first prince. Standing nearby, Naya Diaprine, the third of the 10-star heroes employed by the first prince, finally spoke up. She pointed out that even if this was the final trial, they would soon run out of retainers if the casualties continued at such a pace. The noble immediately frowned and reminded her that despite being a famous hero, she was still merely a subject of the empire and had no authority to question the commands of the first prince. That arrogant noble was then revealed to be Rufus Jespine, the first prince of the Jespine Empire. Seeing his attitude, Naya chose not to argue any further. Elsewhere on the island, the desperate scream of a young woman echoed through the forest as she begged her older brother to spare her life. The prince calmly replied that he could never bring himself to harm his own sister. However, before she could lower her guard, an assassin hired by the prince stabbed her in the back. Smiling coldly, the prince explained that an emperor should never dirty his own hands with such work. He was destined to become the ruler of the empire. This ruthless man was revealed to be Floyan Jespine, the second prince of the Jespine Empire. Floyan immediately ordered his soldiers to eliminate every remaining imperial heir. His subordinates instantly obeyed without hesitation. It was also revealed that the 10-star hero Ralph Schmitz served as his personal retainer, making the second prince one of the strongest candidates in the succession war. Another part of the battlefield showed countless undead being effortlessly crushed by two powerful warriors fighting side by side. A red-haired hero praised the royal heir's incredible physical strength, declaring that her punches were worthy of an emperor. In return, the princess complimented the hero's flawless combat posture and praised him as one of humanity's greatest heroes. She confidently declared that every citizen of the empire should possess a body as powerful as hers because the current generation had become far too weak. The muscular princess then boldly announced that once she became emperor, she would personally purge every one of her weak brothers and sisters. Although her appearance easily confused people, this fearsome warrior was actually Tiran Jespine, the fourth princess of the Jespine Empire. Standing beside her was Gillian, the fifth of the 10-star heroes, who simply listened to her outrageous declarations without offering any argument. 2 hours after the necromancer subjugation had begun, the number of surviving imperial heirs had already dropped from 17 to only 15. Meanwhile, in another area of Utera Island, countless undead relentlessly pursued a frightened young boy. Crying as he desperately fled through the battlefield, the child begged the monsters to stop chasing him. The terrified boy was revealed to be Noah Jespine, the 17th prince of the Jespine Empire and the youngest remaining heir. As Noah desperately ran for his life, he reflected on how every one of his retainers had already sacrificed themselves protecting him. Even the heroes he had hired had abandoned him long ago. The only things he still possessed were the mysterious artifacts his older siblings had previously given him. Unfortunately, after failing every previous trial, he had absolutely no idea how to use any of them. While desperately clutching those artifacts, Noah suddenly tripped over a thick vine and crashed to the ground. The precious artifacts scattered across the dirt as countless undead quickly surrounded him from every direction. Filled with despair, Noah refused to accept defeat. If either the first prince, the second prince, or the fourth princess became emperor, the empire would undoubtedly be consumed by endless bloodshed. Remembering the retainers who had sacrificed their lives for his sake, Noah declared that he had to save the empire no matter what. Slowly reaching toward one of the scattered artifacts, he tearfully proclaimed that a true emperor was someone who protected everyone rather than ruling through fear. However, before he could finish speaking, the undead completely surrounded him. Overwhelmed by despair, Noah silently accepted what seemed to be the end of his journey. Just as Noah Jespine accepted his fate, brilliant blue lightning suddenly rained down from the sky, instantly annihilating the undead surrounding him. A man's voice echoed across the battlefield, saying he was fortunate not to have arrived too late before asking whether the young prince had been injured. The newcomer was none other than Hillen Cargill. Noah stared in complete disbelief as one of the legendary 10-star heroes stood before him. Before Noah could recover from the shock, another figure descended from above. A single crimson feather drifted gently through the air before landing on Noah's head. Moments later, Phile gracefully descended from the sky, surrounded by dazzling crimson flames. Holding a massive fireball in one hand, he smiled at the frightened prince and casually asked whether Noah wished to hire them. Stunned by the unbelievable sight before him, Noah immediately shouted that he wanted to hire them both. Smirking confidently, Phile accepted the offer before hurling the enormous fireball into the advancing undead, creating a devastating explosion that consumed everything below. A few minutes earlier, Berjdeus had already explained his plan to Hillen Cargill. Raising a finger, he stated that their objective was to prevent the 10-star heroes from participating in the hero's journey. The only way to accomplish that goal was by keeping them occupied long enough for the Jespine Empire's succession war to continue indefinitely. Hillen immediately identified Pallav Disrod as the greatest obstacle because he possessed enough strength to eliminate the remaining royal candidates and force the succession war to end far earlier than expected. Burji calmly replied that Pallav would eventually be dealt with. Before confronting him, however, they first needed to enter the succession war without drawing suspicion. To accomplish that, they required an employer. Burji immediately selected Noah Jespine as the perfect candidate. As the forgotten 17th prince, Noah lacked both influence and wealth, making it impossible for him to recruit famous heroes. In Burji's own words, Noah was nothing more than a cowardly crybaby, making him the ideal pawn for their plan. Returning to the present, Noah remained on his knees while tearfully thanking both of his saviors. His trembling voice revealed that he had genuinely believed his life had ended only moments ago. Desperately, he begged them to stop his first, second, and fourth siblings before they seized the throne. However, he admitted that he possessed neither wealth nor status worthy of hiring heroes of their caliber. All he could offer were a few artifacts as payment. Phile suddenly grabbed Noah by the shoulder and told him he had absolutely no interest in money. What truly mattered was Noah's sense of justice. He declared that someone capable of protecting the people deserved to become emperor. Repeating Noah's own words, Phile stated that a true emperor was someone who protected everyone. Hearing those words deeply moved the young prince. Just like that, Burji and Hillen officially became Noah's hired heroes. Internally, Burji could only laugh. Humans truly were easy to deceive. Without wasting any more time, he urged Noah to move immediately because they still needed to stop the other imperial candidates. Noah, completely unaware of Burji's true intentions, nodded with unwavering determination. Meanwhile, Hillen silently apologized to Noah in his heart for dragging the innocent prince into their elaborate scheme. Elsewhere on Utra Island, Rosal Chant suddenly sensed the familiar energy of the phoenix. Looking toward the horizon, she spotted Burji's crimson flames rising into the sky. Pallav Disrod immediately noticed the phenomenon as well and casually asked whether Rosal had felt that strange presence. He admitted that whoever was producing those flames looked far more interesting than anyone else currently participating in the succession war. At that moment, Pallav casually held another 10-star hero in one hand while commenting that fighting this mysterious newcomer sounded much more entertaining than dealing with weak heroes. It was revealed that both the 10th 10-star hero and the 6th prince had already been eliminated from the succession war. Rosal quickly told Pallav to leave the mysterious newcomer alone, insisting that whoever Hillen had personally recruited was not someone worth interfering with. Pallav simply questioned why Hillen would recruit someone else when he himself was already present. Meanwhile, Rosal quietly wondered what Hillen Cargill was truly planning. Deep inside a remote section of Utra Island, Hillen and Noah quietly followed behind Phile through a dense forest. Curious, Noah repeatedly asked where they were going, but neither of them answered. Walking confidently ahead, Burji recalled that during his previous life he had searched the entire island for powerful monsters worthy of becoming his familiars. Eventually, he arrived before a hidden cave. Inside the cave sat a mysterious figure upon a throne, flanked by two loyal servants. Observing the creature from a distance, Burji immediately recognized it as the necromancer responsible for the undead catastrophe consuming Utra Island. The creature growled threateningly as it noticed the unexpected visitors approaching. Without another word, Burji abandoned his disguise. Black flames erupted around his body as the majestic phoenix transformed into a massive black dragon. Burji declared that before Phile could disqualify the 10-star heroes, he would first hide the necromancer himself and ensure the succession war would never come to an end. Purple energy surged through his draconic claws as Hillen and Noah stared at him in absolute shock. Noah screamed in complete disbelief. A demon king had appeared before them. Even the necromancer froze after hearing Burji's true identity. The ruler of the undead revealed that he had spent his entire life hiding from demon kings to avoid becoming anyone's puppet. Believing Burji had finally tracked him down, he proudly declared himself the king of the undead and swore that he would never bow to any demon king. At his command, countless undead warriors roared as they prepared to defend their master. In the very next second, Burji erased the entire undead army with overwhelming power. The necromancer stood completely frozen. Coldly, Burji asked whether he truly wished to die. Terrified by the unimaginable display of strength, the necromancer instantly fell to his knees and swore absolute loyalty. Burji calmly accepted the surrender before reminding him that only the living possessed a future. Pretending to be brave would accomplish nothing except a meaningless death. Only then did Burji shift his attention toward Noah Jespine. The young prince trembled uncontrollably as he stared at the black flames surrounding the Demon King. At that moment he finally understood the horrifying truth. The legendary Phoenix Master was actually the Demon King of Blazing Fire himself. Even worse, the respected hero Hillen Cargill willingly served beneath that Demon King. Berja calmly offered Noah the chance to become one of his familiars as well. At the same time, he considered the immense political influence of the Jespine Empire. If Noah eventually became emperor, controlling him would also give Berja tremendous leverage over the Hero Guild itself. However, despite trembling in fear, Noah firmly refused. He declared that he would never betray humanity. He would never betray the Empire, even if it meant dying. Without hesitation, Berja forced Armani's orb into Noah's mouth. Smiling calmly, he admitted he had expected exactly that response, explaining that the stronger Noah's hatred became, the greater the orb's pain would grow. Noah screamed in unbearable agony as the artifact began overwhelming his body, yet even through the excruciating torture he stubbornly refused to submit. Watching Noah collapse in agony, Hillen quietly asked whether the prince had died. Berj calmly explained that Noah was still alive because killing someone with that much future value would be a complete waste. He then turned toward the newly subjugated necromancer and ordered him to begin preparing for the arrival of the other heroes. The bewildered necromancer nervously asked whether those orders were truly meant for him. Not long afterward, several powerful heroes finally reached the necromancer's cave. Leading the group were the famous twin heroes, Bing and Bong, accompanied by the 11th princess, Sierra Jespine. Confidently sensing the necromancer's mana, the twins proudly declared that elite heroes like themselves could locate any hidden monster simply by following its magical signature. They arrogantly laughed that a mere high-tier necromancer would fall within 10 seconds once they entered the cave. Instead, the moment they stepped inside, the battle ended before it even began. Empowered by Berja's demonic energy, the necromancer unleashed an overwhelming freezing spell that instantly imprisoned Bing and Bong in solid ice. Feeling the immense strength flowing through his body, the necromancer realized Berja's power had elevated him beyond even calamity-ranked monsters. Hidden in the shadows, Berja calmly warned him not to become overconfident before ordering him to place the frozen heroes inside a magical freezer. Terrified of disappointing his new master, the necromancer immediately obeyed and froze every remaining intruder as well. Berja observed the results with satisfaction, noting that 3 imperial heirs had already disappeared without anyone realizing what had happened. Even so, their greatest targets had yet to fall. Berja explained that continuously luring heroes into the cave would prolong the succession war indefinitely, preventing the 10-star heroes from ever returning to the Hero Guild. Hillen, however, warned that true 10-star heroes would never be defeated so easily. Gordon then delivered urgent news through communication magic. Wharton Cullo, the 10th-star hero, had already been defeated by Pallav Disrod, leaving only 8 10-star heroes still participating. Berja was stunned that not even half a day had passed before Pallav achieved something that should have taken weeks. That realization completely changed everything. Berja understood that gathering all 10 heroes had never actually been necessary. If the King of Hilderan changed his mind, the hero journey could begin with only 7 or 8 heroes, destroying every plan he had prepared. Realizing he had almost run out of time, Berja declared that he would personally confront Pallav Disrod. Hillen immediately tried to stop him, insisting Pallav was a monster beyond imagination who had once defeated Draxen Doldov entirely by himself. According to Hillen, defeating the strongest hero alive in a direct battle was simply impossible. Soon afterward, Berja secretly witnessed that monster with his own eyes. Pallav Disrod relentlessly attacked Ralph Schmidt, laughing with genuine excitement as he tested the legendary ultimate shield. Curious whether the rumors were true, Pallav challenged Ralph to show him why even an ordinary shield supposedly became indestructible in his hands. However, the result shocked everyone present. With a single devastating strike, Pallav completely shattered Ralph's ultimate shield, accomplishing something even Draxen Doldov had failed to do. Recognizing the hopeless difference in strength, Ralph immediately surrendered, leaving even Pallav disappointed that the battle had ended so quickly. Watching everything unfold from the shadows, Berj finally understood why Hillen feared Pallav so much. During an earlier conversation, Berj had questioned why Demon Kings were still alive if a hero that powerful truly existed. Hillen explained that Demon King towers were considered priceless resources, producing rare treasures and materials for humanity. Because of that, the Hero Guild strictly forbade anyone from killing Demon Kings without official approval. Berj considered such arrogance laughable before demanding to know where Pallav's unbelievable strength came from. Hillen admitted nobody knew. One day Pallav had simply appeared carrying nothing but a sword, and his very first recorded achievement was defeating a calamity-ranked monster completely alone. Since then, nobody had ever discovered his origins. Finally, Berja approached Pallav while once again disguised as File. The moment they faced each other, Pallav immediately sensed something unusual and recognized him as the mysterious Phoenix Master. Before either side could make a move, Rosal Charnt stepped between them, reminding both men that they already understood enough and should simply continue pursuing their own objectives. Ignoring her warning, Bergy instead revealed his own conclusion. He declared that Palav wasn't serving any prince or princess at all but was secretly acting on behalf of the Hero Guild to manipulate the empire's succession and install a puppet emperor. Bergy calmly warned that if such a scandal ever spread across the continent, neither the Hero Guild nor the empire would escape the consequences. Realizing Bergy knew far too much, Rosal immediately understood Palav had never been acting under the Hero Guild's orders and demanded to know his true purpose. Bergy simply warned them to stop interfering and leave immediately, threatening that if they refused, he would expose everything to the entire continent. Hearing Bergy's accusation, Palav Disrod immediately realized he had been completely outplayed from the very beginning, and Rosal Charnt's expression darkened as thoughts of Hilan Cargill crossed her mind, silently swearing she would settle the score once she found him. Bergy, however, remained perfectly calm. He had already abandoned the foolish belief that raw strength alone could solve every problem. Instead, after returning to Arene, he decided to weaponize humanity's own laws and traditions against them, binding their hands with the very system they had created. Before the confrontation could continue, the second Prince Floyan Jespine suddenly arrived on the battlefield. Calmly, he revealed that there was never any conspiracy to begin with because he himself had hired both Palav Disrod and Rosal Charnt from the very start. Bergy stared at him in disbelief, unable to understand how the prince had appeared there after supposedly being eliminated alongside Ralph Schmidt. Even so, he admitted he had expected the prince to surface sooner or later. Rosal immediately supported Floyan's statement, confirming that everything had indeed been carried out under the prince's authority. Watching how quickly they dismantled his accusation, Bergy silently acknowledged that his opponents were every bit as sharp as he expected. With the misunderstanding cleared up, Palav's mood changed completely. The minor distractions no longer interested him. What he wanted now was a direct battle against the mysterious Phoenix Master standing before him. Bergy answered with a confident smile as powerful mana began overflowing from his body. Even he admitted that everything had ultimately led to this moment. Without another word, he accepted Palav's challenge and prepared himself to face the strongest hero alive. As Bergy released his Phoenix aura, Palav suddenly remembered seeing that exact appearance once before. Back then, his sponsor's orders had prevented him from joining the battle, leaving him with nothing but regret. Now standing before the very opponent he had longed to fight, excitement surged through every part of his body. He admitted that boredom itself might kill him if Bergy failed to satisfy his expectations, then demanded that the Phoenix Master fight with everything he had. Bergy looked at the legendary hero in silence. During his previous life, he had never even met Palav face to face because he had always dismissed heroes as insignificant. This life was different. This time he intended to confront the greatest hero with everything he possessed. The flames surrounding Bergy expanded even further, but something about them immediately caught Palav's attention. Instead of burning with hostility, the fire felt strangely warm and comforting. It carried neither killing intent nor any harmful effect. Smiling in amusement, Palav realized Bergy had no intention of overwhelming him with pressure alone. In the next instant, Bergy activated a high-tier defensive spell, creating an enormous barrier that completely isolated the battlefield. Calmly, he declared that nobody except the two of them could enter that space. While maintaining the barrier, Bergy reminded himself why this battle mattered so much. If he lost here, the hero journey would begin once again, and history would repeat itself exactly as it had before. He would eventually die beneath humanity's heroes just as he had in his previous life. Driven by that memory, Bergy soared into the sky and fully unleashed the Phoenix's power. Even then, he calmly told Palav that he was free to leave whenever he wished. All he had to do was say the word. Rather than backing down, Palav grinned even wider, interpreting Bergy's words as the greatest challenge imaginable before charging straight toward him. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to the necromancer's cave. The entire cave suddenly shook violently as if an enormous earthquake had struck. The Imperial soldiers immediately panicked, desperately trying to flee before the ceiling collapsed on top of them. Their commander angrily ordered everyone to stay where they were, reminding them that if they failed to capture the target, they would all die regardless. Before anyone could argue further, the necromancer released another freezing spell, instantly imprisoning the entire group in solid ice. Watching everything unfold, Hilan calmly noted that 4 more victims had already fallen into the trap. He also admitted that the unexpected earthquake had made capturing people significantly easier. Even so, one concern remained in his mind. Despite freezing numerous enemies, not a single 10-star hero had fallen victim to the spell yet. Hilan quietly wondered whether even Bergy's enhanced freezing magic could truly affect heroes of that caliber. Not long afterward, Hilan returned to Noah Jespine carrying food for the young prince. However, the moment he entered the room, he realized Noah had completely disappeared. Elsewhere, Noah was already escaping through the cave while hidden beneath an invisibility cloak. As he fled, he realized the earthquake had created the perfect opportunity to slip away unnoticed. The discovery immediately alarmed Hillen. He rushed to the necromancer and demanded to know whether he had seen anything suspicious. The necromancer admitted he had been completely occupied casting magic and had noticed nothing at all. Without wasting another second, Hillen immediately attempted to contact Burji. However, no response came back from the Demon King, causing his anxiety to skyrocket. Realizing how dangerous the situation had become, Hillen rushed out of the cave, blaming himself for failing to double-check Noah's condition. Convinced the prince couldn't have gotten very far yet, he swore to find Noah before the young prince exposed Burji's true identity to the entire empire. After Hillen disappeared, one of the undead quietly approached the necromancer to deliver a report. Upon hearing it, the necromancer learned that something transparent had escaped from the cave. Furious, he demanded to know why the undead hadn't informed him sooner. The undead awkwardly explained that it had actually been trying to report the incident the entire time but had never been given the chance to finish speaking. After hearing the explanation, the necromancer simply shrugged. In the end, he decided the real loss would belong to the Demon King, not himself. As the king of the undead, he felt no reason to display absolute loyalty, especially since he had never swallowed an Armani's orb like Burji's true subordinates. Deciding the situation no longer concerned him, the necromancer turned to leave the cave. Before he could take another step, however, someone silently appeared directly in front of him. Mistaking the newcomer for another ordinary hero, the necromancer unleashed his freezing magic without hesitation while offering one final warning. To his complete horror, the spell accomplished absolutely nothing. Standing there completely unaffected was Jason Cockmond, calmly smiling as though everything had unfolded exactly according to his plan. Elsewhere on Utra Island, Nia Diaprin reported to Rufus Jespine that the mysterious person currently fighting Palav was none other than the Phoenix Master. Hearing that, Rufus immediately flew into a rage. Every prince and princess of the empire was required to recruit mercenaries using only their own wealth, influence, and personal connections. Since the competition for the throne began from birth, those born earlier naturally enjoyed a tremendous advantage. Even with his status as the first prince, Rufus had only managed to recruit someone like Nia, making it impossible to believe that anyone could legitimately hire both Palav Disrod and Razal Charnt at the same time. To him, only interference from the Hero Guild could explain such an absurd situation. That same conclusion quickly spread among the other imperial heirs. Nicola Jespine, the fifth prince, became convinced the Hero Guild had secretly accepted bribes to manipulate the succession war. Meanwhile, Grey Jespine, the sixth prince, urged his companions to capture the necromancer as quickly as possible before demanding an audience with the emperor to expose the Hero Guild's interference. Elsewhere, Marilla Jespine, the seventh princess, reached a similar conclusion. She believed exposing the scandal would finally give her the recognition needed to surpass her royal siblings. At the same time, Tioran Jespine, the fourth prince, eagerly rushed toward the necromancer's location, determined to defeat him personally before anyone else could claim the achievement. Back on Rufus' side, however, the first prince dismissed all of their plans as short-sighted. Capturing the necromancer no longer mattered to him. Instead, he declared that the true priority was finding whoever had recruited both Palav and Rosal, eliminating that person, and then claiming those legendary heroes for himself. The only obstacle was that the mysterious employer remained hidden beside someone exceptionally skilled at concealing their presence, making them nearly impossible to locate. Unfortunately, fate wasn't on Noah Jespine's side. While secretly hiding nearby beneath his invisibility cloak, a tree branch accidentally caught the fabric and ripped the cloak away. The moment Rufus noticed his youngest brother, he coldly ordered his knights to execute him immediately. Noah desperately begged Rufus to listen, insisting that the royal family shouldn't be fighting among themselves at such a critical moment. Rufus ignored every word, believing Noah was simply trying to buy time, and calmly repeated his order to kill him. As despair overwhelmed the 17th prince, he realized the worst possible person had found him, his eldest and cruelest brother. Meanwhile, Hillen Cargill desperately searched the island at full speed. The only thing occupying his thoughts was finding Noah before the prince exposed Burge's identity. He refused to allow the Demon King to die before he himself surpassed every other hero. Just then, a massive wall of earth suddenly rose before him, completely blocking his path. Standing behind it was Razal Charnt, who immediately demanded to know what he was trying to accomplish. She accused Hillen of secretly helping the mysterious Phoenix Master and questioned whether he had decided to betray the Hero Guild itself. Hillen denied the accusation, but inwardly he realized he had no time to argue. As he attempted to leave, he apologized and explained that something far more urgent required his attention. Razal refused to let him go. She immediately activated the Sage's chain, preventing Hillen from escaping. She reminded him that whether it had been the Demon King of Lust or the Beast Demon King, every major incident somehow ended with Hillen stealing the credit. Because of that, she demanded to know exactly what he was hiding this time. Hillen grew increasingly frustrated. Deep down, he knew every passing second increased the risk of Noah exposing Berger's true identity. Meanwhile, the scene returned to the necromancer's cave. Jason Cockman now sat comfortably upon the necromancer's throne while calmly observing the entire battlefield through a magical crystal ball. Watching every event unfold exactly as he expected, he smiled with satisfaction before quietly announcing that it was finally time to move on to the next stage of his plan. Elsewhere, Noah's condition continued to worsen as the Armani's orb tormented his mind. Seeing the young prince collapse in agony, Rufus finally lost his patience and once again ordered his knights to kill him. Believing Noah was merely stalling for time, he then instructed Naya Dioprin to personally finish the job. Without hesitation, Naya summoned a powerful high-tier spell known as Death Flower, intending to grant the 17th prince a swift and dignified death. The deadly magic rushed toward Noah, leaving him with no possible escape. Accepting that his life was finally about to end, Noah quietly closed his eyes. At that moment, memories from the past suddenly resurfaced. Noah remembered confiding in one of his sisters, admitting that he wanted to protect everyone but constantly wondered if his siblings were right for calling him a fool. His sister smiled gently and admitted he truly was foolish, but not for the reasons everyone believed. She was none other than Princess Katie Jespine, the 9th princess of the Empire. Katie reminded Noah that his life belonged to him alone and that he should never allow others to decide what kind of person he wanted to become. She also revealed that she intended to escape the palace rather than marry an old king against her will. Most importantly, she assured Noah that his dream of protecting everyone wasn't foolish at all. In her eyes, a true emperor was someone capable of protecting every single person under their care. Those memories reignited Noah's resolve. Remembering the loyal retainers who had sacrificed themselves for him, along with the siblings who had entrusted him with their treasured artifacts, Noah refused to surrender. Gripping his sword with trembling hands, he gathered every ounce of determination he possessed and swung with all his strength. The attack unexpectedly shattered the approaching spell, leaving Noah staring ahead in complete disbelief. Before he could understand what had happened, a familiar voice spoke from behind him, calmly telling him he had grown much stronger. Noah immediately turned around and froze in shock. Standing there in full knight's armor, sword in hand, was none other than his beloved sister, Princess Katie Jespine. Meanwhile, inside Berger's tower, the atmosphere couldn't have been more different. Elena happily placed a flower garland around Gordon's neck, while Logger Friedrich mischievously moved it onto Gordon's nose just to tease him. Gordon instantly grabbed Logger by the head in frustration, causing everyone nearby to burst into laughter. Watching the playful scene unfold, Katie quietly smiled to herself. A short while later, Ernan entered the room and warmly greeted Katie. After offering her freshly baked cookies, the two quietly sat together while watching Elena play nearby. Looking at the young princess reminded Katie of Noah, making her realize he was probably fighting in the succession war at that very moment. She admitted she had spoken harshly to him before leaving the palace because she had been overwhelmed with anxiety. Ever since then, guilt had continued weighing heavily on her heart. She confessed she desperately wanted to leave the tower and save her younger brother, but believed she still lacked the strength to accomplish such a task. Ernan immediately reassured her. Simply by sensing the overwhelming aura unconsciously leaking from Kata's body, she could already tell the princess had become dramatically stronger than before. Kata stared at her in complete disbelief. Ernan even pointed out that Berger himself had been forced to block Kata's final attack with his wings instead of merely using one hand. Remembering that battle, Kata finally realized Ernan was telling the truth. After spending only a few months inside the Demon King's tower, she had grown stronger than years of training inside the royal palace had ever allowed. For the first time, she truly believed she had reached a level approaching the 10-star heroes. Filled with hope, she realized she might finally possess enough strength to save Noah. Seeing Katie's determination, Ernan urged her not to waste another second. She promised to explain everything to Berger herself and encouraged Katie to leave immediately. Though still slightly confused, Katie nodded in agreement. Before sending her off, Ernan smiled mischievously and suggested that Katie should first change into an outfit worthy of one of the 4 heavenly kings serving the Demon King of Blazing Fire. Hearing that completely unexpected suggestion, Katie could only stare at Ernan in utter confusion. Back in the present, Naya Dioprin demanded to know Katie's identity after being challenged. Remembering Ernan's advice, Katie decided to make a dramatic entrance. She proudly declared that she was one born from darkness deeper than the night, a warrior who pierced the hearts of her enemies from within the shadows. She introduced herself as the second blade of the 4 heavenly kings and the dark knight of death who had descended upon the battlefield. Instead of being intimidated, everyone on the battlefield fell completely silent and stared at her with awkward expressions. The embarrassing silence immediately shattered Katie's confidence, and she internally regretted ever listening to Ernan's theatrical introduction. The story briefly shifted to an earlier moment inside Bergedeus's tower. Ernan proudly revealed that Lager Friedrich had personally crafted Katie's new equipment and announced that the four heavenly kings had finally gained a new member. After getting beaten up by Gordon, Lager explained that the outfit was actually a powerful magical artifact capable of greatly increasing both attack and defense. However, there was one humiliating condition. The wearer had to strike a specific pose while loudly reciting the assigned introduction. Kata was horrified by the requirement and insisted she could never do something so embarrassing, claiming nobody would ever marry her afterward. Berge simply laughed and reminded her that as long as she possessed the Armani orb, none of that really mattered, only warning her never to reveal that she served under him. The story then returned to the battlefield. Rufus Jespine mocked the title Dark Knight of Death, calling it childish and repeatedly quoting her introduction just to embarrass her even more. Desperate to escape the humiliation, Katie begged him to stop. Ignoring her plea, Rufus declared that he didn't care who she was and threatened to eliminate her if she interfered. Naya Diaprin stepped forward and confidently claimed that Katie was far too weak to withstand a 10-star hero's magic. She advised Katie to run away while she still had the chance before activating her original high-tier nature spell, Swarm March. Instantly, hundreds of deadly flowers surged across the battlefield. Watching the overwhelming attack, Noah Jespine desperately shouted for Katie to dodge. Instead, she calmly declared that a Dark Knight never fled from intimidation. She reminded herself of the harsh training she had endured inside the Tower of Blazing Fire and realized she had become far stronger than before. Katie also swore that she would never abandon her little brother again. Drawing upon the power she had gained, she unleashed her sword art and instantly destroyed every one of Naya's deadly flowers. Everyone present was left speechless, while even Naya herself stared at the result in complete disbelief. Although her attack had been destroyed, Naya quickly regained her composure. She admitted Katie's strength had exceeded her expectations but dismissed it as nothing special. She immediately activated another powerful spell, Ancient Garden, explaining that her plants regenerated endlessly. Katie realized she had made a serious mistake. Even after destroying the first attack, she hadn't managed to leave a single scratch on Naya herself. As countless regenerated plants charged toward her, Katie understood that the gap between herself and a true 10-star hero was still enormous. At that exact moment, the Armani orb activated on its own and transmitted everything directly to Berge. While battling Palav Disrod inside the Phoenix Dome, Berge immediately sensed Kata trembling in fear. At the same time, he also detected another unfamiliar demonic presence near the Necromancer's cave. Without needing further proof, he instantly concluded that Jason Kochman had made another move. Realizing everything was beginning to collapse at once, Berge silently cursed the situation while continuing to exchange devastating attacks with Palav. Knowing he had to end the battle quickly, Berge unleashed a barrage of phoenix flames that rained across the battlefield. Even that overwhelming assault failed to stop Palav, who effortlessly avoided every spell while charging straight toward him. Palav laughed excitedly and pointed out that Berge's thoughts were elsewhere. He warned that if Berge kept getting distracted during their duel, he would die. Berge admitted to himself that Palav was far stronger than he had anticipated. Even so, he mocked the first hero, claiming he was already getting bored and asking if that was truly the extent of his power. Rather than getting angry, Palav smiled with genuine excitement and warned Berge not to provoke him unless he truly wanted to witness his full strength. Palav instantly accelerated, weaving through every spell Berge launched. As the distance between them vanished, Berge realized the situation had become critical. Watching Palav's sword close in, he thought about using his final trump card, a method he desperately wanted to avoid. Before he could decide, a tremendous explosion erupted as their attacks collided, shaking the entire battlefield. The story then shifted to several minutes earlier. Hillen Cargill hung suspended in the air, restrained by Rosal Charnt's magic. Hillen asked why Rosal had chosen to stop him instead of pursuing the phoenix. He reminded her of the phoenix mana engraved upon Draxen Doldef's corpse and pointed out that she had already grown much stronger simply by researching a tiny fragment of it. Hillen then proposed a tempting deal. If Rosal helped him, he would give her access to the pure, untainted mana of the phoenix itself. The offer immediately caught Rosal's attention. The story returned to Naya's battlefield. Every one of her summoned plants had already been annihilated. Both Katie and Noah stared at the destroyed battlefield in complete shock. At that moment, Hillen descended from the sky and landed atop the remains of the plants. It was then revealed that his agreement with Rosal had one simple condition. In exchange for future access to the Phoenix's mana, Rosal would help Hillen secure the 17th prince, Noah Jespine. The first prince was furious. Looking at the battlefield, he couldn't believe that Palav Disrod, Rosal Charnt, and Hilan Cargill, three of the legendary 10-star heroes, had all gathered around the insignificant 17th prince. Standing proudly atop his throne, he declared that it was humiliating for someone like Noah Jespine to have more powerful heroes supporting him than the future emperor himself. Noah could only admit that he didn't understand how things had turned out this way either. Rufus accused Noah of mocking him and angrily ordered Naya Diaprin to kill the 17th prince immediately. Rosal Charnt stepped forward with an icy glare. She scolded Rufus for shamelessly threatening a child while hiding behind others and demanded that he fight with his own hands if he wanted Noah dead. Without another word, she activated her ultimate bombardment spell, Satellite Cannon. Naya Diaprin refused to back down and answered by preparing a spell of the same caliber. Rosal smiled mockingly and asked whether Naya truly intended to challenge her with the very spell Rosal herself had originally created. Naya confidently replied that she was no longer a mere academy apprentice, causing Rosal to laugh in amusement. Sensing the catastrophe that was about to unfold, Hilan Cargill immediately shouted for Katie to grab Noah and escape the battlefield. Unfortunately, the shocked siblings remained frozen in place as the two devastating spells collided. The entire island lit up under the overwhelming explosion while the bombardment continued without either side giving an inch. Rufus remained safely protected by his retainers, but Noah and Katie were caught in the blast. Another explosion erupted, sending Noah flying far into the distance. Although Naya admitted Rosal was still as ruthless as ever, she confidently declared that she still possessed one final trump card. Rosal merely smiled and replied that Naya should have used that trump card much earlier because she had forgotten one crucial fact. Hilan Cargill was fighting alongside her. At that exact moment, Hilan appeared behind Naya with his sword already drawn. Before she could fully react, he struck her from behind while quietly apologizing for the cheap attack. With Naya defeated, the battle instantly came to an end. Left standing alone before two overwhelming 10-star heroes, Rufus Jespine completely lost his fighting spirit and shamefully fled the battlefield in tears. Rosal watched him run away and coldly remarked that he truly couldn't accomplish anything on his own. After the battle, Hilan turned toward Katie and immediately asked where Noah Jespine had gone. Katie, who was still overwhelmed by everything that had happened, could only stare blankly back at him. Hilan repeated the question while sweat rolled down his forehead. Completely confused herself, Katie simply asked Hilan the exact same question in return. Realizing that nobody actually knew where Noah had landed, everyone immediately began searching for him. Deep within the dark forest, Noah slowly regained consciousness. Groaning from the pain, he wondered where the explosion had thrown him. As he struggled to his feet, a mysterious figure quietly emerged from the shadows behind him. Startled, Noah pulled out a small knife in self-defense. The stranger calmly asked whether Noah truly wished to defeat the Demon King and save everyone before extending a hand toward him. The mysterious figure revealed himself to be Jason Cockmond, offering to help Noah accomplish that dream. Meanwhile, Hilan, Katie, and the others finally located Noah and rushed toward him in relief. Katie, still disguised as the Dark Knight of Death, anxiously asked whether he had broken any bones. To everyone's surprise, Noah ignored their concern and simply declared that he wanted to return to the Necromancer's cave. Hilan immediately realized something was wrong. He had expected Noah's near-death experience to convince him that remaining with them was the safest option, yet Noah seemed strangely determined to leave. Since he still needed to settle matters with Rosal Charnt, Hilan ordered Katie to escort Noah back while he stayed behind. Although Katie accepted the order without hesitation, Hilan secretly used the Armani orb to confirm her identity as one of Berjadeus' subordinates. His real plan was to lure Rosal away while allowing Katie to handle everything involving Noah. Even so, one concern still remained in his mind. He couldn't stop wondering whether Berjadeus could truly survive his battle against Pallav Disrad. As if answering that question, Pallav suddenly appeared before everyone. Hilan froze in shock. Pallav casually announced that he had already enjoyed himself enough, and that it was finally time to destroy the Tower of Blazing Fire. Hilan stared at him in disbelief, while Pallav reminded him that Hilan himself had dragged him into this entire affair. Surprisingly, Pallav admitted that Berji, disguised as Pale, had been an entertaining opponent. He even praised the Phoenix Master's abilities, stating that with more experience, Pale might someday become powerful enough to stand alongside Rosal Charnt. Even so, Pallav regretted that their battle had ended much sooner than he had hoped. The story then shifted to Berjadeus lying unconscious in the middle of the devastated battlefield. His body was covered with injuries after suffering a crushing defeat against Pallav. Watching the scene, Hilan became convinced that the Demon King had lost. Panic immediately consumed him because if Berj truly died, then the Armani orb connected to him might disappear as well. Before Hilan could do anything, Roselle restrained him with magic chains and declared that she was taking him prisoner. Hillen nervously insisted there was no need to tie him up, but Roselle refused to trust a single word he said. She calmly explained that she had something else she wanted to collect before leaving the battlefield with her captive. Once Roselle disappeared, Palav quietly spoke toward an empty space, telling whoever was hiding there that remaining concealed was pointless. A moment later, Jillian, the fifth-star hero, stepped out from the shadows. Jillian observed that even someone as powerful as Palav had to be exhausted after such an intense battle. Even so, he questioned whether he truly believed he could defeat 4 additional 10-star heroes by himself. As soon as her words ended, the 4th, 5th, 7th, 8th, and 10th star heroes surrounded Palav from every direction. Rather than showing fear, Palav burst into laughter. He mockingly called the gathered heroes a bunch of adorable little brats before asking which prince or princess had come up with such an entertaining plan. The heroes revealed that they had received direct orders from the imperial heirs to eliminate Palav and claim the glory for themselves. Hearing that only made Palav even more excited. Welcoming the challenge with open arms, he invited all of them to attack at once, and a battle of unimaginable proportions immediately erupted across Utura Island. Meanwhile, although Burj-Deus remained unconscious, he could still faintly hear the battle echoing around him. He realized Palav was still fighting and that even more 10-star heroes had joined the conflict. Burj immediately understood what would happen after that battle ended. The hero's journey would finally begin. In his previous life, that had marked the destruction of his tower and his own death. Refusing to repeat the same fate, he swore upon the Demon King's standard that this time he would change destiny itself. For a brief moment, Burj imagined abandoning Arene entirely. He pictured himself conquering one dimension after another, eventually rising through the ranks of demonkind until he became an archduke and finally claimed the throne of the Demon Emperor. Yet even after imagining absolute victory, he realized he would still spend eternity alone upon that throne. At that moment, a warm vision of Ernan appeared before him. Smiling gently, she welcomed him home and softly called him her king. In the darkness consuming his consciousness, those words became the single light guiding Burj forward. Back in the present, we see an enormous wave of blazing mana erupted into the sky, its overwhelming presence spreading across the entire battlefield. Even from miles away, everyone could clearly feel the terrifying shockwave. Roselle Charnt immediately sensed it and wondered if it belonged to Pale, but she quickly dismissed the idea after remembering that he had supposedly been defeated already. Hillen Cargill, however, immediately smiled in relief. Without a doubt, he knew his king hadn't been defeated so easily. Roselle soon recognized the source of the energy. It was unmistakably the pure mana of the phoenix. Far above the battlefield, Burj-Deus slowly opened his eyes. It turned out that the phoenix itself had awakened him because it couldn't bear to watch its master lose. Burj lightly knocked the phoenix and joked that it was surprisingly stubborn for such a noble creature. The overwhelming power flowing through his body was unlike anything he had ever experienced before. For the first time, he felt capable of casting even the Demon King's forbidden magic. Oddly enough, while gathering that power, the only person who kept appearing in his thoughts was Ernan. Completely thrilled, Palav Disrad immediately charged forward once again, praising the phoenix for making the battle entertaining. Burj calmly blocked the first hero's attack using nothing more than a single wing before casually knocking him flying with one strike. Palav couldn't hide his shock. Burj calmly explained that death was not the worst fate a demon king could suffer. Only then did Palav finally realize the truth. Pale had never been human at all. He was the demon king of blazing fire hiding beneath the surface all along, which explained why none of the heroes above had ever detected his demonic mana. Palav confidently argued that the worst fate for a demon king was simply becoming prey because he personally never allowed his targets to escape. Burj quietly shook his head. He declared that the true worst fate was being trapped forever, completely alone, unable to do anything for all eternity. With those words, he activated the Demon King's forbidden sealing magic, Arcana's Purgatory Compression. The horrifying spell immediately filled Palav with genuine fear. He had never even heard of such magic before and couldn't understand how it could possibly exist. Burj calmly explained that the Demon King's standard strictly forbade the use of that technique. According to its laws, a Demon King must never flee, fear a hero, or avoid accepting a challenge. Palav demanded to know why Burj would violate his own sacred code. Burj simply admitted that he had always considered the standard meaningless. Pride alone had prevented him from abandoning it before, but everything changed after meeting Ernan. Compared to protecting those precious to him, his own pride no longer mattered. Without any hesitation, Burj poured every remaining drop of his Dragon Tribe mana, strengthened by the Phoenix's power, into the forbidden spell. Palav desperately begged him to stop, insisting that a Demon King should never rely on sealing magic. It was already too late. Burj calmly completed the spell and quietly declared that the hero's journey was officially over. Filled with rage, Palav swore that one day he would kill Burj no matter what. Moments later, the first-star hero, Palav Disrod, disappeared forever as the dimensional prison completely sealed shut around him. After sealing Palav away, Berger slowly descended back to the battlefield. Rosal Charnt stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend what she had just witnessed. Hilen Cargill, meanwhile, breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Berger return safely. The moment Berger looked at Hilen, however, his expression immediately darkened. He angrily reminded Hilen that he had been ordered to protect the 17th prince, yet he had completely failed that mission. Hilen lowered his head in silence, knowing he had absolutely no excuse. She admitted that she couldn't believe Pale had climbed so high into the sky that even mana itself became impossible to detect. Berger casually explained that he had only fought Palav as long as Palav wished to continue. Afterward, he claimed they had simply reached an agreement. According to his fabricated story, he had promised Palav regular battles in the future, and in exchange, Palav agreed to disappear for a while. Although Rosal accepted the explanation, Berger silently regretted lying. Deep down, he felt that perhaps he really should have negotiated with Palav instead of sealing him away forever. Noticing numerous unconscious heroes tied up nearby, Berger asked Rosal about them. She explained that the defeated heroes still hadn't surrendered, so she simply restrained them while they were unconscious. Berger jokingly asked whether she would pretend not to notice if he quietly took those heroes away. Rosal immediately rejected the idea without hesitation. Refusing to give up, Berger proposed another deal. Curious, Rosal asked what price he intended to offer this time. Hilen secretly hoped Berger would finally offer Rosal some of the Phoenix's mana. Berger openly promised to give her a portion of the Phoenix's pure mana itself. Hearing that completely stunned Rosal. Berger explained that for a wizard of her level, such pure mana would be an incomparable research material. He promised to send it to her later through Hilen Cargill. Rosal quietly reflected that her magical research had reached its absolute limit. Since she had already mastered every known form of magic, studying the Phoenix's mana might finally allow her to surpass that wall. Rosal then admitted that, coincidentally, Hilen had previously offered her the exact same proposal. However, both he and Berger had confessed that they couldn't provide the mana immediately. Because of that, she questioned how she was supposed to trust either of them. Berger immediately suggested solving the problem through a formal contract instead. Rosal sighed in annoyance, complaining that he truly had no patience. Before leaving, she warned him not to kill any of the captured heroes and then departed from the battlefield. Once Rosal was gone, Berger quietly reflected that negotiating with her had actually been much easier than expected. His new plan was simple: freeze every captured hero so none of them could participate in the upcoming hero's journey. Just as he finished thinking, however, an uneasy feeling suddenly crept into his mind. He felt as though he had overlooked something incredibly important, but no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't identify what it was. At that moment, Hilen reported that everything was fine because Noah Jespine had willingly returned to the necromancer's cave. He even admitted that he had been fully prepared to knock Noah unconscious and drag him back if necessary. The instant Berger heard those words, his expression completely changed. He immediately cursed Hilen Cargill for not realizing the obvious truth, and ordered him to take the captured heroes away immediately. Hilen stared at him in disbelief, wondering how he was supposed to carry every unconscious hero by himself. Berger finally understood the terrifying mistake. Noah Jespin possessed such an overwhelming sense of justice that he had endured the pain of the Armani orb itself without surrendering. A person like Noah would never willingly return to the necromancer's cave on his own. That could only mean one thing. Something had already happened to the 17th prince. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the Black Magician's cave. Noah arrived there together with Kade, who was still disguised as an ordinary knight. She desperately fought everyone inside the cave while trying to protect the young prince. Despite her determination, exhaustion gradually caught up with her, and she realized victory was impossible. The only thing she could still accomplish was protecting Noah long enough for him to escape. Because of her disguise, Noah had no idea that the mysterious knight risking everything for him was actually Kade. As Kade urged Noah to retreat, his thoughts drifted back to the words his older sister had once told him. She had always insisted that his desire to protect everyone would never be meaningless. At the same time, he remembered the imperial envoy who had visited him before the Succession War. The envoy had explained that every citizen of the Jespine Empire believed Noah would become the one to end the bloodshed. According to him, a special artifact hidden inside the Black Magician's cave would save everyone trapped within the ice, destroy the Demon King of blazing fire, and turn Noah into the Empire's greatest hero. Filled with hope, Noah placed the ring given to him by the envoy onto his finger. Believing that this was finally the moment he had been waiting for, he confidently activated the artifact. Instantly, the ring released an overwhelming torrent of flames that erupted throughout the cave. Far away, Berger Diaz immediately sensed the disturbance. In that instant he realized Jason Kochman had deliberately occupied him with Palav Disrod while secretly manipulating the Imperial heirs behind the scenes. Berger finally understood Jason's true objective. Freezing the 10-star heroes had only been the first step. The real goal had been to eliminate every prince and princess except Noah, allowing the hero expedition to proceed exactly as Jason intended. Without wasting another second, Berger rushed toward Noah with everything he had left. When he finally arrived, the sight before him filled him with horror. The overwhelming power released by Noah's ring was slaughtering every hero caught nearby. Katie stood frozen in complete disbelief as Berger clenched his teeth in frustration. At that exact moment, the story shifted to the Jespin Empire itself. Inside the Imperial Palace, the candles representing every candidate for the throne revealed the outcome of the succession war. A royal official respectfully informed the emperor that the struggle for the imperial succession had finally come to an end. The emperor calmly remarked that the contest had concluded far earlier than he had expected before officially announcing the victor. Against every expectation, the final winner of the Jespin Empire's succession war was the 17th prince, Noah Jespin. The story then returned to the cave. The terrifying flames surrounding Noah's ring suddenly vanished, leaving him completely confused. He couldn't understand why the artifact had failed after he had been promised it would save everyone and defeat the Demon King. Berger coldly revealed the truth. Noah had been completely manipulated by the Demon King of Lies. At the same time, Berger bitterly blamed himself for falling directly into Jason Kochman's trap. Moments later, Hillen Cargill arrived while carrying every unconscious hero across his shoulders. Looking around the devastated cave, he immediately asked what had happened. Berger simply answered that Hillen had been too slow. Hillen couldn't help replying that Berger should have carried all the heroes himself if he expected them to move any faster. Ignoring the complaint, Berger revealed the devastating truth. Every prince and princess participating in the succession war had died. Only Noah Jespin remained alive. Hillen stood speechless. He quickly realized that the Imperial army would soon arrive to welcome the Empire's new emperor. Even then, he stubbornly believed there was still hope. If they froze the heroes now and escaped with them, Berger's original plan could still succeed. Before anyone could act, however, the Black Magician suddenly burst into tears. He desperately begged Berger to spare his life, claiming that Jason Kochman had forced him into everything. After repeatedly casting powerful ice magic, his demonic energy had been completely exhausted. He no longer possessed enough strength to freeze the captured heroes. Furious, Hillen grabbed the Black Magician and began punching him repeatedly. The terrified mage continued apologizing while insisting he had never had a choice. In desperation, he suggested simply killing every unconscious hero instead. Katie immediately rejected the proposal. She explained that unconscious heroes were automatically protected by an incredibly powerful heroic aura. Any attack strong enough to kill them would simply awaken them instead. She firmly declared that she refused to let anyone else die. Still enraged, Hillen continued beating the Black Magician while declaring that he would silence him permanently. The terrified mage desperately begged him to stop and proposed one final solution. If Berger shared some of his remaining demonic energy with them, freezing the heroes might still be possible. Berger immediately shook his head. His battle against Palav Disrod had consumed nearly every drop of both his mana and demonic energy. Under those conditions, neither killing nor freezing the heroes was possible anymore without waking them. Hillen slowly lowered his fist. His trembling hand revealed the despair finally sinking into his heart. For the first time, he truly believed Jason Kochman had orchestrated every single event from the very beginning. Far away, Jason quietly watched everything unfold with a satisfied smile. He openly admitted that Berger Diaz had exceeded every expectation. Considering Berger had been a Demon King for less than 10 years, his decisions had been remarkably impressive. Even so, Jason calmly reminded himself that experience was the deciding factor. No matter how talented Berger was, he could never overcome the countless years separating them. Jason quietly declared that this was as far as Berger Diaz would ever go. Just then, a group of Imperial Knights finally arrived at the cave. They immediately identified the Black Magician and declared that protecting the newly crowned 17th prince was now their highest priority. Terrified, the Black Magician cried out for Berger to save him. Instead, Berger punched him squarely in the face before calmly informing the knights that he intended to take the Black Magician away as his spoil of war. He politely asked whether anyone objected. To Berger's surprise, the Imperial Knights respectfully addressed him as the Master of the Phoenix and declared it an honor to meet him. Without raising any objections, they willingly allowed him to leave with the Black Magician. With that, the succession dispute of the Jespin Empire officially came to an end. The final victor was the 17th Prince Noah Jespin. Every 10-star hero except Palav Disrod safely returned to the Hero Guild. As a result, Every preparation for the hero expedition against the Tower of Blazing Fire was finally complete. Sometime later, the story shifted to the rooftop of the Tower of Blazing Fire. Burji Dias quietly stood there beside Ernum. Looking around, Ernum asked whether Burji had managed to climb all the way onto the roof as well. She admitted that after he returned she hadn't even been able to properly see his face. After a brief silence, she sadly remarked that the 9-star hero expedition would soon begin. Burji quietly confirmed that it was unavoidable. For a long time, neither of them spoke. Finally, Ernan broke the silence. She softly admitted that they could no longer stop the hero expedition. Burja remained completely silent, unable to disagree. After another long pause, Ernan revealed that there was still one final option remaining. Looking directly at Burja, she quietly declared that she would return to the kingdom of Hilderin.